Wyst, Alastor, 1716, by Jack Vance. Copyright 1978 by Jack Vance. Narrated by Robert Donley.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Chapter 1. Alastor Cluster, a node of 30,000 live stars, uncounted dead hulks, and vast quantities of interstellar detritus, clung to the inner rim of the galaxy with the unfortunate Wyst before, the nonestic gulf beyond, and the Gaian reach a sparkling haze to the side. For the space traveler, no matter which his angle of approach, a remarkable spectacle was presented. Constellations blazing white, blue, and red, curtains of luminous stuff, broken here, obscured there by black storms of dust, star streams wandering in and out, whorls and spatters of phosphorescent gas. Should Alastor Cluster be considered a segment of the Gaian reach, the folk of the cluster seldom reflected upon the matter, and indeed considered themselves neither Gaian nor Alastrid. The typical inhabitant, when asked about his origin, might perhaps cite his native world, or more usually his local district, as if this place were so extraordinary, so special and widely famed, that its reputation hung on every tongue of the galaxy. Parochialism dissolved before the glory of the Canatic who ruled Alastor Cluster from his palace, Lus, on the world Numenes, a structure famed across the human universe. 5 pylons veered up from 5 islets to a groined arch 1,000 feet above the ocean, supporting first a series of promenade decks, then a bank of administrative offices, ceremonial halls, and the core of the Alastrid communication system. Then the ring of worlds, then further offices and residential suites for distinguished visitors. And finally, 10,000 feet above the ocean, the Canatic's private quarters. The highest pinnacle penetrated the clouds, sometimes piercing through to the upper sky. When sunlight glistened on its iridescent surfaces, Lus was a wonderful sight, and often considered the most inspiring artifact yet created by the human race. Aloft in his eyrie, the Canatic lived without formality. For public appearances he arrayed himself in a severe black uniform and a black casque, in order to project an image of austerity, vigilance, and inflexible authority. So he was known to his subjects. On more casual occasions, alone in his eyrie, as a high official on the Canatic service, as an anonymous wanderer in the odd corners of the cluster, he seemed a far easier man of rather ordinary appearance, notable only for his manner of unobtrusive competence. At Lus, his workroom occupied the highest tip of the eyrie, a cupola with an outlook in all directions. The furnishings were constructed of massive dark wood. A pair of cushioned chairs, a work table, a sideboard supporting a clutter of souvenirs, photographs, curios, and oddments, including a globe of old Earth. To one side of the work table, a panel displayed a conventionalized chart of the cluster, with 3,000 glittering lights of various colors to represent the inhabited worlds. Note: the colors served as a code to local conditions. By adjusting a switch, the Canatic might select any of several categories of reference. With the switch in its ordinary position at General, the Canatic, at a glance, could gauge the circumstances in aggregate of 3 trillion people. When the Canatic touched one of the lights, its name and number appeared on a pane. If he should increase the pressure, information cards detailing recent and significant local events dropped into a slot. Should he speak a number, the world so designated showed a brief burst of white light, and again the cards were produced. End of note. The workroom served the Canatic as his most familiar and comfortable retreat. The time was now evening. Plum blue twilight suffused the room. The Canatic stood before the western window, watching the passing of the afterglow and the coming of the stars. The quiet was broken by a brief, clear sound. Tink! like a drop of water into a basin. The fanatic spoke without turning. "Esclavade?" A voice replied, "A deputation of 4 persons has arrived from Erebus on Wyst. They announce themselves as the Whispers and request a conference at your convenience." The fanatic, still gazing out across the afterglow, reflected a moment, then said, "I will meet them in an hour. Take them to the Black Chamber and provide suitable refreshment." "As you say, sir." Turning from the window, the fanatic went to his work table. He spoke a number. 1716. 3 cards fell into a hopper. The first, dated 2 weeks previously, at Wyst, a city of Erebus, read, "Sir, my previous reports upon the subject at hand are identified by the codes appended below. In gist, Erebus shortly celebrates a centenary festival, to mark 100 years under the aegis of the so-called egalistic manifold. If I may presume to refresh your memory, this document enjoins all men, and specifically all Arabins, to a society based upon human equality in a condition of freedom from toil, want, and coercion. The realization of these ideals has not been without dislocation. I refer you to my previous reports. The Whispers, an executive committee of 4, have come to take a very serious view of the situation. Their projections convince them that certain fundamental changes are necessary. At the centenary, they will announce a program to revitalize the Araban economy, which may not be popular. The Araban folk, like any others, hope for and expect augmentation rather than constriction of their lives. The present work week comprises 13 hours of more or less uncomplicated routine, which the Arabans nevertheless hope to reduce. To dramatize the need for change, the Whispers will be coming to Luce. They intend to consult with you on a realistic basis, and they hope that you will appear at the Centenary Festival to identify yourself with the new program and perhaps provide economic assistance. I have been in consultation with the Whispers at Wyst. Tomorrow they return to Unsabal and will immediately depart for Numenes. In my opinion, they have made a realistic assessment of conditions, and I recommend that you listen to them with sympathetic attention. Bonamico, Canatics Cursar at Unsabal, Erebus. The Canatic read the card with care, then turned to the second card, which had been dated at Wyst on the day after the first message. To the Canatic at Luce. Greetings from the Whispers of Erebus. We will presently arrive at Luce, where we hope to confer with you upon matters of great scope and urgency. We will also convey to you an invitation to our centenary festival, which signalizes 100 years of egalism. There is much to be said on this subject, and at our conference we will disclose our thoughts regarding the next 100 years, and the adjustments which must inevitably be made. At this time, we will solicit your advice and constructive assistance. In all respect, we are the Whispers of Erebus. The Canatic had studied the 2 messages previously, and was familiar with their contents. The third message, arriving subsequent to the first 2, was new to him. The Canatic at Luce, from the Alastor centrality at Unsabal, Erebus. It becomes my duty to report upon an odd and disturbing situation. A certain Jantif Ravensroke has presented himself to the centrality with information which he declares to be of the most absolute urgency. Cursar Bonamico is unaccountably absent, and I can think only to request that you immediately send an investigative officer, that he may learn the truth of what may be a serious matter. Claude Moore, Clerk, the Alastor Centrality, Unsabal. Even as the Canatic brooded upon this third message, a fourth dropped into the hopper. To the Canatic at Luce. Events are flying in all directions here to my great distress and consternation. Specifically, I fear for poor Jantif Ravensroke, who is in terrible danger. Unless someone puts a stop, they'll have his blood, or worse. He is accused of a vile crime, but he is surely as innocent as a child. Clerk Moore has been murdered, and Cursor Bonamico cannot be located. Therefore I have ordered Jantif south into the Weird Lands, despite the rigors of the way. I send this off in agitation, and with the hope that help is on the way. Aleda Gloucester, Clerk, the Alastor Centrality, Unsabal. The Canatic stood motionless, frowning down at the card. After a moment he turned away, and by a twisting wooden staircase descended to the level below. A door slid aside. He entered a car, dropped to the Ring of Worlds, and by one of the radial slideways reserved to his private use, rode to Chamber 1716. In the vestibule, a placard provided basic data regarding Wyst. The single planet of the white star, Dwan, was small, cool, dense, and populated by over 3 billion persons. He continued into the main chamber. At the center floated a 7-foot globe, a replica in miniature of Wyst. Although physiographic relief had been exaggerated by a factor of 10 in the interests of clarity. The Canatic touched the surface, and the globe rotated under his hand. The opposed continents, Trembol and Tremora, appeared. The Canatic stopped the rotation. The continents together extended 4,000 miles around the flank of Wyst, from the northern Gulf to the moaning ocean in the south, to resemble a rather thick-waisted hourglass. At the equator, or the narrowest section of the hourglass, the continents were split apart by the Salaman Sea, a drowned rift averaging 100 miles in width. That strip of littoral, never more than 20 miles wide, between sea and the flanking scarps to north and south, comprised the land of Erebus. To the south were the cities Unsabal and Cerse, to the north Propence and Wanis, each pair merging indistinguishably. In effect, Erebus was a single metropolitan area. Beyond the north and south extended the so-called Weird Lands, the one-time civilized domains, now a pair of wildernesses shrouded under dark forest. The Canatic turned the globe a half-revolution and briefly inspected Zumer and Pombal, island continents opposed across the equator, each an uninviting terrain of mountain crags and half-frozen swamps, supporting a minimal population. Moving away from the globe, the Canatic studied an array of effigies. Closest at hand stood a pair of Arabins, dressed alike in gaily patterned smocks, short trousers, and sandals of synthetic fiber. They wore their hair teased out into extravagant puffs and fringes, evidently to the prompting of individual whim. Their expressions were cheerful, if rather distrait, like those of children contemplating a pleasant bit of mischief. Their complexions were pale to medium in tone, and their ethnic type seemed to be mixed. Nearby stood folk from Pombal and Zumer, men and women of a more distinctive character, tall, large-boned, with long, beaked noses, bony jaws, and chins. They wore padded garments, studded with copper ornaments, boots, and brimless hats of crumpled leather. On the wall behind, a photograph depicted a Zur shunk rider on his awesome mount, both caparisoned for the sport known as shunkery. Note: shunk, monstrous creatures indigenous to the Pombal swamps, notably cantankerous and unpredictably vicious. They refuse to thrive on Zumer, though the Zur are considered the most adept riders. At the Araban Stadium, spectacles involving shunk are, along with the variety of facade, the most popular of entertainments. End of note. Somewhat apart from the other effigies crouched a middle-aged woman in a hooded gown striped vertically in yellow, orange, and black. Her fingernails gleamed as if gilded. "Weirdland Witch," read the identifying plaque. Moving to the information register, the Canatic studied a synopsis of Araban history, with which he was familiar only in outline. Note: see Glossary No. 1. End of note. As he read, he nodded slowly, as if in validation of a private opinion. Turning from the register, he went to examine 3 large photographs on the wall. The first, an aerial view of Unsabal, might have been a geometrical exercise in which rows of many-colored blocks dwindled to a point at the horizon. The second photograph depicted the interior of the 32nd District Stadium. Spectators encrusted the interior. A pair of shunk confronted each other across the field. The third photograph presented a view along one of the great Arabin slideways, a moving strip something more than 100 feet wide, choked with humanity, extending into the distance as far as lens could see. The fanatic studied the photographs with a trace of awe. The idea of human beings in vast numbers was familiar to him as an abstraction. In the photographs, the abstraction was made real. He glanced through a file of Cursar's reports. Note: Cursar, the fanatic's local representative, usually based in an enclave known as Alastor Centrality. End of note. One of these, 10 years old, read, Erebus is the beating heart of Wyst. Despite rumor to the contrary, Erebus functions. Erebus is real. Erebus, in fact, is an amazing experience. Whoever doubts can come to Wyst and learn for himself. Immigrants are no longer welcome additions to the overcrowded social facilities. Still, anyone with a sufficiently thick skin can participate either temporarily or permanently in a fantastic social experiment where food and shelter, like air, are considered the natural right of all men. The newcomer will find himself suddenly relieved of anxieties. He works 2 brief periods of drudge each week, with another 2 hours of maintenance at the block where he resides. He will find himself immediately caught up in a society dedicated to self-fulfillment, pleasure, and frivolity. He will dance, sing, gossip, engage in countless love affairs, endlessly ride the man rivers to no special destination, and waste hours in that obsessive occupation of the Arabins, people-watching. He will make his breakfast, lunch, and dinner upon wholesome gruff and nutritious deedle, with a dish of wobbly, as the expression goes, to fill up the cracks. If he is wise, he will learn to tolerate and even enjoy the diet, since there is nothing else to eat. Banter, or natural food, is almost unknown on Erebus. The problems involved in growing, distributing, and preparing banter for 3 billion persons is quite beyond the capacity of those who have resolutely eliminated toil from their lives. Occasionally, banter is a subject of wistful speculation, but no one seems seriously troubled by its lack. A certain opprobrium attaches to the person who concerns himself overmuch with food. The casual visitor will refrain from grumbling unless he wishes to become known as a gutric. So much for the high cuisine of Erebus. It fails to exist. A final note: intoxicants are not produced by any of the public agencies. Disselberg, who drank no wine, beer, or spirit, declared against them as social waste. Nevertheless, every day on every level of every block, someone will be brewing a jug or 2 of swill from fragments of leftover gruff. And another. Every visitor to Wyst expects shocks and surprises, but never can he prepare himself for the sheer bogglement inflicted upon him by reality. He observes the endless blocks dwindling in strict conformity to the laws of perspective until finally they disappear. He stands on an overpass watching the flow of 100-foot Man River with its sensitive float of white faces. He visits Disjerferacht on the Unsabal mud flats, a place of carnival whose attractions include a death house where folk so inclined deliver eloquent orations, then die by suicide to the applause of casual passers-by. He watches a parade of shunk lurch fatefully toward the stadium. He asks himself, is any of this truly real or even possible? He blinks. All is as before, but the incredibility still persists. Perhaps he may depart the confines of Erebus to wander the misty forests to north and south, the so-called Weird Lands. As soon as he crosses the scarps, he finds himself in another world, which apparently exists only to reassure to the Arabans that their lot is truly a fortunate one. Hard to imagine that 1,000 years ago these wastes were the provinces of dukes and princes. Trees conceal every trace of the former splendor. Wyst is a small world, only 5,000 miles in diameter. A relatively few miles of travel takes one far around the horizons. If one travels south beyond the Weird Lands, he comes at last to the shore of the moaning ocean, to find a land with a character all its own. Merely to watch the opal light of dawn reflecting from the cold gray waves makes the journey well worth the effort. The casual visitor to Wyst, however, seldom departs the cities of Erebus, where he may presently feel an almost overpowering suffocation of numbers, a psychic claustrophobia. The subtle person becomes aware of a deeper, darker presence, and he looks about him in fascination with a crawling of the viscera, like a primeval man watching a cave mouth, certain that a horrid beast waits inside. The Canatic smiled at the somewhat perfervid style of the report. He looked to see who had submitted it. Bonamico, the current cursar, a rather emotional man. Still, who could say? The Canatic himself had never visited Wyst. Perhaps he might share Bonamico's comprehensions. He glanced at a final note, which was also signed by Bonamico. Zumer and Pombal, the small continents, are mountainous and half-frozen. They deserve mention only because they are home to the ill-natured Shunk and the no less irascible folk who manage them. Time pressed. In a few minutes the Canatic must meet with the Whispers. He gave the globe a final glance and set it spinning, so it would turn for days until air friction brought it to a halt. Returning aloft, the Canatic went directly to his dressing-room, where he created that version of himself which he saw fit to present to the people of the cluster. First, a few touches of skin toner to accentuate the bones of jaw and temple. Then film, which darkened his eyes and enhanced their intensity. Then a clip of simulated cartilage to raise the bridge of his nose and produce a more incisive thrust to his profile. He donned an austere suit of black, relieved only by a silver button at each shoulder, and finally pulled a casque of black fabric over his close-cropped mat of hair. He touched a button. Across the room appeared the holographic image of himself, a spare, saturnine man of indeterminate age, with an aspect suggesting force and authority. With neither approval nor dissatisfaction, he considered the image. He was, so to speak, dressed for work, in the uniform of his calling. Esclavade's quiet voice issued from an unseen source. "The Whispers have arrived in the Black Parlor." "Thank you." The Canatic stepped into the adjoining chamber, a replica of the Black Parlor, exact to the images of the Whispers themselves, 3 men and a woman, dressed in that informal, rather frivolous style current in contemporary Erebus. The Canatic examined the images with care. A reconnaissance he made of almost every deputation, to offset, at least in part, the careful stratagems by which the visitors hoped to further their aims: uneasiness, rigidity, anger, easy calm, desperation, fatalistic torpor. The Canatic had learned to recognize the indicators and to judge the mood in which the delegations came to meet him. In the Canatic's estimation, this seemed a particularly disparate group, despite the uniformity of their garments. Each presented a different psychological aspect, which frequently signaled disunity, or perhaps mutual antagonism. In the case of the Whispers, who were selected by an almost random process, such lack of inner cohesion might be without significance, or so the Canatic reflected. The oldest of the group, a gray-haired man of no great stature, at first glance appeared the least effectual of the 4. He sat awry, neck twisted, head askew, legs splayed, elbows cocked at odd angles. A man sinewy and gaunt, with the long-nosed, vulpine face. He spoke in a restless, peevish voice. "Heights give me to fret. Even here, between four walls, I know that the soil lies far below. We should have requested a conference at low altitude." "Water lies below, not soil," growled another of the whispers, a massive man with a rather surly expression. His hair, hanging in lank black ringlets, made no concession to the fashionable Arabin puff. Of the group, he seemed the most forceful and resolute. The third man said, "If the Canatic trusts his skin to these floors, never fear. Your own far less valuable pelt is safe." "I fear nothing," declared the old man. "Did I not climb the pedestal? Did I not fly in the sea disk and the spaceship?" "True, true," said the third. "Your valor is famous." This was a man somewhat younger than the other two, and notably well-favored, with a fine straight nose and a smiling, debonair expression. He sat close beside the fourth whisper, a round-faced woman, with a pale, rather coarse complexion and a square, assertive jaw. Esclavade entered the room. "The Canatic will give you his attention shortly. He suggests that meanwhile you might care to take refreshment." He waved toward the back wall. A buffet slid into the parlor. "Please serve yourselves. You will find that we have taken your preferences into account." Only the Canatic noticed the twitch at the corner of Esclavade's mouth. Esclavade departed the parlor. The crooked old whisper at once jumped to his feet. "Let's see what we have here." He sidled toward the buffet. What's this? Gruff and Deedle? Can the Canatic afford a trifle of banter for our poor deprived jaws?" The woman said in an even voice, "Surely he thinks it only courteous to serve familiar victuals to his guests." The handsome man uttered a sardonic laugh. "The Canatic is hardly of egoistic persuasion. By definition, he is the elite of the elite. There may be a message here." The massive man went to the buffet and took a cake of gruff. "I eat it at home. I shall eat it here, and give the matter no thought." The crooked man poured a cup of the viscous white liquid. He tasted, and made a wry grimace. "The Deedle isn't all that good." Smiling, the Canatic went to sit in a heavy wooden chair. He touched a button, and his image appeared in the black parlor. The whispers jerked around. The two men at the buffet slowly put down their food. The handsome man started to rise, then changed his mind and remained in his place. Esclavade entered the black parlor and addressed the image. "Sir, these are the whispers of Arabus nation on Wyst. From Wyst, the lady Fausgard." Then he indicated the massive man. "From Unsabal, the gentleman Orgold." The handsome man. "From Cerce, the gentleman Lemiste." The crooked man. "From Propunce, the gentleman Delphin." The Canatic said, "I welcome you to Luce. You will notice that I appear before you in projection. This is my invariable precaution, and many uncertainties are circumvented." Fausgard said somewhat tartly, "As a monomarch and the elite of the elite, I suppose you go in constant fear of assassination." "It is a very real risk. I see hundreds of folk of every condition. Some inevitably prove to be madmen who fancy me a cruel and luxurious tyrant. I use an entire battery of techniques to avoid their murderous, if well-meant, assaults." Fausgard gave her head a stubborn shake. The Canatic thought, "Here is a woman of rock-hard conviction." Fausgard said, "Still, as absolute master of several trillion persons, you must recognize that yours is a position of unnatural privilege." The Canatic thought, "She is also of a somewhat contentious disposition." Aloud he said, "Naturally, the knowledge is never far from my mind, and is balanced or neutralized only by the fact of its total irrelevance." I fear that you leave me behind. The idea is complex, yet simple. I am I, who by reason of events beyond my control am kinetic. If I were someone else, I would not be kinetic. This is indisputable. The corollary is also clear. There would be a kinetic who was not I. He, like I, would ponder the singularity of his condition. So you see, I, as kinetic, discover no more marvelous privilege to my life than you, in your condition, as Faustgard the Whisper. Faustgard laughed uncertainly. She started to reply, only to be preceded by the suave Lemiste. Sir, we are here not to analyze your person or your status or the chances of fate. In fact, as pragmatic egalists, we deny the existence of fate as a supernormal or ineffable entity. Our mission is more specific. I shall be interested to hear it. Erebus has existed 100 years as an egalistic nation. We are unique in the cluster, perhaps across the Gaian universe. In a short time, at our centenary festival, we celebrate a century of achievement. The kinetic reflected in some puzzlement. They take a tone rather different from what I had expected. Once more, take nothing, ever, for granted. He said, I am, of course, aware of the centenary, and I am considering your kind invitation to be on hand. Lemiste continued in a voice somewhat quick and staccato. As you know, we have constructed an enlightened society, dedicated to full egalism and individual fulfillment. We are naturally anxious to advertise our achievements, both for glory and for material benefit, hence our invitation. But let me explain. Ordinarily, the kinetic's presence at an egalistic festival might be considered anomalous, even a compromise of principle. We hope, however, that should you choose to attend, you will put aside your elitist role and for a period become one with us, residing in our blocks, riding the manways, attending the public spectacles. You will thereby apprehend our institutions on a personal basis. After a moment's thoughtful silence, the kinetic said, This is an interesting proposal. I must give it serious attention. You have taken refreshment? I could have offered you more elaborate fare, but in view of your principles, I desisted. Delphin, who had restlessly restrained his tongue, at last broke forth. Our principles are real enough. That is why we are here, to advance them, but yet to protect them from their own success. Everywhere in the cluster live jackals and interlopers by the millions. They consider Erebus a charitable hospice, where they flock by the myriads to batten upon the good things which we have earned through toil and sacrifice. It is done in the name of immigration, which we want to stop, but always we are thwarted by the law of free movement. We have, therefore, certain demands that we feel— Faustgard quickly interrupted. More properly, requests. Delphin waved his arm in the air. Demands, requests, it all comes out the same end. We want, first, a stop to immigration. Second, cluster funds to feed the hordes already on hand. Third, new machinery to replace the equipment worn out, nurturing the pests. Delphin apparently was not popular with his fellow whispers. Each sought to suggest dissociation from Delphin's rather vulgar manners. Faustgard spoke in a tone of brittle facetiousness. Well then, Delphin, let's not bore the kinetic with a tirade. Delphin slanted her a crooked grin. Tirade, is it? When one talks of wolves, one does not describe mice. The kinetic values plain talk, so why sit here simpering with our fingers up our arses? Yes, as you like. I'll hold my tongue. He squinted toward the kinetic. I warn you, she'll use an hour to repeat what I gave you in 20 seconds. Faustgard ignored the remark. Sir, the Whisper Lemiste has spoken of our centenary. This has been the primary purpose of our deputation. But other problems, to which Whisper Delphin has alluded, also exist, and perhaps we might also consider them at this time. By all means, said the kinetic. It is my function to mitigate difficulties if effectuation is fair, feasible, and countenanced by Alastrid basic law. Fosgard said earnestly, "Our problems can be expressed in very few words." Delphin could not restrain himself. "A single word is enough. Immigrants. 1,000 each week. Apes and lizards. Airy aesthetes, languid ne'er-do-wells with nothing on their minds but girls and banter. We are not allowed to halt them. Is it not absurd?" Lamiche said smoothly, "Whisper Delphin is exuberant in his terms. Many of the immigrants are worthy idealists. Still, many others are little better than parasites." Delphin would not be denied. "Were they all saints, the flow must be halted. Would you believe it? An immigrant excluded me from my own apartment." Fosgard said wryly, "Here may be the source of Whisper Delphin's fervor." Orgold spoke for the first time in plangent disgust. "We sound like a gaggle of cackshaws." The Kinetic said reflectively, 1,000 a week in a population of 3 billion is not a large percentage." Orgold replied in a businesslike manner, which affected the Kinetic more favorably than did Orgold's coarse and vaguely untidy appearance. "Our facilities already are overextended. At this moment we need 18 new sturge plants." Lamiche helpfully inserted an annotation. "Sturge is raw food slurry." "A new deep layer of drains, tanks, and feeders, 1,000 new blocks. The toil involved is tremendous. The Arabans do not wish to devote whole lifetimes to toil, so steps must be taken. First, and perhaps least, if only to quiet Delphin, the influx of immigrants must be halted." "Difficult," said the Kinetic. "Basic law guarantees freedom of movement." Delphin cried out, "Eagleism is envied across the cluster. Since all Alastor cannot come to Erebus, then eagleism must be spread across the cluster. This should be your immediate duty." The Kinetic showed the trace of a somber smile. "I must study your ideas with care. At the moment, their logic eludes me." Delphin muttered under his breath and swung sulkily sideways in his chair. He snapped across his shoulder, "The logic is the immigrants' feet. In their multitudes they march on Erebus. 1,000 a week. 10 times as many Arabans commit suicide." "Nothing is thereby proved." The Kinetic gave an indifferent shrug and turned a dispassionate inspection around the group. Odd, he reflected, that Orgold, Lamiche, and Fosgard, while patently uninterested in Delphin's views, should allow him to act as spokesman and to present absurd demands, thereby diminishing the dignity of them all. Lamiche's perceptions were perhaps the keenest of the group. He managed a deprecatory smile. "The Whispers are necessarily strong-minded, and we do not always agree on how best to solve our problems," Fosgard said shortly, "or even to identify them, for that matter." Lamiche paid her no heed. "In essence, our machinery is obsolescent. We need new equipment to produce more goods more efficiently." "Are you then requesting a grant of money?" "This certainly would help on a continuing basis." "Why not reclaim the lands to north and south? At one time they supported a population." Lamiche gave his head a dubious shake. "Arabans are an urban folk. We know nothing of agriculture." The Kinetic rose to his feet. "I will send expert investigators to Erebus. They will analyze your situation and make recommendations." Tension broke loose in Fosgard. She exclaimed sharply, "We don't want investigators or study commissions. They'll tell us, do this, do that, all contra-egoistic. We want no more competition and greed. We can't abandon our gains." "Be assured that I will personally study the matter," said the Kinetic. Orgold dropped his air of stolid detachment. "Then you will come to Wyst?" "Remember," Lemiste called out cheerfully, "you're invited to participate at the centenary." "I will consider the invitation most carefully. Now then, I noticed you showed only small interest in the collation I set forth. You might prefer a more adventurous cuisine, and I wish you to be my guests. Along the lower promenades are hundreds of excellent restaurants. Please dine where you like, and instruct the attendant to place all charges to the Canatic's account." "Thank you," said Faustgard rather tersely. "That is most gracious." The Canatic turned to go, then halted as if on sudden thought. "By the way, who is Jantiff Ravensroke?" The whispers stared at him in frozen attitudes of doubt and wonder. Lemiste said at last, "Jantiff Ravensroke? I do not recognize the name." "Nor I," cried Delphin, hoarse and truculent. Faustgard numbly shook her head, and Orgold merely gazed impassively at a point above the Canatic's head. Lemiste asked, "Who is this Jantiff?" "A person who has corresponded with me. It is no great matter. If I visit Erebus, I will take the trouble to look him up. Good evening to you all." His image moved into the shadows at the side of the room and faded. In the dressing-room, the Canatic removed his casque. "Esclavade, sir, what do you think of the whispers? An odd group. I detect voice tremor in Faustgard and Lemiste. Orgold's assurance is impervious to tension. Delphin lacks all restraint. The name Jantiff Ravensroke may not be unfamiliar to them." "There is a mystery here," said the Canatic. "Certainly they did not travel all the way from Wyst to make a series of impossible proposals quite at odds to their stated purposes." "I agree. Something has altered their viewpoint." "I wonder if there is a connection with Jantiff Ravensroke." Chapter 2. Jantiff Ravensroke had been born in comfortable circumstances at Freynes on Zek, Alastor 503. His father, Lyle Ravensroke, calibrated micrometers at the Institute of Molecular Design. His mother held a part-time job as technical analyst at Orion Instruments. Two sisters, Ferfan and Jouil, specialized respectively in a sub-phase of condaptory and the carving of mooring posts. Note: from the Gaian, condaptriol, the science of information management, which includes the more restricted field of cybernetics. Zek is a world of 100,000 islands scattered across 100 seas, inlets, and channels. The single continent is mottled with lakes and waterways. Many families live aboard houseboats and often own a sea sailor as well. Mooring posts are ornate constructions, symbolic of status, profession, or special interests. End of note. At the junior academy, Jantiff, a tall, thin young man with a long, bony face and lank black hair, trained first in graphic design, then, after a year, reoriented himself into chromatics and perceptual psychology. At senior school, he threw himself into the history of creative imagery, despite the opinion of his family that he was spreading himself too thin. His father pointed out that he could not forever delay taking a specialty, that unrelated enthusiasms, while no doubt entertaining, would seem to merge into frivolity and even irresponsibility. Jantiff listened with dutiful attention, but soon thereafter he chanced upon an old manual of landscape painting, which insisted that only natural pigments could adequately depict natural objects, and further, that synthetic substances, being bogus and unnatural, subconsciously influenced the craftsman and inevitably falsified his work. Jantiff found the argument convincing, and began to collect, grind, and blend umbers and ochres, barks, roots, berries, the glands of fish, and the secretions of nocturnal rodents, while his family looked on in amusement. Lyle Ravensroke again felt obliged to correct Jantiff's instability. He took an oblique approach to the topic. "I take it that you are not reconciled to a life of abject poverty?" Jantif, naturally mild and guileless, with occasional lapses into absent-mindedness, responded without hesitation. "Certainly not. I very much enjoy the good things of life." Lyle Ravensbrook went on in a casual voice. "I expect that you intend to earn these good things not by crime or fraud, but through your own good efforts?" "Of course," said Jantif, now somewhat puzzled. "That goes without saying." "Then how do you expect to profit from your training to date, which is to say, a smattering of this and an inkling of that? Expertise is the word you must concentrate upon. Sure control over a special technique. This is how you put coin in your pocket." In a subdued voice, Jantif stated that he had not yet discovered a specialty which he felt would interest him across the entire span of his existence. Lyle Ravensbrook replied that, to his almost certain knowledge, no divine fiat had ever ordained that toil must be joyful or interesting. Aloud, Jantif acknowledged the rightness of his father's views, but privately clung to the hope that somehow he might turn his frivolity to profit. Jantif finished his term at senior school with no great distinction, and the summer recess lay before him. During these few brief months, he must define the course of his future. Specialized study at the Lyceum, or perhaps apprenticeship as a technical draftsman. It seemed that youth, with all its joyful vagaries, lay definitely behind. In a morose mood, Jantif happened to pick up the old treatise on the depiction of landscapes, and there he encountered a tantalizing passage. For certain craftsmen, the depiction of landscapes becomes a lifelong occupation. Many interesting examples of the craft exist. Remember, the depiction reflects not only the scene itself, but the craftsman's private point of view. Another aspect of the craft must at least be mentioned: sunlight. The basic adjunct to the visual process varies from world to world, from a murky red glow to a crackling purple-white glare. Each of these lights makes necessary a different adjustment of the subjective-objective tension. Travel, especially transplanetary travel, is a most valuable training for the depictive craftsman. He learns to look with a dispassionate eye. He clears away films of illusion and sees objects as they are. There is one world where sun and atmosphere cooperate to produce an absolutely glorious light, where every surface quivers with its true and just color. The sun is the white star Dwan, and the fortunate world is Wyst, Alastor 1716. Jouil and Fairfan decided to cure Jantif of his wayward moods. They diagnosed his problem as shyness, and introduced him to a succession of bold and sometimes boisterous girls in the hope of enhancing his social life. The girls quickly became either bored, puzzled, or uneasy. Jantif was neither ill-favored with his black hair, blue-green eyes, and almost aquiline profile, nor shy. Nevertheless, he lacked talent for small talk, and he suspected, justly enough, that his unconventional yearnings would only excite derision were he rash enough to discuss them. To avoid a fashionable social function, Jantif, without informing his sisters, took himself off to the family houseboat, which was moored at a pier on the Shard Sea. Fearful that either Jouil or Fairfan or both might come out to fetch him, Jantif immediately cast off the mooring lines and drove across Fallas Bay to the shallows, where he anchored his boat among the reeds. Solitude, the peace at last, thought Jantif. He boiled up a pot of tea, then settled into a chair on the foredeck and watched the orange sun, Mur, settle toward the horizon. Late afternoon breeze rippled the water. A million orange coruscations twinkled among the slender black reeds. Jantif's mood loosened. The quiet, wide sky, the play of sunlight on the water, were balm to his uncertain soul. If only he could capture the peace of this moment and maintain it forever. Sadly, he shook his head. Life and time were inexorable. The moment must pass. A photograph was useless, and pigment could never reproduce such space, such glitter and glow. Here, in fact, was the very essence of his yearnings. He wanted to control that magic linkage between the real and the unreal, the felt and the seen. He wanted to pervade himself with the secret meaning of things and use this lore as the mood took him. These secret meanings were not necessarily profound or subtle. They simply were what they were. Like the present circumstances, for instance. The mood of late afternoon, the boat among the reeds with, perhaps most important of all, the lonely figure on the deck. In his mind, Jandif composed a depiction and went so far as to select pigments. He sighed and shook his head. An impractical idea. Even were he able to achieve such a representation, what could he do with it? Hang it on a wall? Absurd. Successive viewings would neutralize the effect as fast as repetition of a joke. The sun sank. Water moths fluttered among the reeds. From seaward came the sound of quiet voices in measured discussion. Jandif listened intently, eerie twinges coursing along his skin. No one could explain the sea voices. If a person tried to drift stealthily near in a boat, the sounds ceased. And the meaning, no matter how intently one listened, always just evaded intelligibility. The sea voices had always haunted Jandif. Once he had recorded the sounds, but when he played them back, the sense was even more remote. Secret meanings, mused Jandif. He strained to listen. If he could comprehend only a word so as to pick up the gist, then he might understand everything. As if becoming aware of the eavesdropper, the voices fell silent, and night darkened the sea. Jandif went into the cabin. He dined on bread, meat, and beer, then returned to the deck. Stars blazed across the sky. Jandif sat watching, his mind adrift among the far places, naming those stars he recognized, speculating about others. Note: for the folk of Alastor cluster, the stars are near and familiar, and astronomy, star naming, is taught to all children. The knowledgeable person can name 1,000 stars or more, with as many apposite anecdotes. Such star-namers in the olden times commanded great fame and prestige. End of note. So much existed, so much to be felt and seen and known. A single life was not enough. Across the water drifted a murmur of voices, and Jandif imagined pale shapes floating in the dark, watching the stars. The voices dwindled and faded. Silence. Once more Jandif retreated into the cabin, where he boiled up another pot of tea. Someone had left a copy of the Transvoyer on the table. Leafing through the pages, Jandif's attention was caught by a heading. The Araban Centenary, a remarkable era of social innovation on the planet Wyst, Alastor, 1716. Your Transvoyer correspondent visits Unsabal, the mighty city beside the sea. Here he discovers a dynamic society propelled by novel philosophical energies. The Araban goal is human fulfillment in a condition of leisure and amplitude. How has this miracle been accomplished? By a drastic revision of traditional priorities. To pretend that racks and stress do not exist would cheapen the Araban achievement, which shows no signs of flagging. The Arabans are about to celebrate their 1st century. Our correspondent supplies the fascinating details. Jandif read the article with more than casual interest. Wyst rejoiced in the remarkable light of the sun, Dwan, where, how did the phrase go? Every surface quivers with its true and just color. He put the magazine aside and went once more out upon the deck. The stars had moved somewhat across the sky. That constellation known locally as the Shamizad had risen in the east and was reflected on the sea. Jandif inspected the heavens, wondering which star was Dwan. Stepping back into the cabin, he consulted the local edition of the Alastor Almanac, where Dwan was identified as a dim white star in the Turtle constellation along the edge of the carapace. Note: it is no doubt unnecessary to point out that constellations, as seen from one world of the cluster, differ from those of every other. Accordingly, each world uses its local nomenclature. On the other hand, certain structural features of the cluster, for instance the Phiamopher, the crystal eel, Coon's hole, the goodbye place, are terms in the common usage. End of note. Jantif climbed to the top deck of the houseboat and scanned the sky. There to the north, under the stator, hung the Turtle, and there shone the pale flicker of Dwan. Perhaps imagination played Jantif tricks, but the star indeed seemed charged with color. The information regarding Wyst might have been only of idle interest had not Jantif, on the very next day, noticed an advertisement, sponsored by Central Space Transport Systems, announcing a promotional competition. For that depiction best illustrating the scenic charm of Zek, the system would provide transportation to and from any world of the cluster, with an additional 300 ozels spending money. Jantif instantly assembled panels and pigments, and from memory rendered the shallows of the Shard Sea, with the houseboat at anchor among the reeds. Time was short. He worked in a fury of concentrated energy, and submitted the composition to the agency only minutes before the deadline. 3 days later he was notified, not altogether to his surprise, that he had won the grand prize. Jantif waited until evening to break the news to his family. They were astounded, both that Jantif's daubings could command value, and that he yearned for far strange worlds. Jantif tried earnestly to explain his motives. Naturally, I'm not unhappy at home. How could I be? I'm just at loose ends. I can't settle myself. I have the feeling that just out of sight, just past the corner of my eye, something new and shimmering and wonderful waits for me. If only I knew where to look. His mother sniffed. Really, Jantif, you're so fanciful. Lyle Ravensroke asked sadly, Haven't you any ambition for a normal and ordinary life? No shimmering flapdoodle, just honest work and a happy home? I don't know what my ambitions are. That's the entire difficulty. My best hope is to get away for a bit and see something of the cluster. Then perhaps I'll be able to settle down. His mother, in distress, cried, You'll go far from here and make your career, and we'll never see you again. Jantif gave an uneasy laugh. Of course not. I plan nothing so stern. I'm restless and uneasy. I want to see how other people live so that I can decide how I want to live myself. Lyle Ravensroke said somberly, When I was young, I had similar notions. For better or worse, I put them aside, and now I feel sure that I acted for the best. There's nothing out there that isn't better at home. Ferfen said to Jantif, There'll never be sour-grass pie, or brunts, or shushings the way Mother cooks. I'm prepared to rough it for a bit. I might even like the exotic foods. Ugh, said Jouil. They all sound so odd and rank. The group sat silent for a moment, then, If you feel you must go, said Jouil's father, our arguments won't dissuade you. It's really for the best, said Jantif hollowly. Then when I come back with the wander dust off my heels, I'll hopefully be settled and definite, and you'll be proud of me. But, Janty, we're proud of you now, said Ferfen, without any great conviction. Jouil asked, Where will you go? What will you do? Jantif spoke with spurious joviality. Where will I go? Here, there, everywhere. And what will I do? Everything. Anything, all for the sake of experience. I'll try the carbuncle mines on Arcady. I'll visit the Chromatic at Luce. Perhaps I'll drop at Erebus and spend a few weeks with the emancipated folk. Emancipated folk, growled Lyle Ravensroke. A twittering brook of dillybugs is more likely. Well, that's their claim. They only work 13 hours a week, and it seems to agree with them. Jouil cried, You'll settle in Erebus and become emancipated, and we'll never see you again." "My dear girl, there is not the slightest chance of such a thing." "Then don't go to Wyst. The Transvoyer article said that people arrive from everywhere and never leave." Pefin, who also cherished secret dreams of travel, said wistfully, "If it's such a wonderful place, perhaps we'd all better go there." Her father laughed humorlessly. "I can't spare the time from work." Chapter 3. Arriving at Unsabal on a rainy night, Jadif was reminded of a paragraph in the Alastor Gazetteer. Across many years, wise travelers have learned to discount their first impression of a new environment. Such judgments are derived from previous experience in previous places and are infallibly distorted. On this dismal evening, Unsabal spaceport lacked every quaint or charming quality, and Jadif wondered why a system which for a century had gratified uncounted Arabins could not better promote the comfort of a relatively few visitors. 250 passengers, debarking from the spaceships, found themselves alone in the gloom, a quarter-mile from a line of low blue lights which presumably marked the terminal building. Muttering and grumbling, the passengers squelched off through the puddles. Note: see Glossary number 2. End of note. Jadif walked to the side of the straggling troop, thrilling to contact with alien soil. From the direction of Unsabal drifted a waft of odor, oddly sour and heavy, yet half familiar, which only served to emphasize the strangeness of the world Wyst. At the terminal, a droning voice addressed the newcomers. "Welcome to Erebus. We distinguish 3 types of visitors. First, commercial representatives and tourists intending brief visits. Second, persons planning sojourns of less than a year. Third, immigrants. Please form orderly queues at the designated doorways. Attention! The import of foodstuffs is prohibited. All such items must be surrendered at the contraband property desk. Welcome to Erebus. We distinguish 3 types of visitors." Jadif pushed through the crowds. Apparently several hundred arrivals from a previous ship still waited in the reception hall. Eventually he discovered the file marked 2, which snaked back and forth across the room in a most confusing manner, and took his place in the line. Most arriving persons, he noted, intended immigration, and the queue in File 3 stretched several times as far as that in File 2. The queue in File 1 was very short indeed. Step by sidling step, Jadif crossed the room. At the far end, an array of 8 wickets controlled the movement of the new arrivals, but only 2 of these wickets were in operation. A corpulent man immediately behind Jadif thought to hasten the motion of the line by standing close to Jadif and pressing with his belly. When Jadif, to avoid the contact, moved as close as convenient to the person ahead, the corpulent man promptly inched forward to squeeze Jadif even more closely. The man ahead at last looked around at Jadif and said in a cold voice, "Really, sir, I am as anxious as you to negotiate this file. No matter how you press, the line moves no faster." Jadif could offer no explanation which would not offend the corpulent man, who now stood so close that his breath warmed Jadif's cheek. Finally, when the man ahead stepped forward, Jadif resolutely held his ground, despite the fat man's breathing and jostling. Ultimately, Jadif arrived at the wicket where he presented his landing pass. The clerk, a young woman with extravagant puffs of blonde hair over her ear, thrust it aside. "That's not correct. Where's your green clearance card?" Jadif fumbled through his pockets. "I don't seem to have any green card. They gave me no such document." "Sir, you'll have to go back to the ship for your green clearance card." Jadif chanced to notice that the fat man carried a white card similar to his own. In desperation he said, "This man here has no green card either." "That's a matter of no relevance. I can't allow you entry unless you present the proper documents." "This was all they gave me. Surely it's sufficient." "Sir, please, you're obstructing the line." In numb dismay, Jadif stared at his white card. It says here, landing pass and clearance card. The clerk looked at it sidelong and made a clicking sound with her tongue. She went to the second booth and conferred with the clerk, who made a telephone call. The blonde girl returned to the wicket. "This is the new form. It was introduced only last month. I haven't drudged this office for a year, and I've been sending everyone back to the ship. Your questionnaire, please. No, the blue sheet." Jantif produced the proper document, an intricate form which he had painstakingly completed. Jantif Ravensroke, Freyness on Zek. Occupation, technical graphics expert. Reason for visit, curiosity. She glanced at him with raised eyebrows. Curiosity? About what? Jantif hurriedly said, "I want to study the Arab and social system." "Then you should have written study." "I'll change it." "No, you can't alter the document. You'll have to fill out a new form. Somewhere in the outer chambers you'll find blank forms and a desk. At least, that's how it went a year ago." "Wait," cried Jantif. "After curiosity, I'll write about Arab and social system. There's plenty of room, and that's not alteration." "Oh, very well. It's not regular, of course." Jantif quickly made the entry, and the clerk reached for the validation stamp. A gong sounded. She dropped the stamp, rose to her feet, and went to the back of the wicket, where she tossed a cape around her shoulders. A young man entered the wicket, round-faced, boyish, his eyelids drooping as if from lack of sleep. "Here I am," he told the blonde girl. "A trifle late, but that's not too bad. I've only just returned from a swill at Circe, and directly to drudge. Still, I might as well recover on drudge as off. Come to think, it's the best way." "Lucky you. I'm low tomorrow. I'll probably draw sanitation or greasing the rollers." "I drew a shoe machine last week. It's really rather amusing once you learn which handles to pull. Halfway through my stint, the circuits went wrong, and the shoes all came away with funny big toes. I sent them on anyway, in hopes of launching a new style. Think of it. Maybe I'll be famous." "Small chance. Who wants to wear funny shoes with big toes?" "Somebody'd better want to wear them. They've gone into boxes." The fat man called over Jantif's shoulder, "Can't we hurry things just a bit? Everyone's anxious to rest and have a bite of food." The two clerks turned him identical stares of blank incomprehension. The girl picked up her handbag. "Off to bed for me. I'm too tired even to copulate." "I know those days. Well, I suppose I'd better be earning my gruff." He stepped forward and picked up Jantif's papers. "Now then, let's see. First, I'll need your green entry card." "I don't have any green card." "No green card? Then, my friend, you'd better get one. I know that much, at least. Just run back to the ship and locate the purser. He'll fix you up in a jiffy. This white card supersedes the green card." "Oh, is that how they do it now? Good enough, then. So now, what else? The blue questionnaire. I won't bother with that. It's boring for both of us. You'll want a housing assignment. Do you have any preferences?" "Not really. Where would you suggest?" "Unsabal, of course. Here's a decent location." He gave Jantif a metal disc. "Go to block 17-882 and show this disc to the floor clerk." He lifted the stamp and gave Jantif's papers a resounding blow. "There you are, my friend. I wish you the enjoyment of your bed, the digestion of your gruff, and lucky draws from the drudge barrel." "Thank you. Can I spend the night in the hotel, or must I go to block 17, whatever it is?" "The Traveller's Inn, by all means, if you've got the ozels." Note: Ozels, a monetary unit roughly equivalent to the Gaian SVU, the value of an adult's unskilled labor under standard conditions for the duration of an hour. End of note. "The manways are wet tonight. It's no time to be seeking out a block." The Traveller's Inn, an ancient bulk with a dozen wings and annexes, stood directly opposite the terminal exit. Jantif entered the lobby and applied at the desk for the chamber. The clerk handed him a key. "That will be 7 ozels, sir." Jantif leaned back aghast. 7 ozels for one room with one bed for a single night? "Correct, sir." Jantif reluctantly paid over the money. When he saw the chamber, he became more indignant than ever. In Frayness, such a room would be considered minimal and rent for an ozel or less. Returning downstairs to the restaurant, Jantif seated himself at one of the enameled concrete counters. An attendant placed a covered tray in front of him. "Not so fast," said Jantif. "Let me look at the menu." "No menu here, my friend. It's gruff and deedle with a bit of wobbly to fill in the chinks. We all eat alike." Jantif lifted the cover from the tray. He found 4 cakes of baked brown dough, a mug of white liquid, and a bowl of yellow paste. Jantif tasted the gruff. The flavor was mild and not unpleasant. The deedle was tart and faintly astringent, while the wobbly seemed a simple custard. Jantif finished his meal, and the attendant gave him a slip of paper. "Please pay at the main desk." Jantif glanced at the slip in wonder. 2 ozels. Can this price be correct? "The price may not be correct," said the attendant. "Still, it's the price we exact here at the Traveller's Inn." A cavernous bathroom was shared by both sexes, personal modesty having succumbed to egoism. Jantif diffidently made use of the facilities, wondering what his mother would say, then thankfully retired to his chamber. In the morning, after Wyst's short night, Jantif rose from his bed to find dawn already halfway up the sky. Jantif looked out across the city in great interest, studying the play of light among the blocks and along the manways. Each of the blocks showed a different color, and possibly because Jantif was bringing to bear an expectant vision, the colors seemed peculiarly rich and clean, as if they had just been washed. Jantif dressed and, descending to the ground floor, took advice from the desk clerk as to the location of block 17-882. Giving the restaurant and its 2 ozel breakfast a wide berth, Jantif set off along the manway. The sliding surface thronged with Arabins, rapid toward the center, slow at the edges. Dawn light illuminated the cityscape to either side in a manner Jantif found entrancing, and his spirits rose. The manway curved westward. The blocks in lines to right and left marched away to the horizon, dwindling to points. Laterals poured human streams upon the manway. Jantif had never imagined such vast crowds, a marvelous spectacle in itself. The city Unsabal must be reckoned one of the wonders of the Gaian universe. Across his course at right angles slid another of the mighty Arab and Man rivers, a pair of boulevards flowing in opposite directions. Jantif glimpsed rank behind rank of men and women riding with faces curiously serene. The manway swerved and joined another, larger manway. Jantif began to watch the overhanging signs which gave warning of lead-offs. He diverted to a slow neighborhood feeder, and presently stepped off in front of a weathered pink block, 200 feet square and 23 stories high. Block 17-882, his designated home. Jantif paused to inspect the face of the structure. The surface paint, peeling off in areas, showed blotches of pink, old rose and pale pink, which gave the block a raffish and restless air in contrast to its neighbor, which was painted a supercilious blue. Jantif found the color congenial and congratulated himself on the lucky chance of his allotment. Like all the other blocks, the walls showed no windows nor any openings except for the entrance. Over the parapet surrounding the roof hung foliage from the roof garden. Constant traffic passed in and out of the portal. Men, women, and a few children, in identical garments of colors somewhat too garish for Jantif's taste, as if the folk were dressed for a carnival. Their faces likewise were gay. They laughed and chattered and walked jauntily. Jantif's spirits rose to look at them, and his misgivings began to dwindle. Jantif passed into the lobby and approached the desk. He presented his requisition to the clerk, a short, round-bodied man with gingery hair, arranged in ear-puffs and elaborate love-locks. The round, cheerful face instantly became petulant. "My aching bowels! Is it yet another immigrant?" "No, indeed," said Jantif with dignity. "I am a visitor." "What's the odds? You're one more cup of water in the full bucket. Why don't you start an egoism society on your own world? Janif replied politely. People aren't so inclined on Zek. Neither Zek nor the whole elitist covey. They can't absorb their ne'er-do-wells indefinitely. Our machines break down, so what happens when the sturge stops and there's no more wump? We'll all go hungry together. Janif's jaw dropped. Are there really that many immigrants? Too true. 1,000 each and every week. But surely some of them leave. Not enough. Only 600, or hopefully 7. Still, hope won't mend machines. He handed Janif a key. Your roommate will show you the wumper and explain the rules. You'll receive a drudge schedule this afternoon. Janif said tentatively, I'd prefer a single apartment if any are available. You've got a single apartment, said the clerk. It comes with 2 beds. If the population rises another billion, we'll put in hammocks. Floor 19, apartment D18. I'll call up and mention that you're coming. The ascensor conveyed Janif to the 19th floor. He found corridor D, and presently arrived at apartment 18. He hesitated, raised his hand to knock, then decided that, under the circumstances, he was entitled to effect his own entry. Accordingly, he touched his key to the latch plate. The door slid aside to reveal a sitting room furnished with a pair of low couches, a table, a set of cases, and a wall screen. A patterned beige and black rug covered the floor. From the ceiling hung a dozen globes fashioned from wire and colored paper. On one of the couches sat a man and a woman, both considerably older than Janif. Janif stepped forward, feeling a trifle sheepish. I'm Janif Ravensroke, and I've been assigned to this apartment. The man and the woman showed gracious smiles and jumped smartly to their feet. Later, when Janif recalled his sojourn at Unsabal, he never failed to reflect upon the careful etiquette by which the Arabans eased the circumstances of their lives. The man was tall and elegant, with a fine straight nose and flashing eyes. He wore his black hair in glossy ear-puffs, with artful cusps down the forehead. Of the two, he seemed the more forthright. He gave Janif a friendly salute, which conveyed nothing of the desk clerk's disapproval. Welcome to Erebus, Janif. Welcome to Old Pink, and to this excellent apartment. Thank you very much, said Janif. This affable and intelligent man was evidently to be his roommate, and Janif's misgivings dissolved. Allow me to perform the introductions. This lady is the miraculous Scorlet, a person of charm and capability, and I am Esteban. Scorlet spoke in a quick, husky voice. You seem clean and quiet, and I'm sure that we'll have no difficulties. Please don't whistle in the apartment, or inquire the purpose of my work more than once, or belch loudly. I can't abide a belching man. With an effort, Janif maintained his sang-froid. Here was a situation which he had not anticipated. With desperate facility, he said, I'll keep your remarks very much in mind. He surveyed Scorlet from the corner of his eye. An introverted woman, he thought, perhaps a bit tense. She stood almost as tall as he was, with rather heavy arms and legs. Her face was pale and round. Her features were unremarkable except for the eyes glowing under strong black eyebrows. She wore her ear-puffs small, with black curls piled in a heap above. A woman neither comely nor yet repulsive. She might not be so easy a roommate as Esteban, however. He said, I hope you won't find me too difficult. I'm sure not. You seem a nice lad. Esteban, borrow 3 mugs from the wumper. I'll pour out a taste of swill to mark the occasion. Note: the illicit Araban intoxicant, a heavy beer prepared from salvaged gruff, industrial glucose, and sometimes tar pods from the roof garden. End of note. You brought in a pack or 2 of bunter, so I hope. Sorry, said Janif. The idea never occurred to me. Esteban went off on his errand. Scorlet rummaged under the case and brought out a jug. Please don't think me non-mutual. Note: mutuality, the Araban code of conduct, with force deriving not from abstraction or tradition, but from mutuality of interest. End of note. I just can't believe that an occasional jug of swill will destroy Erebus. You're sure there's not even a trace of Bonter in your luggage? I don't carry any luggage, only this handbag. Pity. There's nothing like pickles and pepper sausage to advance the swill. While we're waiting, I'll show you your bed. Jantif followed her into a small square chamber, furnished with 2 wardrobes, 2 cases, a table, now cluttered with Scorlet's small belongings, and 2 cots, separated by a flimsy curtain. Scorlet brushed the trinkets to one side of the table. Your half, she said, and your bed. She jerked her thumb. During my drudge, the apartment is at your disposal, should you wish to entertain a friend, and vice versa. Things work out well unless we draw the same stint, but that's not too often. Aha, yes, I see, said Jantif. Esteban returned with 3 blue glass mugs. Scorlet solemnly poured them full. To the centenary, she called in a brassy voice. May the Canatic do his duty. Jantif drank down the murky liquid, and controlled a grimace at the aftertaste, which is associated with mice and old mattresses. Very bold, said Esteban approvingly. Very bold indeed. You have an active thumb for the swill. Yes, very good, said Jantif. And when does the centenary occur? Shortly, a matter of a few months. There's to be a simply explosive festival with free games and dancing along the ways and probably no end of swill. I'll surely put down a good supply. Esteban, can't you scrounge me a dozen jugs? My dear, I've drawn the vitamin stint only once, and the mutual stood right on top of me, watching my every move. I was lucky to capture the 2 of them. Then we must do without swill. Can't you use a plastic bag? Jantif suggested. After all, the container need not be rigid. Esteban ruefully shook his head. It's been tried many times. Our plastic bags all leak. Scorlet said, Old Sarp has a jug which is too parsimonious to use. I'll have Kadida put the snurge on it. That's 3 jugs at least. Now, where's the gruff? I'll contribute from lunch, said Esteban. If it's needed, said Jantif, I will too. Scorlet looked at him approvingly. That's the spirit. Who said the immigrants are lampreys sucking our juices? Not the case with Jantif. Esteban said meditatively, I know a chap in purple vendetta who taps sturge from the pipe, and he makes a very fierce swill indeed. I might just promote a bucket or 2 of raw sturge. It's worth the experiment. Jantif asked, What is sturge? Simple food pulp. It's piped out from the central plant. In the kitchen, it magically becomes gruff, deedle, and wobbly. No reason why it shouldn't make good swill. Scorlet carefully poured each of the 3 mugs half full. Well, once again to the festival, and may the Canatic put all would-be immigrants to work making pickles and pepper sausage for consignment to Unsabal. And let the propuncers gnaw last week's gruff. Save some for the Canatic. He can be as eagle as the rest of us. Oh, he'll dine on Bonter at the Traveller's Inn, no fear of that. Jantif asked, Is the Canatic actually coming to the festival? Scorlet shrugged. The whispers are going out to loose to invite him, but who knows what he'll say. He won't come, said Esteban. Total fool he'd feel at the ceremony with everybody screaming, Hurrah for eagleism, and eagleism for the cluster, and low drudge for the Canatic, just like the rest of us. Exactly. What could he say? Oh, something like, My dear subjects, I'm disappointed that you haven't laid red velvet along Unsabal River for my delicate feet. Now, it's not well known, and I'd never reveal it anywhere but here on Erebus, but I'm actually a Twig. Note. Reference to a peculiar vice associated with food encountered almost exclusively on Wyst. End of note. I command that you fill me a tank with your best Bonter. Half amused, half scandalized, Jantif protested. Really, you do him injustice. He lives a most sedate life. Scorlet sneered. That's all smarm from his Bureau of Acclamation. Who knows what the Canatic's really like? Esteban drained his blue glass mug and looked in calculation toward the jug. We all know that the Canatic often disappears from loose. Now, I've heard, this is admittedly rumor, but where there's smoke, there's fire, that during these exact intervals, and only during these intervals, Bosco Boskowitz makes his depredations. Note: an almost fabulous starminter, guilty of the most atrocious ravages. See glossary number 3. End of note. This correspondence has been thoroughly researched, so I've heard, and there's no doubt about it. Interesting, said Scarlett. Doesn't Bosco Boskowitz maintain a secret palace among the Starmints, staffed only with beautiful children who must obey his every whim? That's the case, and isn't it odd that the whelm never interferes with Bosco Boskowitz? More than odd. That's why I say eagleism across the cluster. Jantif said in disgust, I don't believe a word of it. Scarlett laughed her gloomy laugh. You're young and naive. As to that, I can't say. No matter. Scarlett peered into the jug. I suppose we might as well put a term to it. Excellent idea, declared Esteban. The strength is always at the bottom of the jug. Scarlett raised her head. No time now. There goes the gong. Let's go for Wump. Then afterwards, why not conduct our new friend around the city? Certainly. I'm always ready for a promenade. It's a fine day after the rain, and what of Tanzel? We could pick her up along the way. Yes, of course, poor little dear. I haven't seen her for days. I'll call her right now. She went to the screen, but pushed buttons in vain. It still won't go, idiotic thing. There's been maintenance on it twice. Jantif went to the screen, touched the buttons, listened. He slipped up the retainer ring and lowered the screen upon its hinge. Scarlett and Esteban came to look over his shoulder. Do you understand these things? Not really. As children, we're trained to elementary circuits, but I haven't gone much further. Still, this is very simple equipment, all plug-ins, and the telltale shows when they're bad. These are all in order. Look here. This filter bank isn't slotted accurately. Try now. The screen glowed. Scarlett said bitterly, The maintenance fellow studied his instruction book for 2 hours and still couldn't do the job. Oh, well, said Esteban, he was just someone like me on high drudge. Scarlett merely gave a sour grunt. She touched buttons and spoke to the woman whose face appeared. Tanzel, please. A girl 9 or 10 years old looked forth from the screen. Hello, Mother. Hello, Father. We're dropping by in about an hour, and we'll go for a nice promenade. Will you be ready? Oh, yes, I'll wait in front. Good. In just about an hour. The three turned to go. Jantif stopped short. I'll just put my bag in the wardrobe. No harm starting out tidy, at least. Esteban clapped Jantif on the shoulder. I think you've got a jewel here, Scarlett. Oh, I suppose he'll do. As they walked along the corridor, Jantif asked, What happened to your last roommate? I don't know, said Scarlett. She went out one day and never came back. How strange. I suppose so. No one ever knows what's in another person's mind. Here's the Wumper. The three entered a long, wide room lined with tables and benches, and already filled with chattering residents of level 19. An attendant punched their apartment numbers into a register. The three took covered trays from a dispenser and went to a table. The tray contained exactly the same rations Jantif had been served the previous evening at the Traveller's Inn. Scarlett put a cake of gruff to the side. For our next swill. Esteban, with an expression of whimsical grief, did likewise. For swill, any sacrifice is worthy. Here's mine, said Jantif. I insist on contributing. Scarlett gathered the 3 cakes together. I'll take them back to the apartment, and we'll all just pretend that we've eaten them. Esteban jumped to his feet. A good idea, but let me. I'll be glad to run the errand. Don't be silly, said Scarlett. It's only a step or 2. Esteban said, laughing, We'll both go, if you're so stubborn. Jandif looked from one to the other, bemused. "Is it really such a point of courtesy? I'll come too, in that case." Esteban sighed and shook his head. "Of course not. Scarlett is merely a wayward person. None of us will go." Scarlett shrugged. "As you wish." Jandif said, "We can easily restrain our appetites. At least I can. And we'll drop off the gruff on our way out." "Of course," said Esteban. "That's the fair way." Jandif wondered at the exquisite nicety of Esteban's politesse. "Eat the wump and shut up," said Scarlett. The meal was taken in silence. Jandif inspected his fellow residents with interest. There was no reserve and anonymity. Everyone seemed to know everyone else. Cheerful greetings, banter, allusion to social events and mutual friends rang around the room. A slender girl with fine honey-colored hair paused beside Scarlett and whispered something in her ear, with an arch side glance toward Jandif. Scarlett gave a dreary laugh. "Go on with you, it's all nonsense, as well you know." The girl went on to a nearby table, where she joined friends. Jandif thought her slender, round body, her charming features, and her saucy spontaneity all attractive, but made no comment. Scarlett noticed the direction of his gaze. "That's Kadida. The old sandpiper yonder is Sarp, her roommate. He tries to copulate a dozen times a day, which makes for an inconvenient roommate. After all, one's social life is usually elsewhere. She just offered to trade you for Sarp, but I wouldn't hear of it. Esteban is always handy when I'm in the mood, which perhaps isn't as often as it should be." Jandif, spooning up his wobbly, forbore comment. Upon leaving the refectory, the three stopped by the apartment where Scarlett dropped off the 3 cakes of gruff. Scarlett turned to Jandif. "Are you ready?" "I'm just debating whether to bring my camera. My family wants photographs by the dozen." "Better not this time," said Esteban. "Wait till you know the ropes. Then you can get some really dramatic photographs. And also, you'll have learned to cope with the, alas, all too prevalent snurgery." "Snurgery? What is that?" "Theft, to put it bluntly. Erebus abounds with snurges. Haven't you heard?" Jandif shook his head. "I can't understand why anyone should steal under egoism." Esteban laughed. "Snurging ensures egoism. It's a very direct remedy against anyone accumulating goods. In Erebus we share and share alike." "I can't understand the logic in all this," said Jandif, but neither Esteban nor Scarlett showed any interest in pursuing the topic. The 3 proceeded to the manway and rode half a mile to the district creche, where Tanzel waited. A pretty wisp of a girl, with Scarlett's round face, Esteban's fine features, and a thoughtful intelligence all her own. She greeted Scarlett and Esteban with restrained affection, and Jandif with quite obvious curiosity. After a few moments of covert inspection, she told him, "Really, you look much like the rest of us." "Of course. How did you expect me to look?" "Like a cannibal, or an exploiter, or maybe one of their victims." "What odd ideas," said Jandif. "On Zek, at least, no one would care to be thought an exploiter, much less a victim." "Then why did you come to Erebus?" "That's a hard question," said Jandif somberly. "I'm not sure that I know the answer myself. At home, too much pressed on me, while all the time I searched for something I couldn't find. I needed to get away and order my mind." Esteban and Scarlett had been listening to the conversation with distant half-smiles. Esteban inquired in a light voice, "And then, when your mind has been ordered?" "This is what I don't know. In essence, I want to create something remarkable and beautiful, something that is my very own. I want to indicate the mysteries of life. I don't hope to explain them, mind you. I wouldn't even if I could. I want to reveal their dimensions and their wonder for people who are interested, or even people who aren't. I'm afraid I don't explain myself very well." Scarlett said in a rather cool voice, "You explain well enough, but no one quite understands." Tanzel, listening with knitted eyebrows, said, "I understand a little of what he's saying." I wonder about these mysteries, too. For instance, why am I me, and not somebody else?" Scarlet said roughly, "You'll wear your brain out thinking along those lines." Esteban told her earnestly, "Remember, my dear, that Jantif isn't an egoist like the rest of us. He wants to do something quite extraordinary and individualistic." "Yes, partly that," said Jantif, wishing that he had never ventured an opinion. "But it's more like this. Here I am, born into life with certain capabilities. If I don't use these capabilities and achieve my utmost, then I'm cheating myself and living a soiled life." Said Tanzil sagely. "If everyone were like you, the world would be a very nervous place." Jantif gave an embarrassed laugh. "No cause for worry. There don't seem to be many people like me." Tanzil gave her shoulders a jerk of somber disinterest, and Jantif was pleased to drop the subject. A moment later her mood changed. She tugged at Jantif's sleeve and pointed ahead. "There's Unsabal River. I do so love watching from the bridge. Oh, please, come, everyone, over to the deck." Tanzil ran out upon the prospect deck. The others followed more sedately, and all stood leaning on the rail as Unsabal River passed below. A pair of slideways, each 100 feet wide, crowded close with the folk of Erebus. Tanzil told Jantif excitedly, "If you stand here long enough, you'll see everyone in the world." "That, of course, isn't true," said Scarlet crisply, as if she did not altogether approve of Tanzil's fancies. Below passed the Arabins, folk of all ages, faces serene and easy, as if they walked alone, wrapped in contemplation. Occasionally, someone might raise his eyes to look at the line of faces along the deck. For the most part, the crowds passed below, oblivious to those who watched from above. Esteban began to show signs of restlessness. He straightened, slapped the rails, and with a thoughtful glance toward the sky said, "Perhaps I'd better be moving along. My friend Hester will be expecting me." Scarlet's black eyes glittered. "There's no need whatever for you to rush off." "Well, in a way." "Which route do you go?" "Oh, just along the river." "We'll all go together and take you to Hester's block. She's at the Tesseract, I believe." Dignity struggling with annoyance, Esteban said curtly, "Shall we move along, then?" A ramp curved down and around to the boarding platform. They stepped out into the crowd and were carried away to the west. As they moved across to the faster lanes, Jantif discovered an odd effect. When he looked over his shoulder to the right, faces in his immediate vicinity receded and fell away into the blur. When he looked back to his left, the faces surged up from nowhere, drew abreast, and passed ahead into an equally anonymous beyond. The effect was disturbing for reasons he could not precisely define. He began to feel vertigo and turned away to face forward, to watch the blocks move past, each a different color, pinks and browns and yellows, greens of every description, moss, mottled green-white, cadaverous blue-green, black-green, faded reds and orange-purples, all augmented to a state of clarity by the dawn light. Jantif became interested in the colors. Each no doubt exerted a symbolic influence upon those who lived with them. Peach, blotched with stumpwater tan. Who chose these colors? What canons were involved? Lavender white, blue, acid green, on and on, each color no doubt dear to the folk who lived there. Tanzil tugged at his elbow. Jantif looked around to see Esteban moving swiftly away to the right. Tanzil said somberly, "He just remembered an important engagement. He asked me to express his regrets to you." Scarlet, her face flushed with annoyance, stepped smartly past. "Something I've got to do. I'll see you later." She likewise was gone through the crowd, and Jantif was left with Tanzil. He looked at her in bewilderment. Where did they go so suddenly? "I don't know, but let's go on. I could ride Unsabal River forever." "I think we'd better go back. Do you know the way?" "Of course. We just revert to Disselberg River, then cross to 112th Lateral." "You show me the way. I've had enough promenading for the day." Strange that both Esteban and Scarlett decided to leave so suddenly. "I suppose so," said Tanzel, "but I've come to expect strange things. Well, if you want to go back, we'll take the next turnaround." As they rode, Jandif gave his attention to Tanzel. An appealing little creature, so he decided. He asked if she enjoyed her school. Tanzel shrugged. "I'd have to drudge otherwise, so I learned counting, reading, and ontology. Next year, I'll be into personal dynamics, and that's more fun. We learn how to express ourselves and dramatize. Did you go to school?" "Yes, indeed, 16 long years." "What did you learn?" "An amazing variety of facts and topics." "And then you went out to drudge?" "No, not yet. I haven't found anything I really want to do." "I don't suppose you live at all egoistically." "Not as you do here. Everyone works much harder, but most everyone enjoys his work." "But not you." Jandif gave an embarrassed laugh. "I'm willing to work very hard, but I don't quite know how. My sister Fairfairn carves mooring posts. Perhaps I'll do something like that." Tanzel nodded. "Some day let's talk again. There's the creche. I'll turn off here. Your block is straight along. It's Old Pink on the left. Goodbye." Jandif proceeded along the manway and presently saw ahead that block which he now must consider home. Old Pink. He entered, ascended to level 19, and sauntered around the corridor to his apartment. He opened the door and tactfully called out, "I'm home. It's Jandif." No response. The apartment was empty. Jandif entered and slid the door shut. He stood for a moment wondering what to do with himself. Still 2 hours until dinner. Another ration of gruff, deedle, and wobbly. Jandif grimaced. The globes of paper and wire caught his eye. He went to examine them. Their function was not at all clear. The paper was green flimsy. The wire had been salvaged from another operation. Perhaps Scarlett intended to decorate the apartment with gay green bubbles. If so, thought Jandif, her achievement was remarkably slipshod. Note: Jandif would later learn that many folk furnished their apartments in unique or even bizarre styles, scrounging and pilfering materials over a period of years, and spending immense effort to achieve some special effect. Such apartments were generally considered unegoistic, and those who lived there often incurred derision. End of note. Well, so long as they pleased Scarlett, it was none of his affair. He looked into the bedroom to appraise the 2 cots and the not-too-adequate curtain. Jandif wondered what his mother would say. Certainly nothing congratulatory. Well, this was why he had come traveling, to explore other ways and other customs. Though for a fact, since matters were so casual, he would definitely have preferred the young woman, what was her name? Kadida, whom he had noticed in the refectory. He decided to unpack his satchel and went to the wardrobe where he had left it. He looked down in consternation. The lock was broken, the lid was askew. Opening the case, Jandif examined the contents. His few clothes apparently had not been molested except for his spare shoes of fine grey lentille. These were missing, as well as his pigments and pad, his camera and recorder, a dozen other small implements. Jandif went slowly into the sitting-room and sank into a chair. A brief few minutes later, Scarlett entered the apartment. Jandif thought that she looked in a very bad mood, with her black eyes glittering and her mouth set in a hard line. Her voice crackled as she spoke. "How long have you been here?" 5 or 10 minutes. "Kindergoff Lateral was down to the contractors," she said bitterly. "I had to walk an entire mile. While we were gone, someone broke into my case and stole most of my things." The news seemed to drive Scarlett close to the limits of self-control. "And what do you expect?" she snapped in an unpleasantly harsh voice. "This is an egoistic country. Why should you have more than anyone else?" "I have been over-eagle-eyed," said Jandif dryly, "to the effect that I now have less than anyone else." "Those are problems you must learn to cope with," said Scarlett, and marched into the bedroom. A few days later, Jandif wrote a letter to his family. My dearest mother, father, and sisters, I am now established in what must be the most remarkable nation of Alastor cluster, Erebus of Wyst. I inhabit a two-room apartment in close contiguity to a handsome woman with strong views on egoism. She doesn't approve of me particularly. However, she is civil and on occasion helpful. Her name is Scarlet. You may wonder at this unconventional arrangement. It is really quite simple. Egoism refuses to recognize sexual differences. One person is considered equal to every other in all respects. To emphasize sexual differences is called sexivation. For a girl to primp or show her figure to best advantage is sexivation, and it is considered a serious offense. The apartments were originally intended to house male or female couples or mated couples, but the philosophy was denounced as sexivationist, and apartment assignments are now made at random, though often persons will trade about. Anyone coming to Erebus must leave his prejudices behind. Already I have learned that no matter what the apparent similarities of a new place to one's home, the stranger must not be misled. Things are never what they seem. Think of this, and think of all the cluster worlds, and all the Gaian Reach, and the Erdic realms, and the Primarchic. Think of these trillions of folk, each with his singular face. A frightening thought, really. Still, I am much impressed by Erebus. The system works. There is no desire for change. The Arabans seem happy and content, or at the very least passive. They place their highest value upon leisure, at the expense of personal possessions, good food, and a certain degree of freedom. They are far from well educated, and no one has expertise in any specific field. Maintenance and repairs are done by whomever is assigned the job, or in serious cases to contracting firms from the Weird Lands. These are the provinces to north and south. They are not nations. I doubt if they have any formal government whatever, but I don't know much about them. I have not been able to do any serious work because my apparatus has been stolen. Scarlet considers this quite normal and cannot understand my distress. She jeers at my anti-egoism. Well, so be it. As I say, the Arabans are a strange folk who become excited only by food, not their usual wump, but good natural food. In fact, an acquaintance by the name of Esteban has mentioned one or two vices so odd and repellent as to be unspeakable, and I will say no more. The block where I live is known as Old Pink because of its eczematous color. Each block, ostensibly identical to all others, is vividly distinctive, at least in the minds of the folk who live there, and they will characterize the blocks as dreary, frivolous, teeming with sly snurges, serves good wump, serves bad wump, too many pranksters, sexivationist. Each block has its own legends, songs, and special jargon. Old Pink is considered easy-going and faintly raffish, which of course describes me very well, too. You ask, what is a snurge? A thief. I've already suffered the attentions of a snurge, and my camera is missing, so I can't send photographs. Luckily, I was carrying my ouzels with me. Please send me by return mail new pigments, vehicle, applicators, and a big pad of matrix. Fairfen will tell you what I need. Send them insured. If they came by ordinary delivery, they might be eagle-eyed. Later. I have done my first stint of drudge at an export factory, for which I receive what is called drivet, 10 tokens for each hour worked. My weekly drivet is 130 tokens, of which 82 must immediately be paid to the block for food and lodging. The remainder is not too useful, since there is not much to buy. Garments, shoes, stadium tickets, toasted seaweed at Disjerferact. I now dress like an Araban, so as not to be conspicuous. Certain shops at the spaceport sell imported goods, tools, toys, occasional trifles of banter, at the most astonishing prices, in tokens, of course, which have almost no exchange value against the ozel. Something like 500 tokens to the ozel. Absurd, of course. On second thought, not so absurd. Who wants tokens? There's nothing to buy. Still, this way of life, peculiar as it seems, is not necessarily a bad system. I suspect that every style of life works out to be a trade-off between various kinds of freedoms. There are naturally many different freedoms, and sometimes one freedom implies the absence of another. In any event, I've been getting ideas for depictions, which I know you don't take seriously. The light here is absolutely ravishing, a deceptively pale light, which seems to diffract everywhere into colored fringes. I have much more to tell you, but I'll reserve something for my next. I won't ask you to send in Bonter. I'd be, well, to tell the truth, I don't know what would happen, but I don't want to learn. Immigrants and visitors are not well liked, yet I find that my fame as a fixer has already spread far and wide. Isn't this a joke? I know only what we were taught at school and what I learned at home. Still, everyone who has a bad screen insists that I fix it for him. Sometimes utter strangers. And when I do these favors, do they thank me? Verbally, yes, but there is a most peculiar expression on their faces. I can't describe it. Contempt, distaste, antipathy, because I so easily command this, to them, recondite skill. I have on this instant come to a decision. No longer will I perform favors free. I will demand tokens or hours of drudge. They will sneer and make remarks, but they will respect me more. Here are some of my ideas for depictions. The blocks of Unsabal, in the colors which hold so much meaning for the Arabans. A view along Unsabal River from a prospect deck, with the oncoming sea of faces all blank and serene. The games, the shunk battles, the Araban version of Hasaid. Note: Hasaid, see glossary number 4. End of note. Disjerferact, the carnival along the mudflats. More of this later. Just a word or two about the local version of Hasaid, and I hope no one in the family will be shocked or dismayed. The game is played to standard rules. The defeated Shirl, however, must undergo a most distressing experience. She is disrobed and placed upon a cart with a repulsive wooden effigy, which is so controlled as to commit an unnatural act upon the Shirl. Meanwhile, the losing team must pull this cart around the stadium. The wonder never leaves me. How are Shirls recruited? Each must realize that sooner or later her team must lose, yet none ever seems to consider this contingency. They are either very brave or very foolish, or perhaps they are impelled by some dark human inclination which rejoices at public degradation. Well, enough on this subject. I think I mentioned that my camera has been stolen, hence no photographs. In fact, I'm not sure that there's any urgency at Unsabal to make prints from my matrix. I will report further in my next letter. From your loving Jantif. Chapter 4. One morning, Esteban came by Jantif's apartment with a friend. "Attention, please, Janty Ravensroke. This is Olin, a dear good fellow for all his portly abdomen. It signifies sound sleep and a peaceful conscience, or so Olin assures me. He owns no magic Bonter cabinet." Jantif politely acknowledged the introduction, and offered a pleasantry of his own. "Please don't consider me guilt-ridden because I'm thin." Olin and Esteban were provoked to hearty laughs. Esteban said, "Olin's screen has developed a most curious ailment. It spits up plumes of red fire, even at amusing messages. He naturally suffers agonies of distress. I told him, 'Be of good cheer. My friend Jantif is a Zec technician who likes nothing better than setting such things right.'" Jantif attempted a bright tone. "I have a rather good idea along these lines. Suppose I conduct a seminar on small repairs, at a charge per session, say, of 50 tokens a student. Everyone, you and Olin included, can learn all I know, and then you can do your own repairs, and also oblige those of your friends who lack the skills." Olin's smile trembled uncertainly. Esteban's handsome eyebrows peaked emphatically. "My dear fellow," exclaimed Esteban, "are you really in earnest?" "Of course. Everyone gains. I earn extra tokens and also avoid the nuisance of running about performing favors. You, in turn, augment your capabilities." For a moment, Esteban stood speechless. Then, half laughing, he said, "But, Jantif, dear, naive Jantif, I don't want to augment my capabilities. This implies a predisposition for work. For civilized men, work is an unnatural occupation." "I suppose there is no inherent virtue in work," Jantif conceded, "unless, of course, it is performed by someone else." "Work is the useful function of machines," said Esteban. "Let the machines augment their capabilities. Let the automatons ponder and drudge. The span of existence is, oh, so brief. Why should a single second be wasted?" Yes, of course," said Jantif. "An ideal concept, and all very well. In practice, however, both you and Olin already have wasted 2 or 3 hours inspecting Olin's screen, exclaiming at the flaw, formulating plans, and coming here. Assume that I agreed to look into the matter. Then you and Olin must return to Olin's apartment to watch me make the repair. Let us say a total of 4 hours apiece. 8 man-hours as a grand total, not even counting my time, when Olin probably could have set the matter to rights in 10 minutes. Isn't this a case where capabilities saves time?" Esteban gave his head a grave shake. "Jantif, above all, you are a master of casuistry. This capability implies a point of view quite at odds with the beatific life." Note: an arbitrary rendering of a word in the Arabian dialect, expressing the quality of leisurely, luxurious, and well-arranged existence. End of note. "I feel that I must agree to this," said Olin. "You'd rather lose the use of your screen than fix it yourself?" Esteban's versatile eyebrows performed another feat, this time indicating quizzical distaste. "It goes without saying, this practicality of yours is a backward step. I also might mention that your proposed class is exploitative, and would surely excite the monitors." "I hadn't thought in those terms," said Jantif. "Well, in all candor, I find that these little favors are taking too much of my time, and destroying the beatitude of my life. If Olin wants to work my next drudge, I'll fix his screen." Olin and Esteban exchanged amused glances. Both shrugged, turned away, and departed the apartment. From Zek came a parcel for Jantif, containing pigments, applicators, papers, and mats. Jantif immediately set to work making real the images which haunted his imagination. Scarlett occasionally watched him, making no comments and asking no questions. Jantif did not trouble to ask her opinion. In the refectory one day, the girl whom Jantif previously had admired plumped herself down opposite him. With her lips twitching against a grin of sheer exuberance, she pointed a finger toward Jantif. "Explain something. Do. Every time I come to the Whumper, you stare at me first from one side of your face and then the other. Why should this be? Am I so outrageously attractive and extraordinarily beautiful?" Jantif grinned sheepishly. "I find you outrageously attractive and extraordinarily beautiful." "Shh!" The girl glanced mischievously right and left. "Already I'm considered a sex-evasionist. You'll absolutely confirm the general suspicion." "Well, be that as it may, I can't keep my eyes off of you, and that's the truth of it." "And all you do is look? How odd! But then you're an immigrant." "Just a visitor. I hope that my coarse behavior hasn't disturbed you." "Not in the slightest. I've always thought you rather pleasant. We'll copulate if you like. You can show me some new and amusing antics." "No, not now. Low drudge awaits me, curse all of it. Another time, if you're of a mind." "Well, yes," said Jantif. "I suppose it boils down to that. Your name, I believe, is Kadida?" "How did you know?" Scarlett told me. Cadida made a wry face. Scarlett doesn't like me. She says I'm flippant and an arrant sex evader, as I mentioned. I'm bewildered. Why? Oh, I don't really know. I like to tease and play. I arrange my hair to suit my mood. I like men to like me, and I'm not concerned about women. Note: a more or less accurate paraphrase. The Arabian dialect avoids distinction of gender. Masculine and feminine pronouns are suppressed in favor of the neutral pronoun. Parent replaces mother and father. Sibling serves for both brother and sister. When distinctions must be made, as in the conversation transcribed above, colloquialisms are used, almost brutally offensive in literal translation, reference being made to the genital organs. End of note. These aren't flagrant crimes. Aha! Ask Scarlett. I'm not concerned for Scarlett's opinions. In fact, I find her overly intense. My name, incidentally, is Jantif Ravensroke. What an odd name. No doubt you're an ingrained elitist. How are you adapting to egoism? Quite well, although I'm still perplexed by certain of the Arabian customs. Understandably. We're the most complicated people, maybe to compensate for our egoism. I suppose that's possible. Would you like to visit other worlds? Of course, unless I had to toil constantly, in which case I'll stay here where life is gay. I have friends and clubs and games. I never gloom because I think only of pleasure. In fact, some of us are going out on forage in a day or so. You're welcome to come along if you like. What's a forage? An expedition into the primitive. We ride up into the hills, then maraud south into the weird lands. This time it's to be Pamatra Valley, where we know secret places. We'll hope to find some very good banter, but even if not, it's always a lark. I'd like to go if I'm not on drudge. We'll start Tuesday morning, right after Wump, and return Thursday night, or even Dwande morning. That suits me very well. Good. We'll meet here. Bring some sort of robe, since we'll probably sleep in the open. With luck, we'll find all kinds of tasty things. Early Tuesday morning, as soon as the refectory opened its doors, Jantif went to take his breakfast. On Scarlett's advice, he carried a knapsack containing a blanket, a towel, and 2 days' advance ration of gruff. Scarlett had spoken brusquely of the expedition, with something of a sneer. You'll get wet in the fog and scratch yourself on brambles and run through the night until you're exhausted, and if you're lucky, you'll build a fire if someone thinks to bring along matches. Still, by all means go out and flounder through the forest and dodge the man-traps, and who knows? Maybe you'll find a berry or two or a bit of toasted meat. Where are you going? Cadida spoke of secret places in Pamatra Valley. Bah! What does she know of secret places, or anything else for that matter? Esteban is planning a real Bonterfest before long. Save your appetite for that. Well, I've already agreed to go with Cadida's group. Scarlett shrugged and sniffed. Do as you like. Here, take these matches and be prepared. And don't eat toadwort. Otherwise you'll never return to Unsabal. As for Cadida, she's never been right about anything, and I'm told she doesn't clean herself. When you copulate, you never know what you're wading around in. Jantif mumbled something incoherent and busied himself with his painting. Scarlett came to look over his shoulder. Who are those people? They're the Whispers, receiving a committee of contractors in Circe. Scarlett gave him a searching scrutiny. You've never been to Circe? I used a photograph from the concept. Didn't you see it? No one sees anything in the concept except Hasiad announcements. She studied another picture, a view along Unsabal River. She gave her head a shake of distaste. All those faces, each so exact, it quite makes me uneasy. Look carefully, Jantif suggested. Are there any you recognize? After a moment's silence, Scarlett said, To be sure, there's Esteban. And can this be me? Very clever. You have a remarkable knack. She took up another sheet. "And what is this? The Whumper? All these faces again, they seem so blank." She turned Jandiff another searching look. "What effect is this?" Jandiff said hurriedly, "Arabins seem somehow composed, let us say." "Composed? What a thought! We're fervent, idealistic, reckless, when we have the opportunity, mutable, passionate. All these, yes. Composed? No." "No doubt you're right," said Jandiff. "Somehow I haven't captured this quality." Scarlett turned away, then spoke over her shoulder. "I wonder if you could spare some of that blue pigment. I'd like to paint symbols on my cult globes." Jandiff looked first up at the constructions of paper and wire, each a foot in diameter, then to the wide, coarse brush which Scarlett habitually employed, and finally, with eyebrows ruefully raised, to the rather small capsule of blue pigment. "Really, Scarlett, I don't see how this is possible. Can't you use house paint or ink or something similar?" Scarlett went pink in the face. "And how or where can I get house paint or ink? I know nothing of these things. They aren't available to just anyone, and I've never been on a drudge where I could snurge any." "I think I saw ink for sale on counter 5 at the area store," Jandiff said cautiously. "Perhaps—" Scarlett made a vehement gesture, expressing rejection and disgust. "At 100 tokens a dram? You foreigners are all alike, so pampered by your wealth, yet heartless and selfish beneath it all." "Oh, very well," said Jandiff despondently. "Take the pigment if you really need it. I'll use another color." But Scarlett, flouncing away, went to the mirror and began to change the decoration of her ears. Jandiff heaved a sigh and continued with his painting. The foragers gathered in the lobby of Old Pink, 8 men and 5 women. Jandiff's knapsack instantly aroused jocular attention. "Ha! Where does Jandiff think we're off to? The far edge?" "Jandiff, dear fellow, we're only going on a bit of a forage, not a migration." "Jandiff is an optimist. He takes trays and bags and baskets to bring home his bonder." "Bah! I'll bring mine home too, but on the inside." A young man named Garrace, portly and blond, asked, "Jandiff, tell us really and in truth, what are you carrying?" Jandiff grinned apologetically, said, "Actually, nothing of any consequence. A change of clothes, a few cakes of gruff, my sketch pad, and, if you must know the truth, some toilet paper." "Good old Jandiff. He's at least candid." "Well, then, let's be off, toilet paper and all." The group proceeded to the manway, rode to Unsabal River, moved west for an hour, changed to a lateral which took them south into the hills. Jandiff had studied a map the day previously, and now tried to identify features of the landscape. He pointed to a great granite abutment looming over the way ahead. "That must be the solitary witness, am I right?" "Exactly," said Thorne, an assertive young man with russet hair. "Over and beyond is the near wold and a spate of bonter if we're lucky. See that notch? That's Hebron Gap. It will take us into Pamatra Valley, and that's where we're bound. I suspect we'd do better out on the middle wold toward Fruberg," said a saturnine young man named User. "Some people I know worked Pamatra Valley 2 or 3 months ago and came home hungry." "Nonsense," scoffed Thorne. "I can smell the vatberries dripping from here. And don't forget the Frubergers, a stone-throwing gang of villains." "The valley folk are no better," declared Sunover, a girl as tall as Jandiff and of far more impressive girth. "On the whole, they're fat and smelly, and I don't like to copulate with them." "In that case, run," said User. "Have you no imagination?" "Eat, copulate, run," intoned Garrace, "the 3 dynamics of Sunover's existence." Jandiff asked Sunover, "Why either copulate or run, if you're not of a mind to do so?" Sunover merely made an impatient clucking sound. Kedida gave Jandiff a pat on the cheek. "They're both good for the soul, dear boy, and sometimes they aid one's comfort as well." Jandif said in a worried voice, "I'd like to know what's expected of me. Do I copulate or do I run? What are the signals? And where do we find the Bonter?" "Everything happens at once," said Garrus with an impish grin. "All in good time, Jandif," spoke the imperious Thorn. "Don't become anxious at this stage of the game." Jandif shrugged and gave his attention to a set of industrial buildings toward which most of the traffic on the manway seemed to be directed. In response to his question, Garrus informed him that here those hormones which figured largely in Araban exports were extracted, refined, and packaged. "You'll get your notice before long," Garrus told him. "It's our common fate. Into the plant like so many automatons, down on the pallet, along the operation line. They milk your glands, distill your blood, tap your spinal ducts, and in general have their way with all your most private parts. Don't worry, you'll have your turn." Jandif had not previously known of this aspect to life in Erebus. He frowned over his shoulder toward the cluster of pale brown buildings. "How long does all this take?" "2 days, and for another 2 or 3 days you're totally addled. Still, export we must to pay for maintenance, and what, after all, is 2 days a year in the interests of egoism?" The manway ended at a depot, where the group boarded an ancient omnibus. Swaying and wallowing perilously, the omnibus slid them up the road between slopes overgrown with blue cankerwort and black dendrons, studded with poisonous scarlet seed balls. After an hour's ride, the bus arrived at the head of Hebron Gap. "End of the road, all out," cried Thorn. "Now we must march off on foot, like the adventurers of old." The troop set off along a lane leading downhill to a stand of Kirkash trees, smelling strong and sweet of resin. Ahead, the land flattened to become Pamatra Valley. Beyond stretched the Weird Lands under a smoke-colored shroud of forest. Garrus called over his shoulder, "Jandif, shake a leg. There. You'll have to keep up. What are you doing?" "Just making a sketch of that tree. Look at the way the branches angle out. They're like dancing maenads." "No time for sketching," Thorn called back. "We've still got 5 or 10 miles to go." Jandif reluctantly put away his sketch pad and caught up with the others. The lane swung out on a meadow and broke into a half-dozen trails leading off in various directions. Here the group encountered another set of foragers. "Hello there," called User. "What's your house?" "We're desperados from Bumbleville in 220. "That's a long way from us. We're all old pinkers from 17, except Wobble and Vitch. They're denizens of the infamous White Palace. What luck are you having?" "Nothing to speak of. We heard a rumor of a lovely bitternut tree, but we couldn't find it. We ate a few sweet hops and looked into an orchard, but the locals warned us off and sent a boy to spy us clear of the premises. What are you for?" "Bonder of all sorts, and we're a determined group. We'll probably push south 5 or 10 miles before we start our forage." "Good luck to you." Thorn led the old pinkers south along a trail which took them at once into a dense forest of black mace trees. The air in the shade was dank and chill and smelled strong of moldering vegetation. Thorn called out, "Everyone watch for bitternuts, and remember there's a wild plum tree somewhere in the vicinity." A mile passed with no evidence either of nuts or plums, and the trail came to a fork. Thorn hesitated. "I don't recall this fork. I wonder if we set off along the wrong trail." "Well, no matter. The Bonter is out there somewhere. So then, the right-hand fork." Ernally, a rather frail girl with a fastidious manner, said plaintively, "How far must we go? I'm really not all that keen on hiking, especially if you don't know the way." Thorn said sternly, "My dear girl, naturally we've got to hike. We're in the middle of the forest with nothing to eat but skein bark." "Please don't talk about eating," cried Rahilmus, a blonde, kitten-faced girl with small feet and a ripe figure, displayed almost to the point of sexovation. "I'm ravenous right now." Thorne swung his arm in a gesture of command. "No complaints! Up and away and after the Bonter!" The group set out along the right-hand path, which presently dwindled to a trail winding this way and that under the lowering mace trees. Kedida, walking at the rear with Jentiff, grumbled under her breath, "Thorne doesn't know where he's going any more than I do." "What exactly are we looking for?" Jentiff asked. "These Wold farms are the richest of Weirdland, because they fringe on the pleasant zone. The farmers are mad for copulation. They give baskets of bonter for a bit of fondling. You can't imagine the tales I've heard. Roasted fowl, fried salt-side, pickled bat-dracker, baskets of fruit, all for a brisk bit of copulation." "It seems too good to be true." Kedida laughed. "Only if there's fair play. It's not unknown that while the girls are copulating, the men are eating until there's nothing left, and the walk home is apt to be moody." "So I would imagine," said Jentiff. "Sunover, for instance, would never accept such a situation without protest." "I suspect not. Look, Thorne has discovered something." In response to Thorne's signals, the group fell silent. They advanced cautiously, at last to peer through the foliage out upon a small farmstead. To one side, a half-dozen cattle grazed the meadow. To the other grew rows of bannock and mealy-bush and tall racks of vatberries. At the center stood a rambling structure of timber and petrified soil. Garris pointed. "Look yonder! Lissom vines! Is anyone about?" "The place seems deserted," User muttered. "Notice the fowl roost to the side." "Well, then, I'm for being bold," said Garris. "They're all within gulping down their noon bonter, and here stand we with our mouths open. I accept the unspoken invitation." He stepped out from the forest and advanced upon the lissom vines, followed by Colcho, Haskin, Vitch, Thorne, and the others, with Jentiff thoughtfully keeping to the rear. Garris uttered a startled cry as the ground gave way under his feet. He disappeared from view. The others paused uncertainly, then went forward to peer down at Garris, where he floundered among sodden brambles. "Get me out of here!" he roared. "Don't just stand there gaping." "No need to be offensive," said Thorne. "Here, give me your hand." He pulled, and Garris was dragged up to solid ground. "What a vile trick!" exclaimed Rehilmus. "You might have been seriously hurt." "I'm not at all comfortable," growled Garris. "I'm full of thorns, and they've poured a year's worth of slops down there. But I'm still for that lissom, and now I'll have it for sure." "Do be careful," cried Maudel, another of the girls. "These folk are obviously unfriendly." "And now I'm unfriendly, too." Garris proceeded toward the vines, testing the ground ahead of him. After a moment's hesitation, the others followed. 20 yards short of the vines, he stumbled and almost fell. He looked down. "A tripwire!" From the farmhouse issued 2 men, a stout woman, and a pair of striplings. They picked up cudgels, and one of the boys raised a hatch in the side of the structure. Out rushed 4 black delps of that sort known as mouthers. Baying and moaning, they charged the foragers, followed by the farm folk with their cudgels. With one accord, the foragers turned and ran toward the forest, led by Jentiff, who had not ventured any great distance into the meadow. The slowest of the foragers was the amiable Colcho, who had the misfortune to fall. The delps were upon him, but the farm folk called them off and sent them after the other fugitives, while they beat Colcho with their cudgels until Colcho finally managed to break away, and running faster than ever, gained the relative security of the forest. The delps leapt upon Rehilmus and Ernely, and might have done them damage had not Thorne and Jentiff beaten them away with dead branches. The group returned the way they had come. Reaching the fork, they found that Colcho had evidently fled in a direction different from their own, and was now missing. Everyone called, "Colcho! Colcho, where are you?" But Colcho failed to reply, and no one felt in any mood to return along the trail looking for him. "He should have stayed with the group," said User. "He had no chance," Kedida pointed out. "The farm folk were beating him, and he was lucky to get away at all." Poor Colcho, sighed Maudel. Poor Colcho, cried Garace in outrage. What about me? I've been scratched and stabbed. I'm stinking with nameless muck. I've got to do something for myself. There's a stream yonder. Go bathe, Thorn suggested. You'll feel much better. Well, not if I have to get back into these clothes. They're absolutely befouled. Well, Jantif is carrying a spare outfit. You're about of a size, and I'm sure he'll let you have them. Right, Jantif? It's all for one and one for all among the jolly old pinkers. Jantif reluctantly brought the garments from his knapsack, and Garace went off to bathe. Cadida demanded of Thorn, What now? Have you any notion of where we are? Of course. We take the left fork instead of the right. I had a momentary lapse of memory. There's really no problem. Rehilmus said crossly, Except that it's time for wump, and I'm famished. In fact, I can't go another step. We're all hungry, said Haskin. You're not really alone. Yes, I am, declared Rehilmus. No one becomes as hungry as I do because I just can't function without food. Oh, the devil, said Thorn in disgust. Jantif, give her a bite or two of gruff to keep her on her feet. I'm hungry, too, said Ernely peevishly. Oh, don't pout so, said Rehilmus. I'll share with you. Jantif brought out his 4 cakes of gruff and placed them upon a stump. This is all I have. Divide it as you like. Rehilmus and Ernely each took a cake. Thorn and User shared the 3rd. Cadida and Sunover shared the 4th. Garace returned from washing in the stream. Feeling better? Asked Rehilmus brightly. To some extent, although I wish Jantif's clothes came a size larger. Still, far better than these befouled rags. He held them away from him with exaggerated disgust. I won't carry them with me. I guess I'll just leave them here. Don't give up good clothes, Thorn advised. There's room in Jantif's knapsack. Just drop them in. That would solve everything, said Garace, and he turned to Jantif. You're sure you don't mind? Quite sure, said Jantif in a gloomy voice. Thorn rose to his feet. Everybody ready? Away we go. The foragers set off along the trail, Thorn again in the lead. Presently he made a clenched fist sign of jubilation and swung around. This is the trail. I recognize that knob of rock. There's Bonter ahead. I smell it from here. How much farther? Demanded Rehilmus. Quite candidly, my feet hurt. Patience, patience. A few miles farther, over that far ridge. This is my secret place, so everyone must pledge absolute discretion. Whatever you say. Just show us the Bonter. Come along, then. Don't delay. The group, enlivened, jogged forward and even sang jocular songs of gluttony, legendary forages, and twig. The countryside became more open as they climbed the slope. At the ridge, a vast panorama extended to the south. Dark forests, a line of river and a dramatic sky, leaden violet at the horizon, pearl white on high, mottled with shoals of white, gray, and black clouds. Jantif halted to absorb the scene, and reached for his pad to make a rough sketch, but his hand encountered Garace's dank garments, and he gave up the idea. The others had gone ahead. Jantif hurried to catch up. As they descended, the trees grew thickly over the trail. Thorn called a halt. From here on, quiet and caution. Let's not create any more fiascos. Sunover, peering ahead, said, I don't see anything whatever. Are you sure this is the right trail? Dead sure. We're at the far edge of Pamatra Valley, where the best limequats grow, and the river flatfish cook up sweet as nuts. That's further south, to be sure, but the first farms are just below us, so caution all. Jantif, what in the world are you mooning at? Nothing of consequence. Just the lichens on this old log. Notice how the oranges contrast with the blacks and browns? Charming and quaint, but we can't spare time for poetic ecstasies. Onward all with caution. The foragers proceeded in utter silence. A half-mile, a mile. Once again Rehilmus became restive, but Thorn furiously signaled her to silence. A moment later he brought the group to a halt. "Look yonder now, but don't let yourselves be seen." "Everyone be vigilant," User cautioned. "Spy out the tripwires, pitfalls, electric pounces, and other such nuisances." Peering through the trees, Jantif saw another farmstead not a great deal different from the first they had encountered. Thorn, Garace, User, and the others conferred, pointing here and there. Then all armed themselves with stout sticks in the event Delps should again be encountered. Thorn told the group, "We'll go quietly yonder, where there don't seem to be any tripwires, then make for the fowl run at the rear of the house. So now keep low to the ground. Good luck and good banter." He hunched himself almost double and ran off at a curious wobbling shuffle. The others followed. As before, Garace was the boldest. He ventured into the vegetable garden to pull up the root crops, cramming some in his mouth, some in his pockets. Doble, Vitch, and Sunover busied themselves at the vatberry arbor, but the season was past, and only a few husks remained. Thorn proceeded toward the fowl run. Someone blundered into a tripwire. A dismal clanking sound issued from a belfry on top of the house. The door opened, and out ran an old man, an old woman, and a small boy. The old man picked up a stick and attacked Garace, Maudel, and Haskin, who were among his radishes. They flung him to the ground and did the same for the old woman. The boy ran into the house and emerged with an axe. Flaming-eyed, he lunged for the foragers. Thorn raised his voice in a shout, "Everybody off and away, on the double!" Snatching up a few last radishes, the foragers departed the way they had come, Thorn and User exultant in the possession of a pair of rather thin old fowl, the necks of which they had already wrung. The group halted, panting and triumphant, in the lane. "We should have stayed longer," Rehilmus protested. "I saw a really choice melon." "Not with that alarm going. We were away in good time. Let's be gone before their reinforcements arrive. This way, down the trail." In a clearing beside a small stream the group halted. Thorn and User plucked and eviscerated the fowl, while Garace built a fire. The meat was skewered upon sharp sticks and toasted. Kedida looked this way and that. "Where is Jantif?" No one seemed interested. "He seems to have gotten lost," said Rehilmus. Garace glanced down the path. "Nowhere in sight. He's back there somewhere, gazing raptly at an old stump." "Well, no great loss," said Thorn. "So much more for the rest of us." The foragers began their feast. "Ah, this is good stuff," declared Garace. "We should do this more often." "Ah," sighed Rehilmus, "marvelous. Throw a few of those radishes this way. They're ideal." "The Canatic himself never ate better," declared Sunover. "A pity there's not just a bit more," said Rehilmus. "I could eat on for hours and never stop. I love it so." Thorn reluctantly rose to his feet. "We'd better be starting back. It's a long march over the hills." Chapter 5. On the following day, Kedida, entering the refectory, discovered Jantif sitting unobtrusively alone in a far corner. She marched across the room and plumped herself down beside him. "What happened to you yesterday? You missed all the fun." "Yes, I suppose so. I decided that I wasn't all that hungry." "Oh, come now, Jantif, I can see through you. You're annoyed and sulky." "Not really. I just don't feel right stealing from other people." "What nonsense!" declared Kedida loftily. "They've got plenty. Why can't they share a bit with us?" "There wouldn't be much to share among 3 billion people." "Perhaps not." She reached out and took his hand. "I must say that you acted very nicely yesterday. I was quite pleased with you." Jantif flushed. "Do you really mean that?" "Of course." Jantif said haltingly, "I've been thinking." "About what?" "That old man in your apartment. What's his name?" "Sarp." "Yes, I wonder if he would trade apartments with me. Then we could be together constantly." Kedida laughed. Old Sarp wouldn't dream of moving. And anyway, there's no fun when people live together and see each other at their worst. Isn't that really true? Oh, I don't know. If you're fond of someone, you like to be with him or her as much as possible. Well, I'm fond of you, and I see you as much as possible. But that isn't enough. Besides, I've got lots of friends, and all of them make demands upon me. Jantif started to speak, then decided to hold his tongue. Kedida picked up his portfolio. What have you here? Pictures? Oh, please, may I look? Of course. Kedida turned the sketches, exclaiming in pleasure. Jantif, how exciting! I recognize this. It's our foraging group on the trail. This is Thorn, and here's Garace, and this is me. Jantif, do I look like that? All stiff and pale and staring, as if I'd seen a goblin? Don't answer me. I'll only be annoyed. If only you'd do a nice drawing of me that I can hang on the wall. She returned to the sketch. Sunover? You, sir? Rehilmus? Everybody. And this glimpse of a person at the rear. That's you! Scarlet and Esteban came into the refectory, and with them that sprite of contradictory moods who was their daughter, Tanzel. Kedida called out, Come look at Jantif's wonderful pictures. Here's our forage party. We're on the trail. It's so real you can smell the Kirkash bomb. Esteban examined the sketch with an indulgent smile. You don't seem overloaded with butter. Naturally not. It's still morning, and we're on our way south. And don't worry about butter. We dined in style, all of us. Roast fowl, a salad of fresh herbs, buckets of fruit, all magnificent. Oh, exclaimed Tanzel, I wish I'd been there. Moderation, please, said Esteban. I've gone foraging myself. Kedida said with dignity, Next time come along with us and make certain how we fare. Which reminds me, mused Jantif, did Colcho ever find his way home? No one troubled to answer. Esteban said, I'm as keen for butter as the next, but nowadays I pay the tokens and the gypsies provide the feast. Indeed, I have plans afoot at this very moment. Join the group if you like. You'll have to pay your share, of course. How much? I just might go. 500 tokens, which includes air transport into the Weird Lands. Kedida clapped at her golden brown ear-puffs in shock. Do you take me for a contractor? I can't fetch any such sum. Tanzel said sadly, I don't have 500 tokens either. Scarlet turned a sharp glance toward Esteban, another to Jantif. Don't worry, dear, you'll be included. Esteban, ignoring the remarks, continued to turn through Jantif's sketches. Very good. A bit over-ambitious, this one. Too many faces. Aha! I recognize someone here. Kedida looked. That's myself and Sarp sitting in our chairs. Jantif, when did you do this? A few days ago. Scarlet, would you trade apartments with Kedida? Scarlet gave an ejaculation of startled amusement. Whatever for? I'd like to share an apartment with her. And I'd share with that muttering old madman, not on your life. Esteban offered advice. Never share with someone you fancy. When the edge wears off, irritation wears on. It's not sensible to copulate too much with one person, said Kedida. In fact, I don't like copulation, said Tanzel. It's quite tiresome. Esteban turned over the sketches. Well, well, whom do we have here? Tanzel pointed excitedly. That's you and that's Scarlet, and that's old Sarp. I don't know that big man. Esteban laughed. Not quite. I see a resemblance, but only because Jantif draws all his faces with the same expression. By no means, said Jantif. A face is the symbol, the graphic image of a personality. Consider. Written characters represent spoken words. Depicted features represent personalities. I depict faces still and at rest, so as not to confuse their meaning. Far, far beyond my reach, sighed Esteban. Not at all. Consider once more. I might depict two men laughing at a joke. One is really cantankerous, the other is good-natured. Since both are laughing, you might believe both to be good-natured. When the features are still, the personality is free to reveal itself. Esteban held up his hands. Enough, I submit, and I'll be the last to deny that you've a great knack for this sort of stuff. It's not a knack at all, said Jantif. I've had to practice for years. Tanzel said brightly, Isn't it elitism when someone tries to do something better than everyone else? Theoretically, yes, said Scarlet, but Jantif is an old pinker and certainly not an elitist. Esteban chuckled. Any other crimes we can lay upon Jantif's head? Tanzel thought a moment. He's a monopolist who hoards his time and won't share with me, and I like him very much. Scarlet snorted. Jantif's titwillow mannerisms are actually arrant sexivation. He even affects poor little Tanzel. He's also an exploiter because he wants to use up Kadida. Jantif opened his mouth to roar an indignant rebuttal, but words failed him. Kadida patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Tanzel. I like him too, and today he can monopolize me all he likes, because I want to go to the games, and we'll go together. I'd like to go myself, said Esteban. That great new schooner is fighting the piebald Weewark. Both awesome beasts. Perhaps so, but I'm mad for Kizzo in the second event. He's mounted on the blue Jamuli, and he's so absolutely gallant I swoon to watch him. Esteban pursed his lips. He's really too exuberant in his flourishes, and I can't approve of his knee action. Still, he's reckless to a fault, and makes poor Lamar and Kelchoff seem a pair of fearful old ladies. Oh, dear, said Scarlet, I've got drudge and can't go. Save your tokens for the gypsies, said Esteban. If you're planning to join the feast, that is to say. True, I must work on my globes. I wonder where I can find more pigment. Her gaze rested speculatively on Jantif, who said hurriedly, I can't possibly spare any more. I'm very low on everything. Esteban spoke to Jantif. What of you? Are you for this Bonterfest? Jantif hesitated. I've just been foraging, and I'm not sure I enjoy it. My dear fellow, it's not the same thing at all. Do you have ozels? Well, a few. Safely locked away, of course. Then you can afford the Bonterfest. I'll mark you down for a place. Oh, very well. Where and when does the event take place? When? As soon as I make proper arrangements. Everything must be right. Where? Out in the weird lands, where we can enjoy the countryside. I've recently become acquainted with contractor Schubart. He'll allow us use of an air car. Jantif gave a hollow laugh. Who now is the exploiter, monopolist, elitist tycoon, and all the rest? What of egoism now? Esteban retorted in a debonair, if somewhat edgy voice. Egoism is all very well, and I subscribe to it. Still, why deny the obvious? Everyone wants to make the most of their life. If I were able, I'd be a contractor. Perhaps I'll become one yet. You've picked the wrong time, said Kadida. Did you read the concept? The whispers insist that the contractors cost too much, and that changes must be made. Perhaps there'll be no more contractors. Ridiculous, snorted Scarlet. Who'll do the work? I've no idea, said Kadida. I'm neither a whisper nor a contractor. I'll ask my friend Schubart, said Esteban. He'll know all about it. I don't understand, said Tanzel plaintively. I thought contractors were all ignorant outsiders, vulgar and mean, who did our nasty work for us. Would you really want to be someone like that? Esteban gave a gay laugh. I'd be a very nice contractor, as polite and clever as I am now. Kadida jumped to her feet. Come, Jantif, let's be off, if we're to get good seats. And bring along a few extra tokens. This week I'm totally bankrupt. Late in the afternoon, Jantif returned home along Disselberg River. The Shunk contests, note, a pallid rendering of the Araban term which translates into something like confrontations of fateful glory, end of note, had exceeded all his expectations. His mind seethed with sensations and images. The crowds had early obtruded themselves, choking all man-ways leading to the stadium. Jantif had noted the vivacity of their faces, the wet shine of their eyes, the tremulous flexibility of their mouths as they talked and laughed. These were not the folk, serene and bland, who promenaded along Unsabal River. The stadium itself was a gigantic place, rearing high in a succession of levels, bank on bank, buttress over buttress, balcony after balcony, closing off the sky with the spectators a crusted blur. From everywhere came a pervasive whisper, hoarse as the sea, waxing and waning to the movement of events. The preliminary ceremonies Jantif found rather tedious. An hour of marching and countermarching by musicians in purple and brown uniforms to music of horns, grumbling bass resonators, and 3-foot cymbals. At last 8 portals slid aside. 8 men rode forth, erect and somber, on the pedestals of power chariots. They circled the field, gazing straight ahead, as if oblivious to all but their own fateful thoughts. Staring directly ahead, the riders departed the field. The stadium sound rose and fell, reflecting the consonance of moods of 500,000 people in close proximity, and Jantif wondered at the psychological laws governing such phenomena. Abruptly, responding to an influence beyond Jantif's perception, the sounds halted, and the air became tense with silence. The portals to east and west slid apart. Out lurched a pair of shunk. They rumbled in rage, stamped the turf, reared 30 feet into the air, as if to fling away those calm and indomitable riders who stood on their shoulders. So began the contests. The hulks collided with awesome impacts. The poise of the riders transcended belief. Even though the fact occurred before Jantif's eyes, time and time again they evaded the great pads to remount with calm authority as the shunk lurched to its feet. He communicated his wonder to Kadida. What a miracle they stay alive! Sometimes 2 or even 3 are killed. Today they're lucky. Jantif turned her a curious side glance. Was the wistful note in her voice for the crushed riders, or for those who managed to evade death? They train for years and years, Kadida told him as they left the stadium. They live in the stink and noise and feel of the beasts. Then they come to Erebus and hope to ride at 10 contests. Then they can return to Zonder with their fortunes. Kadida fell silent and seemed to become distrait. Where the lateral joined Disselberg River, she said abruptly, "I'll leave you here, Janty. There's an appointment I simply must keep." Jantif's jaw sagged. "I thought we could spend the evening together, maybe at your apartment." Kadida smilingly shook her head. "Impossible, Janty. Now, excuse me, please. I've got to hurry." "But I want to discuss moving in with you." "No, no, no. Janty, behave yourself. I'll see you in the Whumper." Jantif returned to Old Pink with hurt feelings. He found Scarlet busy with her globes, daubing the last of his blue, black, dark green, and umber pigments upon the paper contrivances. Jantif stared in shock. "Whatever are you up to? Really, Scarlet, that isn't a decent thing to do." Scarlet flung him a glance, and in her white face he saw a desperation he had never previously noticed. She turned back to her work, then after a moment found words and spoke through gritted teeth. "It's not fair that you should have everything and me nothing." "But I don't have everything," Jantif bleated. "I have nothing. You've taken them all. Brown, black, green, blue. I have a few reds, true, and orange, and ochre, and yellow. No, now you've deprived me of my yellow as well. Listen, Jantif, I need tokens to take myself and Tanzel on the Bonterfest. She's never been anywhere and seen nothing, much less tasted Bonter. I don't care if I use all your pigments. You're so rich you can get more, and I must make these cult globes, dog defile them." "Why doesn't Esteban pay for Tanzel? He never seems to lack tokens." Scarlet gave a bitter snort. "Esteban is too self-important to spare tokens for anyone. In all candor, He should have lived out in the bad worlds where he could be a tycoon or an exploiter. For certain he's no egoist, and you'd never imagine the wild schemes that throng his mind." Surprised by Scorlett's vehemence, Jandiff went to his chair. Scorlett continued to daub grimly at her contrivances, and Jandiff growled, "What good are those things that you're wasting my pigments on?" "I don't know what good they are. I take them down to Disjerferact, and people pay good tokens for them, and that's all I care. Now I need just a bit of that orange. Jandiff, it's no use showing me that mulish expression." "Here, take it. This is the last time. From now on, I'm locking everything up in my case. Jandiff, you're a very small person, and you're very large with other people's belongings. Control your tongue, Jandiff. You have no right to hector me. I'll turn on the screen. The Whispers are making an important speech, and I want to hear it." "Bah," muttered Jandiff. "Just more of the same." Nevertheless, upon meeting Scorlett's lambent gaze, he rose to his feet and did her bidding. Jandiff wrote a letter home. "Dearest Family, first, my inevitable requests. I don't want to be a nuisance, but circumstances are against me. Please send me another selection of pigments of double size. They cannot be obtained here, like everything else. Still, life progresses. The food, of course, is deadly dull. Everyone is obsessed with Monter. Some friends are planning a gypsy banquet, whatever that is. I've been invited, and I'll probably attend, if only to get away from Gruff and Deedle for a few hours. I fear that I'm developing a fragmented personality. I wonder sometimes if I'm not living in a dreamland, where white is black and black is not white, which would be too simple, but something totally absurd, like, say, 10 dead dogfish or the smell of gillyflowers. Mind you, Erebus was at one time a very ordinary, industrialized nation. Is this the inevitable sequence? The ideas succeed each other with a frightening logic. Life is short. Why waste a second on thankless drudgery? Technology exists for this purpose. Therefore, technology must be augmented and extended to dispel as much drudgery as possible. Let the machines toil. Leisure, the rich flavor of sheer existence, is the goal. Very good, if only the machines could do everything, but they won't repair themselves, and they won't perform human services, so even Arabins must drudge. A sour 13 hours a week. Next, the machines are unkind enough to break down. Contractors must be hired from compounds in Blale and Froke and other places at the back of the Weird Lands. Needless to say, the contractors refuse to work on the cheap. In fact, or so I'm told, they absorb almost the whole of the gross Arabin product. The Arabins could relieve the situation by training persons so inclined to be technicians and mechanics, but egoists assert that specialization is the first step toward elitism. No doubt they're right. It never occurs to anyone that the contractors are elitists of the very finest water, who grow rich exploiting the Arabins, if exploiting is the proper word. I wrote, "Never occurs to anyone," but perhaps this isn't quite accurate. The other night I heard a public address by the Whispers. I made some sketches as they appeared on the screen. I enclose one of them. The Whispers are chosen by a random process. On each level of every block, someone, selected by lot, becomes a monitor. The 23 monitors choose by lot a block warden. From the block wardens of each district, a delegate is selected, by lot, of course. Each of the 4 great metropolitan divisions, Unsabal, Propance, Wanis, and Cers, is represented by its panel of delegates. By lot, one of these delegates becomes a Whisper. The Whispers are expected to wield their authority, such as it is, in a subdued, egoistic manner. Hence the title, Whispers, which developed, so I'm told, from a jocular conversation many years ago. In any event, the Whispers appeared on the screen the other night. They spoke very guardedly and made dutiful obeisance to the glories of egoism. Still, the effect was hardly optimistic. Even I apprehended the hints, and my ears are not as keen in this regard as those of the Arabins. The woman, Fausgard, read out statistics, making no comment, but everyone could hear that the equilibrium was failing, that capital deterioration exceeded repair and replacement, from which everyone could draw whatever conclusion they chose. The whispers announced that they will shortly visit the Canatic at Wyst to discuss the situation. These ideas aren't popular. The Arabins reject them automatically, and I have heard grumbling that the expedition to Numinis is just a junket in search of high living. Remember, the Whispers live in the same apartments and eat the same gruff, deedle, and wobbly as anyone else. However, they do no drudge. At the centenary, they will make a further announcement, undoubtedly to the effect that the contractors must be phased out. This idea in itself hurts no Arabin feelings. The contractors live baronial lives on their country estates, and the Arabins know them, enviously, for elitists. Items of incidental intelligence. Blail, at the south edge of Weirdland, is warmed by an equatorial current and is not as cold as its latitude suggests. Remember, Wyst is a very small world. The folk who live in Froke, to the west of Blail, are called Frooks. Nomads wander Weirdland forests. Some are called gypsies, and others witches, for reasons past my comprehension. The gypsies range closer to Erebus and provide feasts of banter for a fee. The Arabins lack all interest in music. None play musical instruments, presumably because of the drudgery involved. Indeed, this is a strange place. Shocking, disturbing, uncomfortable, hungry, but fascinating. I never tire of watching the great crowds. Everywhere people. There is sheer magnificence to these numbers. It is marvelous to stand above Untitled River, gazing down at the faces. Invent a face, any face you like. Big nose, little ears, round eyes, long chin. Sooner or later, you'll see it in Untitled River. And do these numbers create a drabness or uniformity? To the contrary. Every Arabin desperately asserts his individuality, with personal tricks and fads. A futile kind of life, no doubt, but isn't all life futile? The Arabins enter life from nowhere, and when they die, no one remembers them. They produce nothing substantial. In fact, so it now occurs to me, the only commodity they produce is leisure. Enough for now. I'll write soon again. As usual, all my affection, Jantif. Jantif had locked away those pigments remaining to him. Scarlet perforce decided that her cult globes were complete, and began to tie them into clusters of 6. Jantif's restless activities at last attracted her notice. She looked up from her work and uttered a peevish complaint. "Why, in the name of all perversity, must you flutter here and there like a bird with a broken wing? Settle yourself, I beg you." Jantif responded with quiet dignity. "I made certain sketches of the Whispers the other night. I wanted to send 1 or 2 to my family, but they've disappeared. I'm beginning to suspect snurgery." Scarlet gave a bark of rude laughter. "If this is the case, you should be flattered." "I am merely annoyed." "You make such an absurd fuss over nothing. Draw up another sketch or send off others. The affair is quite inconsequential, and you cannot imagine how you distract me." "Excuse me," said Jantif. "As you suggest, I will send another sketch. And please convey my compliments to the Snurge." Scarlet only shrugged and finished her work. "Now, Jantif, please help me carry the globes down to Esteban's apartment. He knows the dealer who sells for the best price." Jantif started to protest, but Scarlet cut him short. "Really, Jantif, I'm dumbfounded. In your life you've enjoyed every known luxury, yet you won't help poor Tanzel to a single taste of banter." "That's not true," cried Jantif hotly. "I took her to Disjefferak the other day, and bought her all the poggets Note: shredded seaweed wound around a twig and fried in hot oil. End of note. And water puffs and eel pies she could eat. Never mind all that. Just bear a hand now. I'm not asking anything unreasonable of you. Jantif sullenly allowed himself to be loaded down with cult globes. Scarlet gathered up the rest, and they proceeded around the corridors to Esteban's apartment. In response to Scarlet's kick at the door, Esteban peered out into the corridor. He saw the globes without show of enthusiasm. "So many?" "Yes, so many. I've made them, and you can trade them. And please bring back whatever old wire you can salvage." "It's really an enormous inconvenience." Scarlet tried to make a furious gesture, but, impeded by the globes, managed only to flap her elbows. "You and Jantif are both insufferable. I intend to go to the feast, and Tanzel is coming as well. Unless you care to pay for her banter, then you must help me with these globes." Esteban gave a groan of annoyance. "An abominable nuisance. Well, dog defile it, what must be must be. Let's count them out." While they worked, Jantif seated himself upon the couch, which Esteban had upholstered with a fine, thick cloth, patterned in a dramatic orange, brown, and black geometry. The other furnishings showed similar evidence of taste and discrimination. Upon an end table, Jantif noticed a camera of familiar aspect. He picked it up, looked at it closely, and put it in his pocket. Scarlet and Esteban finished the count. "Kibner is not the effusively generous person you take him for," said Esteban. "He'll want at least 30% of the gross." Scarlet gave a poignant contralto cry of distress. "That's utterly exorbitant. Think of the scrounging, the work, the inconvenience I've suffered. 10% is surely enough." Esteban laughed dubiously. "I'll start with 5 and settle as low as I can." "Be steadfast. Also, you must carefully impress values upon Kibner. He seems to think we don't know the worth of money." "Creeping elitism there," Esteban warned her facetiously. "Curb that tendency." "Yes, of course," said Scarlet sarcastically. "Come along, Jantif. It's almost time for evening wump." Esteban's gaze brushed the end table, stopped short, veered around the room, returned briefly to the end table, then came to rest upon Jantif. "Just a moment. There's snurgery going on, and I don't care to be a party to it." "What are you talking about?" snapped Scarlet. "You have nothing worth attention." "What of my camera?" "Come now, Jantif, disgorge. You were sitting on the couch, and I even saw you make the move." "This is embarrassing," said Jantif. "No doubt. The camera is missing. Do you have it?" "As a matter of fact, I have my own camera with me, the one I brought from Zek. I haven't so much as seen yours." Esteban took a menacing step forward and extended his hand. "No snurging here, please. You took my camera. Give it back." "No. This is definitely my own camera." "It's mine. It was on the table, and I saw you take it." "Can you identify it?" "Naturally, beyond all equivocation. I could even describe the pictures on the matrix." He hesitated and added, "if I chose to do so." "Mine has the name Jantif Ravensroke engraved beside the serial number in twisted reed Old Mish characters. Does yours?" Esteban stared at Jantif with hot, round, brown eyes. He spoke in a harsh voice. "I don't know what's engraved beside the serial number." Jantif wrote in elegant flourishes on a piece of paper. "This is Old Mish. Do you care to inspect my camera?" Esteban made an incomprehensible sound and turned his back. Jantif and Scarlet left the apartment. As they walked the corridor, Scarlet said, "That was both childish and unnecessary. What do you gain by antagonizing Esteban?" Jantif stopped short in shock and astonishment. Scarlet strode grimly forward without slackening her pace. Jantif ran to catch up. "You can't be serious." "Naturally I'm serious." "But I only reclaimed the property he stole from me. Isn't that a reasonable act?" "You should use the word snurge. It's far more polite." "I was quite polite to Esteban under the circumstances." "Not really. You know how fastidiously proud he is." "Humph! I don't understand how any Araban can be proud." Scorlett swung around and briskly slapped Jantif's face. Jantif stood back, then shrugged. In silence they returned to their apartment. Scorlett flung open the door and marched into the sitting-room. Jantif closed the door with exaggerated care. Scorlett swung around to face him. Jantif retreated, but Scorlett now was remorseful. In a throbbing voice she cried, "It was wrong to strike you. Please forgive me." "My fault, really," mumbled Jantif. "I should not have mentioned the Arabins." "Let's not talk about it. We're both tired and troubled. In fact, let's go to bed and copulate to restore our equanimity. I simply must relax." "That's an odd notion, but... Oh, I suppose so, if you're of a mind." Arriving at Kadida's apartment, Jantif found only Sarp on the premises. Sarp announced gruffly that Kadida would be back shortly. "With noise and confusion and jerking about this way and that, not an easy one to share with, I'll tell you." "A pity," said Jantif. "Why don't you trade apartments with someone?" "Easier said than done. Who'd choose to burden their lives with such a highty-tighty walloonch? And will she pick up behind herself? Never. She creates disorder out of the thin air." "As a matter of fact, I find my own roommate just a bit too quietly self-contained," said Jantif. "One hardly knows she's about, and she has an almost geometrical sense of tidiness. Perhaps I might be persuaded to trade with you." Sarp cocked his head to the side and squinted dubiously at Jantif. "It's always a gamble. Who is this paragon of yours?" "Her name is Scorlett." Sarp emitted a wild hoot of derision. "Scorlett? Neat! With her incessant cult globes? And quietly self-contained? She's not only talkative, but meddlesome and domineering. She hectored poor Whistle'im so that he not only changed levels, but moved clear out of old Pink. What kind of fool do you take me for?" "You misunderstand her. She is actually quite mild." "Look here, I'll even include an inducement." "Such as what?" "Well, I'll paint your portrait in several colors." "Ha! Yonder hangs the mirror. What else do I need?" "Well, here's a fine stylus I brought from Zek, a scientific marvel. It draws carbon and water and nitrogen from the air to formulate a soft ink, which it then burns permanently upon paper. It never fails, and lasts a lifetime." "I write very little. What else can you offer?" "I don't have a great deal else. A jade and silver medallion for your cap." "I'm not a vain man. I'd only trade it out on the mud flats for a mouthful of butter, so what's the odds? Good old Gruff and Deedle with Wobbly to fill in the chinks. That'll do for me." "I thought Kadida was such a trial." "Compared to Scorlett, she's an angel of mercy. A bit noisy and over-gregarious, who could deny it? And now she's taken up with Garch Darskin of the Ephthalotes. In fact, here she comes now." The door swung aside. Into the apartment burst Kadida with 3 muscular young men. "Good, kind Sarp," cried Kadida. "I knew I'd find him home. Bring out your jug of swill and pour us all a toddy. Garch has been at practice, and I'm exhausted watching him." "The swill is gone," growled Sarp. "You finished it yesterday." Kadida took heed of Jantif. "Here's an obliging fellow. Jantif, fetch us in your jug of swill. Hussade is a taxing occupation, and we're all in need of a toddy." "Sorry," said Jantif rather stiffly. "I'm not able to oblige you." "What a bore. Garch, Curso, Rambleman, this is Janty Ravensroke from Zek. Janty, you're meeting the cutting edge of the Ephthalotes, the most efficient team on Wyst." "I'm honored to make your acquaintance," said Jantif in his most formal voice. "Jantif is very talented," said Kadida. "He produces the most fascinating drawings. Jantif, do us a picture." Jantif shook his head in embarrassment. "Really, Kadida, I just don't knock out these things on the spur of the moment. Furthermore, I don't have my equipment with me." "You're just modest. Come now, Janty, produce something witty and amusing. Look, there's your stylus, and somewhere, a scrap of paper. Use the back of this registration form." Jantif reluctantly took the materials. "What shall I draw?" Whatever suits you, me, Garch, or even old Sarp." "Don't bother with me," said Sarp. "Anyway, I'm going out to meet Esteban. He's got some mysterious proposal to communicate." "It's probably just his Bonterfest. I'd go instantly if I had the tokens. Jantif, perform for us. Do Rambleman. He's the most picturesque. Notice his nose. It's like the fluke of an anchor. Pure North Pombal for you." With stiff fingers, Jantif set to work. The others watched a moment or two, then fell to talking and paid him no further heed. In disgust, Jantif rose to his feet and left the apartment. No one seemed so much as to notice his going. Dear all of you, thanks forever for the pigments. I'll guard these with great care. Scarlett snurged my last set to paint designs upon her cult globes. She hoped to sell them for a large sum, but now she thinks Kibner, the Disgerferac booth-tender, cheated her. She's dreadfully exasperated, so I walk very carefully around the apartment. She's become abstracted and distant. I can't understand why. Something is hanging in the air. The Bonterfest? This is a big event, both for herself and for Tanzo. I don't pretend to understand Scarlett. Still, I can't evade the impression that she's disturbed and unsettled. Tanzel is a pleasant little creature. I took her to Disgerferac and spent all of half an ozel buying her such delicacies as toasted seaweed and sour eel tarts. The Disgerferac traders are none of them Arabans, and a more curious collection you never saw. Disgerferac covers a large area, and there are thousands of them. Folk from I don't know where. Mountebanks, junk dealers, prestidigitators, gamblers, puppeteers, and clown masters, illusionists and marvel makers, tricksters, grotesques, musicians, acrobats, clairvoyants, and of course the food sellers. Disgerferac is pathetic, sordid, pungent, fascinating, and a tumult of color and noise. Most amazing of all are the pavilions of rest, which must be unique in the Gaian universe. To the pavilions come Arabans who wish to die. Proprietors of the various pavilions vie in making their services attractive. There are 5 currently in operation. The most economical operation is conducted upon a cylindrical podium 10 feet high. The customer mounts the podium and there delivers a valedictory declamation, sometimes spontaneous, sometimes rehearsed over a period of months. These declamations are of great interest, and there's always an attentive audience, cheering, applauding, or uttering groans of sympathy. Sometimes the sentiments are unpopular, and the speech is greeted with catcalls. Meanwhile, a snuff of black fur descends from above. Eventually, it drops over the postulant, and his explanations are heard no more. An enterprising Gaian from one of the home worlds has recorded a large number of these speeches and published them in a book entitled Before I Forget. Nearby is Halcyon House. The person intent upon surcease, after paying his fee, enters a maze of prisms. He wanders here and there in a golden shimmer, while friends watch from the outside. His form becomes indistinct among the reflections, and then is seen no more. At the next pavilion, the perfumed boat floats in a channel. The voyager embarks and reclines upon a couch. A profusion of paper flowers is arranged over his body. He is tendered a goblet of cordial and sent floating away into a tunnel from which issue strains of ethereal music. The boat eventually floats back to the dock, clean and empty. What occurs in the tunnel is not made clear. The services provided by the Happy Way station are more convivial. The wayfarer arrives with all his boon companions. In a luxurious wood-paneled hall, they are served whatever delicacies and tipple the wayfarer's purse can afford. All eat, drink, reminisce, exchange pleasantries until the lights begin to dim, whereupon the friends take their leave and the room goes dark. Sometimes the wayfarer changes his mind at the last minute and departs with his friends. On other occasions, so I am told, the party becomes outrageously jolly, and mistakes may be made. The wayfarer manages to crawl away on his hands and knees, his friends remaining in a drunken daze around the table, while the room goes dark. The fifth pavilion is a popular place of entertainment, and is conducted like a game of chance. 5 participants each wager a stipulated sum, and are seated in iron chairs numbered 1 through 5. Spectators also pay an admission fee, and are allowed to make wagers. An index spins into motion, slows, and stops upon a number. The person in the chair so designated wins 5 times his stake. The other 4 drop through trap-doors and are seen no more. A tale, perhaps apocryphal, is told of a certain desperate man named Bastwick, who took seat 2 on a stake of only 20 tokens. He won, and remained seated, his stake now 100 tokens. 2 won again, and again Bastwick remained seated, his stake now 500 tokens. Again 2 won, and Bastwick had gained 2,500 tokens. In a nervous fit, he fled the pavilion. Seat 2 won twice more running. Had Bastwick remained seated, he would have won 62,500 tokens. I visited the pavilions with Tanzel, who is very knowing. In fact, my information is derived from her. I asked what happened to the cadavers, and I learned rather more than I wanted to know. The objects are macerated and flushed into a drain, along with all other wastes and slops. The slurry, known as spent sturge, is piped to a central processing plant, along with spent sturge from everywhere in the city. Here it is processed, renewed, and replenished, and piped back to all the blocks of the city as ordinary sturge. In the block kitchens, the sturge becomes the familiar and nutritious gruff, deedle, and wobbly. While I'm on the subject, let me recount a rather odd event which took place one morning last week. Scorlett and I chanced to be up on the roof garden when a corpse was discovered behind some thimblepod bushes. Apparently he'd been stabbed in the throat. People stood around muttering, Scorlett and I included, until eventually the block warden arrived. He dragged the body to the decensor, and that was that. I was naturally perplexed by all this. I mentioned to Scorlett that no one on Zek would touch the corpse until the police had investigated thoroughly. Scorlett gave me her customary sneer. "This is an egoistic nation. We need no police. We have our mutuals to advise us and to restrain crazy people." "Evidently the mutuals aren't enough," I told her. "We've just seen a murdered man." Scorlett became annoyed. "That was Tango, a boisterous fellow and a cheat. He notoriously trades his drudge, then never finds time to work off the stint. He won't be missed by anyone." "Do you mean to say that there won't be an investigation of any kind?" "Not unless someone files a report with the warden." "Surely that's unnecessary. The warden hauled the body away." "Well, he can hardly write out a report to himself, can he? Be practical." "I am practical. There's a murderer among us, perhaps on our very own level." "Quite likely. But who wants to make the report? The warden would then be obliged to interrogate everyone and take endless depositions. We would hear no end of disgraceful disclosures, and everyone would be upset. To what real end?" "So poor Tango is murdered and no one cares." "He's not poor Tango. He was a boor and a pest." I pursued the subject no further. I speculate that every society has a means of purging itself and ejecting offensive elements. This is how it's accomplished under egoism. There's so much to tell you that I can't come to a stopping place. The public entertainments are prodigious. I have attended what they call a shunkery, which is beyond belief. Hassade is also very popular here. In fact, a friend of mine is acquainted with certain of the Ephthalotes, a team from Port Cass on the north coast of Zoomer. None of the Arabans play Hassade. All the players hail from other parts of Wyst or off-planet. I understand that the games are rather more intense here than— A tap, tap, tap. Jantif put aside his letter and went to the door. Kadida stood in the corridor. "Hello, Jantif. Can I come in?" Jantif moved aside. Kadida sauntered into the room. She gave Jantif a look of mock-severe accusation. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for a week. You're never even in the Whumper." "I've been going late," said Jantif. "Well, I've missed you. When one gets used to a person, he has no right to slink off into hiding." "You seemed preoccupied with your Ephthalotes," said Jantif. "Yes, aren't they wonderful? I adore Hesiod. They play today, as a matter of fact. I was supposed to have a pass, but I've lost it. Wouldn't you like to go?" "Not particularly. I'm rather busy." "Come, Janty, don't be harsh with me. I believe that you're jealous. How can you worry about a whole Hesiod team?" "Very easily. There's exactly 9 times the worry, not counting substitutes, nor the Shirl." "How silly! After all, a person can't be split or diminished merely because she's very busy." "It depends upon what she's busy at," muttered Jantif. Kadida only laughed. "Are you going with me to the Hesiod game? Please, Janty." Jantif sighed in resignation. "When do you want to go?" "Right now, in fact, this very minute, or we'll be late. When I couldn't find my pass, I was frantic until I thought of you, dear, good boy that you are. Incidentally, you'll have to pay my way in. I'm utterly bereft of tokens." Jantif turned to face her, mouth quivering in speechless indignation. At the sight of her smiling face, he gave a sour shrug. "I simply don't understand you." "And I don't understand you, Janty, so we're in balance. What if we did? How would we benefit? Better the way we are. Come along now, or we'll be late." Jantif returned to his letter. "Elsewhere. By the strangest coincidence, I have just escorted my friend to the Hesiod game. The Ephthalotes played a team known as the Dangsgot Bravens from the Caradis Islands. I'm still shaken. Hesiod at Unsabal is not like Hesiod at Phrenus. The stadium is absolutely vast and engorged with unbelievable hordes. Nearby one sees human faces and can even hear individual voices, but in the distance the crowd becomes a palpitating crust. The game itself is standard, with a few local modifications not at all to my liking. The initial ceremonies are stately, elaborate, and prolonged. After all, everyone has plenty of time. The players parade in splendid costumes and are introduced one at a time. None, incidentally, are Araban. Each performs a number of ritual posture, then retires. The 2 Shirls appear at each end of the field and ascend into their temples, while a pair of orchestras play Glory to the Virgin Shirls. At the same time, a great wooden effigy is brought out on the field, a 12-foot representation of Carcoon Clavus, which the Shirls pointedly ignore for reasons you will presently understand. Note: in the Alastrid myths, Carcoons are a tribe of quasi-demonic beings characterized by hatred of mankind and insatiable lust. End of note. A 3rd orchestra plays blatant, braying Carcoon music in antiphony to the 2 glories. I took note of the folk nearby. All were uneasy and restless, shuddering at the discords, yet earnest and intent and keyed taut for the drama to come. The Shirls at this point stand quietly in their temples, enveloped in dawnlight and a wonderful psychic haze, each the embodiment of all the graces and beauties. Yet certainly, through the minds of each whirl the thrilling questions. Will I be glorified? Will I be given to Clovis? The game proceeds until one of the teams can pay no more ransom. Their Shirl thereupon is defiled by Clovis in a most revolting and unnatural manner. In this condition, she and Clovis are trundled around the field in a cart pulled by the defeated team to the accompaniment of the coarse, braying music. The victors enjoy a splendid feast of Bonter. The spectators undergo a catharsis and presumably are purged of their tensions. As for the humiliated Shirl, she has forever lost her beauty and dignity. She becomes an outcast, and in her desperation may attempt almost anything. As you will perceive, Hesiod at Unsabal is not a merry pastime. It is a grim and poignant spectacle, an immensely popular public rite. Under the circumstances, it seems very odd that the teams never lack for beautiful shirls, who are drawn to danger as a moth to flame. The Arabins are indeed an odd people, who like to toy with the most morbid possibilities. For instance, at the shunk contests, the barriers are quite low, and the shunk in their mad antics often charge over and into the spectators. Dozens are crushed. Are the barriers raised? Are those lower seats empty? Never. In such a way, the Arabins participate in these rituals of life and death. Needless to say, none expects to be torn to bits, just as no shirl expects to be defiled. It is all sheer egocentricity, the myth of self triumphant over destiny. I believe that as folk become urbanized, just so intensely are they individuated, and not to the contrary. From this standpoint, the crowds flowing along Unsabal River quite transcend the imagination. Try to think of it. Row after row, rank after rank of faces, each the node of a distinct and autonomous universe. On this note I will close my letter. I wish I could inform you of definite plans, but for a fact I have none. I am torn between fascination and revulsion for this strange place. Now I must go to drudge. I have traded stints with a certain Arsmer from an apartment along the hall. This week is unusually busy, still by Zec standards an idyll of leisure. With my dearest love to all, your wayward Jantif. Chapter 6. Jantif became ever more aware of Scarlett's strange new manner. Never had he thought her placid or stolid, but now she alternated between fits of smoldering silence and a peculiar nervous gaiety. Twice Jantif discovered her in close colloquy with Esteban, and the discussions came to such an abrupt halt that Jantif was made to feel an intruder. Another time he found her pacing the apartment, shaking her hands as if they were wet. This was a new manifestation which Jantif felt impelled to notice. "What's bothering you now?" Scarlett stopped short, turned Jantif an opaque black glance, then blurted forth her troubles. "It's Esteban and his cursed Bonderfest. Tanzel is sick with excitement, and Esteban wants full payment. I don't have the tokens." "Why doesn't he pay for Tanzel himself?" "Ah, you should know Esteban by this time. He's absolutely heartless when it comes to money." Note: among the Arabins, paternity is always in doubt, but even when an acknowledged fact incurs no burden of obligation. End of note. Jantif began to sense a possible trend to the conversation. He gave his head a sympathetic shake and sidled away toward the bedroom. Scarlett caught his arm, and Jantif's fears were quickly realized. Scarlett spoke in a throaty voice. "Jantif, I have 100 tokens. I need 500 more for the Bonterfest. Won't you lend me that much? I'll do something nice for you." Jantif winced and shifted his gaze around the room. "There's nothing nice I need just now." "But, Jantif, it's only an ozel or two. You've got a whole sheaf." "I'll need those ozels on the way home." "You already have your ticket. You told me so." Yes, I have my ticket. But I might want to stop off along the way, and then there'll be no money, because I squandered it at Esteban's Bonterfest." "But you're squandering money on your own place in the group." "I also squandered my pigments on your cult globes." "Must you be so petty?" snarled Scarlett, suddenly furious. "You're too paltry to bother with. Give thanks that I convinced Esteban of this." "I don't know what you're talking about," said Jantif stiffly. "It's not Esteban's affair whether I'm paltry or petty or anything else." Scarlett started to speak, then suppressed her remarks and said merely, "I'll say no more on that subject." "Exactly so," said Jantif frigidly. "In fact, nothing more need be said on any subject whatever." Scarlett's face twisted askew in a darkling leer. "No? I thought you wanted to move in with that slang Kadida." Note: a hairless rodent, long and slender, capable of producing a variety of odors at will. End of note. "I spoke along those lines," said Jantif in a measured voice, Evidently it can't be done, and that seems to be the end of it. But it can be done, and quite easily, if I choose to do it. Oh? How will you accomplish this miracle? Please, Jantif, don't analyze my every statement. What I undertake to do, I achieve, and never doubt it. Old Sarp will move here if Tanzel will copulate with him from time to time, and she's very anxious for the feast, so everything works out nicely. Jantif turned away in disgust. I don't want to be part of any such arrangement. Scarlet stared at him, her brows two black bars of puzzlement. And why not? Everyone gets what he wants. Why should you object? Jantif tried to formulate a lofty remark, but none of his sentiments seemed appropriate. He heaved a sigh. First, I want to discuss the matter with Kadida. After all, no, Kadida has no force in this affair. What's it to her? She's busy with her Hasaid team. She cares not a whit whether you're here or there. Jantif, looking up at the ceiling, composed an incisive rejoinder, but at the end held his tongue. Scarlet's concepts and his own were incommensurable. Why incite her into a new tirade? Scarlet needed no stimulation. Frankly, Jantif, I'll be pleased to have you out of here. You and your precious posturings, piddling little sketches hung up everywhere to remind us of your talents. You'll never forget your elitism, will you? This is Erebus, Jantif. You're here on sufferance, so never forget it. Nothing of the sort, stormed Jantif. I've paid all my fees, and I do my own drudge. Scarlet's round white face underwent a sly and cunning contortion. Those sketches, they're very strange. It gives me to wonder, these endless faces. Why do you do it? What or whom are you looking for? I want the truth. I draw faces because it suits me to do so. And now, unless I'm to be late for drudge, and now, bah! Give me the money and I'll make the arrangements. Absolutely not. You make the arrangements first. In any event, I don't have so many tokens. I'll have to change ozels at the spaceport. Scarlet gave him a long, grim look. So long as I can make Esteban a definite answer, and I'm seeing him directly. Be as definite as you like. Scarlet marched from the apartment. Jantif changed into his work overalls and descended to the street, where suddenly he recalled that today Arzmer had taken over his stint. Feeling foolish, he returned up the ascensor to his apartment. Stepping into the bedroom, he removed boots and coveralls and took them to the cabinet. At this moment, the outer door opened and several people entered. Heavy footsteps approached the bedroom. Someone pushed aside the door and looked in, but failed to notice Jantif by the cabinet. "He's not here," said a voice Jantif recognized as that of Esteban. "He's gone off to drudge," said Scarlet. "Sit, and I'll see if the swill is fit to drink." "Don't bother, so far as I'm concerned," said a husky, harsh voice which Jantif failed to recognize. "I can't abide the stuff." Sarp's plangent rasp sounded in reply. "Easy for you to say with all your wines and fructifers." "Never fear, soon you'll say the same," declared Esteban in a voice of reckless enthusiasm. "Just give us a couple months." "You're either a genius or a lunatic," said the unknown voice. "Use the word visionary," said Esteban. "Isn't this how great events have gone in the past? The visionary seizes upon an idle reverie, he constructs an irresistible scheme, and topples an empire. From Jantif's miserable little sketch comes this notion of a lifetime." "Lifetime. That is apt usage," said the unknown man dryly. "The word reverberates." "Here and now we abandon negativity," exclaimed Esteban. "It's only a hindrance. We succeed by our very boldness." "Still, let's not be rash. I can point out 100 avenues into disaster." "Very good. We'll consider each in turn and give them all wide berths. Scarlet, where's the swill? Pour with a loose hand." "Don't neglect me," said Sarp. Jantif went to sit on the bed. He uttered a tentative cough just as Esteban spoke out. "Success to our venture." "I'm still not altogether attuned to your frequency," grumbled the unknown man. "To me it sounds implausible, improbable, even unreal." "Not at all," declared Esteban gaily. "Break the affair into separate steps. Each is simplicity in itself. In your case, especially. How can you choose to act otherwise?" The unknown man gave a sour grunt. "There's something in what you say. Let me see that sketch again. Yes, it's really most extraordinary." Scarlet spoke in a sardonic aside. "Perhaps we should drink our toast to Jantif." "Quite so," said Esteban. "We must think very carefully about Jantif." Jantif stretched himself out on the bed and considered crawling underneath. "He only typifies the basic problem," said the unknown voice. "In simple terms, how do we avoid recognition?" "This is where you become indispensable," said Esteban. Sarp gave a rasping chuckle. "By definition, we're all indispensable." "True," said Esteban. "For one of us to succeed, all must succeed." "One thing is certain," mused Scarlet. "Once we commit ourselves, there's no turning back." Jantif could not help reflecting that Scarlet's voice, cool and steady, was far different from the voice she had used during their recent quarrel. "Back to the basic problem," said the husky, harsh voice. "Your absence from Old Pink will certainly be noticed." "We'll have transferred to other blocks." "Well and good, until someone looks at the screen and says, 'Why, there's Sarp, and dog defile us all, that's surely Scarlet and Esteban.'" "I've considered this at length," said Esteban. "The problem is surmountable. Our acquaintances, after all, are not innumerable." Sarp asked, "Are you forgetting Loudest Bomba? The Whispers are inviting him to the centenary." Note: Bomba, Araban slang for a wealthy off-worlder, by extension, a tourist. Loud Bomba, an important and powerful off-worlder. Loudest Bomba, the Canatic. End of note. "He's invited, but I can't believe that he'll come." "You never know," said the unknown voice. "Stranger things have happened." "I insist that we leave nothing to chance." "Agreed. In fact, I've considered the matter. Think. If he's on hand, he'll be sure to mount the monkey pole, correct?" Note: Monkey pole, the pedestal overlooking the field of voices. End of note. "A possibility, but not a certainty." "Well, he's either on hand or he isn't." "That is definitely true." "If someone gave you a bag of pockets and you knew one might be deadly poisonous, what would you do?" "Throw away the whole bag." "That's certainly one possibility. A good number of pockets are wasted, of course." Well, we'll discuss it another time. Are you still planning your Bunterfest?" "Most definitely," said Scarlet. "I've promised Hansel, and there's no reason to disappoint her." "It makes us all conspicuous after a fashion." "Not really. Bunterfests aren't uncommon." "Still, why not cancel the affair? There'll be opportunities in the future." "But I'm not confident of the future. It's a spinning top which can totter in any direction." "Whatever you like. It's not a critical matter." Scarlet, for one reason or another, chose to enter the bedroom. She went to her cabinet, then, turning, saw Jantif. She gave a croak of astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Jantif feigned the process of awakening. "Huh? What? Oh, hello, Scarlet. Is it time for Wump? I thought you were at Drudge." "Arsmer took my Drudge today. Why? What's the problem? Are you having guests?" Jantif sat up and swung his legs to the floor. From the sitting-room came a mutter of voices, then the outer door slid open and shut. Esteban sauntered into the bedroom. "Hello, Jantif. Did we disturb you?" "Not at all," said Jantif. He looked up uneasily at Esteban's looming bulk. "I was sound asleep." He rose to his feet. Esteban stood aside as Jandif went into the sitting-room, which was now empty. Esteban's voice came softly against his back. "Scarlett tells me that you're advancing her money for the Monterfest." "Yes," said Jandif shortly. "I agreed to this." "When can I have the money? Sorry to be abrupt, but I've got to meet my commitments." "Will tomorrow do?" "Very well indeed. Until tomorrow, then." Esteban turned a significant glance toward Scarlett and left the apartment. Scarlett followed him into the corridor. Jandif went to the wall where he had pinned up certain of his sketches. He studied each in turn. None, to Jandif's eyes at least, seemed in the slightest degree inflammatory. A most peculiar situation. Scarlett returned. Jandif quickly moved away from the sketches. Scarlett went to the table and rearranged her few trifles of bric-a-brac. In an airy voice she said, "Esteban is such an extravagant man, I never take him seriously, especially after a mug or two of swill, when he fantasizes most outrageously. I don't know if you heard him talking." She paused and looked sideways, dense black eyebrows arched in question. Jandif said hurriedly, "I was dead asleep. I didn't even know he was there." Scarlett gave a curt nod. "You can't imagine the intrigues and plots I've heard over the years. None ever amounted to anything, of course." "Oh? What of the Bonterfest? Is that a fantasy, too?" Scarlett laughed in brittle merriment. "Definitely not. That's quite real. In fact, you'd better go change your money, and I'll make arrangements with Sarp." Chapter 7. Jandif departed Old Pink and walked slowly to the manway. The day was cool, clear, and crisp. Dawn hung in the sky, coruscating like a molten pearl, but for once Jandif paid no heed to chromatic effects. He rode the lateral to Unsabal River and diverted east toward the spaceport. Odd, most decidedly odd, this affair. What could it all mean? Certainly nothing constructive. A mile east of the spaceport, a lateral led north past the Alastor centrality and on to the field of voices. Almost without conscious intent, Jandif diverted upon the lateral and rode to the centrality, a structure of black stone set to the back of a compound paved with slabs of lavender porphyry and planted with twin rows of lime trees. Jandif crossed the compound, passed through an air current into a foyer. Behind a counter sat a slender, dark-haired young man, apparently no Araban by evidence both of his hairstyle and an indefinable off-world manner. He addressed Jandif politely. "What are your needs, sir?" "I wish a few moments with the Cursar," said Jandif. "May I inquire his name?" "He is Bonamico, and I believe that he is presently disengaged. May I ask your name?" "I am Jandif Ravensroke from Freyness on Zek." "This way, if you please." The clerk touched a button and spoke. "The respectable Jandif Ravensroke of Zek is here, sir." A voice responded. "Very good, Claude. I'll see him at once." Claude made a sign to Jandif and conducted him across the foyer. A door slid aside. They entered a study paneled in white wood with a green rug upon the floor. A massive table at the center of the room supported a variety of objects: books, charts, photographs, cubes of polished wood, a small hologram stage, a 6-inch sphere of rock crystal which seemed to function as a clock. Against the table leaned the Cursar, a short, sturdy man with pleasant, blunt features and blond hair cropped close. Claude performed a formal introduction. "Cursar Bonamico, this is the respectable Jandif Ravensroke." "Thank you, Claude," said the Cursar. He spoke to Jandif. "Will you be pleased to take a cup of tea?" "By all means," said Jandif. "That's very kind of you." "Claude, would you see to it?" "Be seated, sir, and tell me how I can be of service." Jandif lowered himself into a cushioned chair. The Cursar remained by the table. "You are a recent arrival?" Quite true, said Jandif, but how did you know? Your shoes tell the tale, said the Cursar with a faint smile. They are of better quality than one sees about the ways of Erebus. Yes, of course. Jandif gripped the arms of his chair and leaned forward. What I have to tell you is so odd that I don't quite know where to begin. Perhaps I should mention that at Freyness on Zek, I trained in dimensional drafting and pictorial composition, so that I have some small skill at depiction. Since arriving here, I've made dozens of sketches, folk along the manways, and at my block, which is Old Pink, 17-882. The Cursar nodded. Proceed, please. My roommate is a certain Scorlet. Today, one of her friends, Esteban, arrived at the apartment with a man named Sarp and a fourth man whom I don't know. They were not aware that I was in the bedroom, and held a colloquy which I could not help but overhear. To the best of his ability, Jandif reproduced the conversation. Eventually, Scorlet found me in the bedroom and became very disturbed. Sarp and the fourth man left instantly. The episode impressed me very unfavorably. In fact, I regard it as rather sinister. He paused to sip the tea which Claude had brought in during his account. The Cursar considered a moment. You have no inkling as to the identity of the fourth man? None whatever. I glimpsed his back through the door as he left the apartment. He seemed large, with heavy shoulders and black hair. This is my impression, at least. The Cursar gave his head a dubious shake. I don't quite know what to tell you. The tone of the conversation certainly suggests something more than idle mischief. That was my definite impression. Still, no overt acts have been committed. I can't exert the Canatic's authority on the basis of a conversation which, after all, might be only wild talk. The Arabins, as you may have noticed, are prone to extravagance. Jandif frowned in dissatisfaction. Can't you make inquiries or perform an investigation? How? The centrality here is a very minor affair, to an extraordinary degree. We're like an enclave on foreign soil. I have a staff of 2. Claude and Aleda. They're underworked, but neither qualifies as a secret operative. No more, in fact, do I. There's not even an Arabin police agency to deal with. Still, something must be done. I agree, but first let's assemble some facts. Try to discover the identity of the fourth man. Can you do this? Jandif said reluctantly, I suppose this is possible. Esteban has organized a Bonderfest, and this man apparently intends to be on hand. Very good. Learn his name, and watch what goes on. If their activities exceed simple talk, then I can act. Jandif grumbled. That's like waiting for the rain before you start to fix the roof. The Cursar chuckled. The rain at least shows us where the leaks are. I'll do this much. Tomorrow I leave for Wyst to confer with the Whispers. I'll report what you have told me, and they can take what steps they think necessary. They're a sensible group, and won't automatically dismiss the matter. For your part, try to assemble more facts. Jandif gave a glum assent. He finished his tea and departed the centrality. The manway took him toward the spaceport. Jandif looked back at the centrality with the uneasy sense of lost opportunity. But what more could he say or do? And under the circumstances, what more could the Cursar say or do? At the spaceport exchange office, he converted 5 ozels into tokens and returned toward Old Pink. His thoughts turned to Kadida. She would certainly be pleased at the change. Sarp, after all, could not be the easiest person in the world to live with. Still, Jandif reflected uneasily. She had expressed herself quite definitely on the subject, probably not in all seriousness, Jandif assured himself. In due course he arrived at Old Pink. Scorlet was out. Jandif packed his belongings. At last the tide of events was flowing in his favor. Kadida. Marvelous, feckless, delightful Kadida. How surprised she'd be. Jantif's mental processes became sluggish. The future without Cadida seemed dark and lorn, but, and why deny it, a future with her seemed impossible. Nonetheless, they'd work it out together. They'd naturally move out of Unsabal, but where? It was hard to imagine Cadida and her flamboyant habits in the context of, say, Freyness. A contrast indeed. Cadida would simply have to restrain herself. The absurdity caused Jantif to wince. He paced back and forth across the sitting room, 3 steps this way, 3 steps that. He stopped short, looked at the door. The die was cast. Sarp was coming. He was going. Oh, well, it might turn out for the best. Cadida thought well of him. He was certain of this. No doubt they'd work out a happy accommodation of some kind. The door opened. Scarlet entered the room. She stood just inside the doorway, glowering at him. "All right, it's done. Are you packed?" "Well, yes. Actually, Scarlet, I've been thinking that maybe I might not move after all." "What?" cried Scarlet. "You can't be serious." "I've been thinking that maybe—" "I don't care what you've been thinking. I've made the arrangements, and you're going. I don't want you here." "Please, Scarlet, be reasonable. Your wants are not altogether relevant to the matter." "Yes, they are." Jutting out her head, Scarlet took an abrupt step ahead. Jantif moved a corresponding pace backward. "You're a trial, Jantif. I won't conceal it. Always peering and lurking and listening." Jantif tried to protest, but Scarlet paid no heed. "Quite honestly, Jantif, I've had it with you. I'm sick of your namby-pamby postures, your ridiculous paintings, your eccentricities. You can't even copulate without counting your fingers. By all means, move in with that shriek." Note: untranslatable. End of note. "That's 2 of you. If you're a voyeur, you'll have plenty to see. She's quite tireless. Time and time again I've seen the Ephthalotes stagger away on limp legs. Perhaps she'll allow you a turn or 2 at the end." "Stop, stop," cried Jantif. "I'll move if only to get away from your tirades." "Then give me the money. 920 tokens." 920, exclaimed Jantif. "I thought you said 500. I've had to take 3 places for you, me, and Tanzel. At 300 tokens apiece, plus 20 tokens for minor expenses." "But you said you had 100 tokens. "I'm not spending them. Come now, the money." She lurched forward. Jantif stared fascinated into the round face, congested with emotion, like a bruise with blood. He shuddered. How could he ever have fondled this appalling woman? "The money!" Jantif numbly counted over 920 tokens. Scarlet thrust a yellow card at him. "There's your place. Go or stay as you like." The door slid aside. Sarp thrust his head into the room. "Is this home? Good enough. One crib is much like another. Show me my bed." Jantif quietly took his belongings and departed. Cadida, arriving home an hour later, found him in her sitting room, arranging his painting equipment on one of the shelves. Cadida, abstracted, failed to notice what he was doing. "Hello, Janty. Nice to see you. But you'll have to scamper. I've no time at all today." "Cadida, there's lots of time. I've succeeded." "Magnificent. How?" "I've pawned old Sarp off on Scarlet. We're living together at last." Cadida thrust her arms stiffly down, fingers outspread, thumbs to her hips, as if galvanized by an electric shock. "Jantif, this is the most idiotic behavior. I don't know what to say." "Say, Jantif, how wonderful." "Not quite. How can it be wonderful when my teammates are here and you stand in the corner glowering?" Jantif's jaw dropped. "Did you say teammates?" "Yes, I did. I'm the new Ephthalote Cheryl. It's absolutely marvelous, and I love it. We're going to play in the tournament, and we're going to win. I feel it in my bones. and there'll be nothing but gay times forever." Jantif somberly seated himself. "Who was the last Cheryl?" "Don't mention her, the cat-drape." Note: offensive epithet signifying bedragglement, offensive odor, and vulgarity of manner. End of note. "She carried bad luck on her back. She infested everyone with despair. The Ephthalotes say so themselves. Don't sneer, Jantif, you'll see." "Kedida, my dear, listen to me, seriously now." Jantif jumped to his feet, ran across the room, and took her hand. "Please don't be Cheryl. What's to be gained? Just think, if you and I share life together, how happy we'll be. Give up the Ephthalotes. Say no to them. Then we'll start making plans for the future." Kedida patted Jantif's cheek, then gave him a grim little slap. "When do you drudge?" "I'm done for the week." "A pity, because I'm entertaining friends tonight, and you'll be in the way." There was a brief silence. Jantif rose to his feet. "You need only specify when you need the apartment, and I'll leave you free to exert yourself as thoroughly as you like." Kedida said, "Sometimes I think that in my heart of hearts I despise you, Jantif. Also, don't ask me to change the door code to suit your convenience, because I won't." Not trusting himself to speak, Jantif stormed from the room, out of Old Pink, and away into the late afternoon. Along Unsabal River he rode as far as Marchuri Lateral, bowing his head to gusty winds, striding ahead through the crowds, careless of whom he shouldered aside. The folk so treated moaned in outrage and hissed epithets, which Jantif ignored. He collided with a fat woman wearing flamboyant orange and red. She tottered, lurched, and fell with a great thrashing of limbs and a fluttering of garish garments. Raising her head, she bawled a horrid curse at Jantif's back. Jantif hurried away, while the woman heaved herself to her feet. No one paused to help her. All passed by with preoccupied expressions, nor did anyone so much as glare at Jantif, nor call out censure, of which, in any event, he had had a surfeit. Through Jantif's mind passed the melancholy reflection. This is precisely the pattern of life. One moment a person rides Unsabal River, comfortable with his or her thoughts, serenely proud of his or her orange and red costume. The next instant, an insensate force sends one head over heels, rolling and tumbling under the feet of the passers-by. Jantif thoughtfully strode along Unsabal River. With the toppling of the fat woman, his fury had waned, and he looked along the current of oncoming faces in a spirit of moody detachment. What strange people these were, and also, for a fact, all other people of the Gaian universe. He studied the faces carefully, as if they were clues to the most profound secrets of existence. Each face alike and each face different, as one snowflake both simulates and differs from all others. Jantif began to fancy that he knew each intimately, as if he had seen each 100 times. That crooked old man yonder might well be Sarp. The tall, thin woman with her head thrown back could as easily be Gugad, who lived on the 16th level of Old Pink. And Jantif amused himself with the fancy that along Unsabal River might come a simulacrum of himself, exact in every detail. What kind of person might be this pseudo-Jantif, this local version of his own dreary self? The idea presently lost whatever glimmer of interest it might have possessed, and Jantif returned to his immediate circumstances. The options to him were pitifully few, however, and gratefully they included immediate departure. No question about it. He'd had his fill of insults and tirades, not to mention gruff, deedle, and wobbly. He felt a new spasm of resentment, most of it directed against himself. Was he such a sorry creature, then? Jantif, shame on you. Let's have no self-pity. What of all those wonderful plans? They depend on no one but yourself. Must they be tossed aside like so many scraps of trash, just because your feelings have been hurt? As if to point up the issue, The setting sun passed behind a wisp of cloud, which instantly showed fringes of glorious color, and Jantif's heart turned over within him. The Arabans might be dense, obscure, and impenetrable, but Dwan shone as clear and pure as light across mythical heaven. Jantif drew a deep regenerative breath. His work must now absorb him. He would prove himself as rigid as any Araban. He would show regard for no one. Courtesy, yes. Formal consideration, yes. Warmth, no. Affection, no. As for Cadida, she could be shearled to 4 teams at once with his best wishes. Scorlet, Esteban, whatever their sordid plot, he could only hope that they should fall over backwards and break their heads. The yellow card and the Bonterfest. The group might include a massive black-haired man with a husky, harsh voice. It would certainly be interesting to learn his identity and pass the information along to Bonamico. And why should he not attend the Bonterfest? After all, he had paid for it, and Esteban certainly would refuse to refund his money. So be it. From now on, the primary concern of Jantif Ravensroke was Jantif Ravensroke, and that was all there was to it. Perhaps he should once more change apartments and make a clean break with his problems, and leave Cadida. The thought gave him pause. Charming, foolish Cadida, fascinating Cadida, no doubt about it. She had befuddled him. There was always the possibility that she might change her ways. Devil take her. Why should he inconvenience himself to any slightest degree? He would take up his rightful residency. She would notice his detachment and possibly, from sheer perversity, begin to take an interest in him. Such a pattern of events was not impossible, at the very least. Jantif diverted to a lateral and was carried north to the mudflats. On the outskirts of Disjefferakt, he purchased a dozen water puffs, and so fortified, returned to Old Pink. With careless bravado, he let himself into his new apartment. Cadida was not at home. On the wall, someone had scrawled a memorandum in chalk. Game tomorrow. Efthylotes against the Scornish Braganders. Practice this afternoon. Victory tomorrow. Efthylotes forever. Jantif read the notice with a curled lip, then set about arranging his belongings in those few areas where Cadida had not strewn her own gear. Late the following afternoon, Cadida brought an exultant party of teammates, friends, and well-wishers to the apartment. She ran across the sitting room and ruffled Jantif's hair. "Janty, we won! So much for all your grizzling and croaking, on 5 straight power drives." "Yes," said Jantif, "I know. I attended the game." "And why aren't you cheering with the rest of us?" "Oh, hurrah, everyone! The Efthylotes are the best ever. Jantif, you can come along to the party. There'll be swill by the crock, and you'll quite get over your dudgeon." "No dudgeon whatever," said Jantif coldly. "Unfortunately, I have work to do, and I don't think I had better come." "Don't be such an old crow. I want you to do a picture of the Efthylotes with their glorious good-luck Cheryl." "Some other time," said Jantif. "At a party it would be totally impossible." "You're right. In a day or so, then. For now, pour out the swill. A lavish hand there, Screeve. Here's joy for the Efthylotes." The hubbub became too much for Jantif. He left the apartment and went up to the roof garden, where he sat brooding under the foliage. After an hour he returned to find the apartment empty, but in a terrible state of disorder. Chairs were overturned, crockery mugs lay broken on the floor, and someone had spilled a cup of swill on his bed. He was only vaguely aware of Cadida's return to the apartment, and somehow ignored the subsequent sounds from her side of the curtain. In the morning, Cadida was ill, and Jantif lay stiffly on his cot, while Cadida uttered small plaintive moans of distress. At last she called out, "Jantif, are you awake?" "Naturally." "I'm in the most fearful condition. I don't think I can stir." "Oh?" "Yes, really, Janty. I'm sore everywhere. I can't imagine what happened to me." "I could guess." "Jantif, I've got Drudge, and I'm simply not up to going out. You'll trade off with me, won't you?" "I'll do nothing of the sort." "Jantif, please don't say no. This is an emergency. I absolutely can't make it out of the apartment. Be kind to me, Janty." "Certainly I'll be kind to you, but I won't take your Drudge. In the first place, you'd never pay me back. Secondly, I've got my own Drudge today. Dog defile all. Well, I'll have to bestir myself. I don't know how I'll manage. My head feels like a big gong." During the next 2 days, Cadida left the apartment early and returned late, and Jantif saw little of her. On the third day, Cadida remained at home, but the Efthalotys' forthcoming game against the well-regarded Vergas Caldraves had put her in a trembling state of nerves. When Jantif suggested that she sever her connection with the team, she stared at him in disbelief. "You can't be serious, Janty. We've only got to beat the Caldraves, and then we're into the semi-finals, and then the finals, and then—" "Those are many and-thens." "But we can't lose. Don't you realize, Janty, that I'm a lucky talisman? Everyone says so. After we win, we're established forever. We can twig it in the banter, not to mention a total end to Drudge." "Very nice. But wouldn't you like to visit other places on other worlds?" "Where I'd have to kowtow to all the plutocrats and Drudge 8 days a week forever? I can't envision such a life. It must be appalling." "Not altogether. Many folk around the cluster live this way. I prefer egoism. It's much easier on everyone." "But you really don't prefer egoism. You want to be triumphant so that you'll have banter and never any Drudge. That's elitism." "No, it's not. It's because I'm Cadida and because we're going to win. Say what you like, but it's not elitism." Jantif gave a sad chuckle. "I'll never fathom the Arabans. It's you who are illogical. You don't understand the simplest little things. Instead, you dabble all day in those ridiculous colors. Which reminds me, when will you do our picture as you promised?" "Well, I don't know. I'm not really sure." "It can't be today. We're practicing. Nor tomorrow. That's game day. Nor the next day, because we'll be recovering from the celebration. You'll just have to wait, Jantif." Jantif sighed. "Let's forget the whole thing." "Yes, that will be best. Instead, you can make a fine, bold poster for the wall. Efthalotys triumphant, with titans and cockaroons and darting thunderbolts, all in orange and red and smashing green. Please do, Janty. We'll all be thrilled to see such a thing." "Really, Cadida?" "You won't do it? Such a trifling favor?" "Go arrange the pigments and paper. I refuse to waste my own on something so ridiculous." Cadida uttered a yelp of sick disgust. "Jantif, you're really extreme. You niggle over such trivial things." "Those pigments were sent to me from Zek." "Please, Jantif, I can't bear to bicker with you." Summoning all his dignity, Jantif vacated the apartment. In the ground-level foyer he encountered Scarlet. She greeted him with unconvincing affability. "Well, Jantif, are you honing your appetite? The Bonterfest is all arranged." She turned him a sly, sidelong glance. "I suppose you're surely coming." Jantif did not care for her manner. "Certainly. Why not? I paid for the ticket." "Very good. We leave early the day after tomorrow." Jantif calculated days and dates. "That will suit me very well. How many are going?" "An even dozen. That's all the air car will take." "An air car? How did Esteban promote such a thing?" "Never underestimate Esteban. He always lands on his feet." "Quite so," said Jantif coldly. Scarlet suddenly became gay. Again a patently spurious display. "Also, very important, be sure to bring your camera. The gypsies are quaint. You'll want to record every incident." "It's just something more to carry." "If you don't bring it, you're sure to be sorry. And Tanzel wants a remembrance. You'll do it for her, won't you?" Oh, very well. Good. We'll meet here in the lobby directly after Wump. Janet watched her cross to the lift. Scarlett obviously wanted mementos of the great occasion and expected Janet to provide them. She could expect in vain. He went out upon the loggia and sat on a bench. Presently, Cadida emerged from the foyer. She paused, stretched her arms luxuriously to the sunlight, then set off at a pace somewhere between a skip and a trot toward the manway. Janet watched her disappear into the crowd, then rose to his feet and went up to the apartment. Cadida, as usual, had left disorder in her wake. Janet cleaned up the worst of the mess, then went to lie on his bed. No doubt in his mind now it was time to be leaving Unsabal. Scarlett's manner in regard to the camera had been most odd. She had never shown any interest in photographs before. He dozed and woke only when Cadida returned with a group of swaggering Ephthalotes, who chaffed each other in raucous voices and discussed tactics for tomorrow's game. Janet turned on his side and tried to cover his ears. At last he rose, stumbled up to the roof garden, where he sat until time for the evening meal. Cadida came into the refectory, still aglow with excitement. Janet averted his eyes. Cadida bolted her food and departed the refectory. When Janet returned to the apartment, she was in bed and asleep, without having troubled to draw the curtain. How innocent and pure she looked, thought Janet. Turning sadly away, he undressed and went to bed. Tomorrow, the dangerous Caldraves in combat against the Ephthalotes and their glorious Shirl. Late the next afternoon, Janet returned to Old Pink. The day had been warm. The air, even now, seemed heavy. Black thunderheads rolled across the city. The sky to westward glistened like fish skin. Janet grimaced. Was his imagination far, far too vivid, or did a sickly odor indeed hang in the air? He suppressed the thought with a shudder. What revolting tricks one's mind played on oneself! Sternly ordering his thoughts, he went up to the apartment. He halted outside the door, to stand rigidly in an odd posture, head down, right hand half raised to the lock. He stirred, opened the door, entered the empty apartment. The lights were low. The room was dim and still. Janet closed the door, crossed to his chair, and seated himself. An hour passed. Out in the corridor sounded a soft footstep. The door slid aside. Cadida entered the room. Janet silently watched her. She went to her chair and sat down, stiffly, laboriously, like an old woman. Janet dispassionately studied her face. The jawbones glimmered pale through her skin. Her mouth drooped at the corners. Cadida appraised Janet with no more expression than his own. She said in a soft voice, "We lost." "I know," said Janet. "I was at the game." Cadida's expression changed, if only by a twitch of her mouth. She asked in the same soft voice, "Did you see what they did to me?" "Yes, indeed." Cadida, watching him with a queer, twisted smile, made no comment. Janet said tonelessly, "If you had to bear it, I could be brave enough to watch." Cadida turned away and looked at the wall. Minutes passed. A gong sounded along the corridor. 10 minutes to Wump," said Janet. "Take a shower and change your clothes. You'll feel better." "I'm not hungry." Janet could think of nothing to say. When the second gong sounded, he rose to his feet. "Are you coming?" "No." Janet went off to the refectory. Scarlett, arriving a moment later, brought her tray to the place opposite him. She pretended to look up and down the room. "Where's Cadida? Isn't she here?" "No." "The Ephthalotes lost today." Scarlett surveyed Janet with a tart smile. "They took a terrible trouncing." "I saw the game." Scarlett gave a curt nod. "I'll never understand how anyone can put herself into such a position. It's unnatural display." Presently the team loses, and then it's the most grotesque display of all. No one can tell me that it's not purposeful. Criminal sexovation, really. I wonder that it's not banned. The stadiums are always full. Scorlett gave a sour snort. Be that as it may, the Eftalotes and the Caldraves and all the other foreign teams mock us in our own stadium. Why won't they bring in their own Shirls? Never. They prefer to suborn anti-eagleism. At the core, that's what sexovation is, don't you agree? I've never thought much about it, said Jantif listlessly. Scorlett was not satisfied with the response. Because in your heart of hearts you're not truly eagle. Jantif had nothing to say. Scorlett became heavily jovial. Still, cheer up. Think of tomorrow, the Bonderfest. All day you can be as anti-eagle as you like, and no one will deny you your fun. Jantif sought phrases to suggest that Scorlett's zest for the occasion was far greater than his own. He chose simple candor. I'm not altogether sure that I'll be going. Scorlett jerked up her black eyebrows and stared hard across the table. What? After you've paid all those tokens? Of course you're going. Really, I'm not in the mood. But you've promised, Scorlett blurted. Tans'll expect you to take photographs. So do I. So does Esteban. We're counting on you. Jantif began a grumbling counter-argument, but Scorlett refused to listen. You'll come, then, in absolute certainty? Well, I don't like... Scorlett leaned balefully forward. Jantif stopped short. He remembered his conversation with the Cursar. Well, if it makes all that much difference, I'll come. Scorlett relaxed back into her chair. We leave directly after Wump, so don't go mooning off in all directions. Remember, bring your camera. Jantif could think of no dignified retort. He swallowed the last of his deedle, rose and marched from the refectory with the weight of Scorlett's gaze against his back. He returned to his apartment and quietly entered. The sitting-room was empty. He looked into the bedroom. The curtain was drawn around Kadida's couch. Jantif stood uncertainly a moment, then returned to the sitting-room. He lowered himself into his chair and sat staring at the wall. In the morning, Jantif awoke early. Behind the curtain, Kadida lay inert. Jantif dressed quietly and went to the refectory. Scorlett arrived a moment later to stand by the doorway in an almost swashbuckling posture, legs apart, head thrown back, eyes glittering. She searched up and down the tables, spied Jantif, and came marching across the room. In annoyance, Jantif raised his eyes to the ceiling. Why must Scorlett be so bumptious? Scorlett either ignored or failed to notice his attitude and swung herself into the chair beside him. Jantif glanced sourly at her from the corner of his eye. This morning, Scorlett was not at her best. She had obviously dressed in haste, perhaps not troubling to wash. When she leaned over to pluck Jantif's sleeve, a rank, sebaceous waft followed her gesture, and Jantif drew fastidiously away. Scorlett again failed to notice, either through callousness or inattention. It's the great day. Don't eat your gruff. Save it for swill. You'll be so much the hungrier at the feast. Jantif looked dubiously at his tray. Scorlett, as if at a sudden recollection, reached over and scooped up Jantif's gruff. You've got no hand for swill. I'll take care of it. Jantif tried to recover his gruff, but Scorlett dropped it into her pouch. I'm hungry now, cried Jantif. There's Bonter ahead. Take my advice. Don't wad your gut solid with gruff. Jantif moved his deedle and wobbly out of Scorlett's reach. All very well, he growled, but maybe I won't like the Bonter. No fear on that score. The gypsies are marvelous cooks. Nowhere in the cluster will you eat better. First tidbits, pastils of spiced meat, chow-chows, fish, sausages, pepper, pancakes, borlocks. Next course, a pie of diced morels, garlic and titticombs. Next course, wild forest greens with musker sauce and toasted crumbs. Next course, meat grilled over coals with onions and turnips. Next course, cakes in flour syrup, and all washed down in Holzbeimer wine. Now then, what of that? A most impressive menu. In fact, I'm amazed. Where do they get their materials? Scarlett made an airy gesture. Here, there, who cares, so long as it sits well on the tongue. No doubt they robbed the farm cattle for the meat. Scarlett scowled sidewise. Really, Jantiff, what is to be gained by all this careful analysis? If the meat is savory, don't concern yourself as to its source. Just as you say. Jantiff rose to his feet. Scarlett eyed him in speculation. Where are you going? To my apartment. I want a word with Kadida. Hurry, because we leave at once. I'll meet you downstairs. And don't forget your camera. With defiant deliberation, Jantiff strolled around to his apartment. The curtains were still drawn around Kadida's bed. She'll miss her breakfast, thought Jantiff, unless she moves very briskly indeed. Time to get up, he called out. Kadida, are you awake? No answer. Jantiff went to the bed and pulled back the curtains. Kadida was not there. Jantiff stared down at the empty bed. Had she passed him in the corridor? Might she be bathing? Why leave the curtain drawn? A horrid suspicion sprang full-blown into his mind. He turned to the cupboard. Her newest costume and sandals were gone. Jantiff opened the drawer where she kept her tokens. Empty. He ran from the apartment, rode down to the lobby, raced out, ignoring Scarlett's hoarse call. Boarding the manway, he thrust himself through the crowds, ignoring angry curses, searching right and left for the glint of golden-brown hair. Arriving at this Jerferact, he ran dodging and sidling to the pavilions of rest, paid his token, and entered the area. On the pier of departure, a red-haired man read a valedictory ode to a small audience. Kadida was nowhere to be seen. She would render no declamations in any event. The perfumed voyage? Jantiff peered into the floral atrium. 6 folk silently waited for boats. He recognized none of them. Jantiff ran to Halcyon House and walked around the arcade, peering into the golden prisms. From time to time a reflection reached him, a flutter of garments, a groping hand, and suddenly the glimpse of a familiar and dear profile. Jantiff frantically rapped on the glass. Kadida! The prisms moved. The face, just as it turned toward Jantiff, was lost in the golden shimmer. Jantiff stared and called to no avail. She's gone, said an annoyed voice. Come along now, we're all waiting. Looking over his shoulder, Jantiff saw Scarlett. I can't be sure, he muttered. It looked like her, still. We can easily find out, said Scarlett. Come over to the booth. She took Jantiff by the elbow and led him to the wicket. She called through the aperture. Anyone from Old Pink been through this morning? That's 17-882. The clerk ran his finger down a list. Here's a tag from apartment D6 on the 19th. Scarlett said to Jantiff, She's been here, but she's gone now. Poor Kadida. Yes, it's sad, but we haven't time to mope. Do you have your camera? I left it at the apartment. Oh, bother. Why can't you be more thoughtful? Everyone's hopping from one foot to the other on your account. Jantiff silently followed Scarlett to where Esteban stood waiting. Kadida went through the prisms, said Scarlett. A pity, said Esteban. I'm sorry to hear that. She was always so gay. But we'd better get in motion. The day's not all that long. Where's Tanzel? I left her at Old Pink. We've got to go for Jantiff's camera in any case. Well, then, let's meet where Unsabal River crosses Tom Flow on the north deck. Very good. Give us 20 minutes and we'll be there. Come along, Jantiff. Jantiff and Scarlett returned to Old Pink. Jantiff felt curiously light-headed. I'm almost happy, he told himself, marveling. How can it be when darling Kadida is gone? It's because she was never mine. I never could have her, and now I'm free. I'll go in this Bonterfest. I'll identify the 4th man. Then I'll leave Erebus, most definitely. Peculiar, Scarlett's insistence on the camera. Quite odd, really. What can it mean? In the lobby, Scarlett said in a crisp voice, "I'll find Tanzel. You run up for your camera, and we'll meet here." Jandif spoke with dignity. "Please, Scarlett, try to be just a trifle less domineering." Yes, just hurry. The others are waiting." Jandif rode the ascensor to the 19th floor, entered his apartment, opened the strong box, brought out the camera. He weighed it on his hand, thought a moment. Then, removing the matrix, he replaced it with a spare, and locked the first crystal into the strong box. Returning to the lobby, he found Scarlett and Tanzel awaiting him. Scarlett's eyes went instantly to the camera. She gave a brisk nod. "Good. We're off at last." "Hurry, hurry!" cried Tanzel, running ahead, then turning to run backwards, the better to signal Jandif and Scarlett to haste. "The Flibbit will go and we'll be left behind." Scarlett gave a grim laugh. "No chance of that. Esteban will wait for us, never fear. We're all most important to the success of the Bonderfest. Hurry anyway." The lateral took them to Unsabal River, where they diverted and rode east. Tanzel spoke in awe. "Think of all these people, millions and millions, and we're the only ones going out on a Bonderfest. Isn't that marvelous?" "It's a bit anti-eagle to think of it so," Scarlett reproved her. "More properly, you should say, today is our turn for the Bonderfest." Tanzel screwed up her face into a grimace of quaint frivolity. "Just as you like, so long as we're going and not someone else." Scarlett ignored the remark. Jandif watched Tanzel's impish quirks with detached amusement. In some manner she reminded him of Kadida, even though her hair was short, dark, and curling. Kadida also had been silly and gay and artless. Jandif blinked back tears and looked up into the sky, where shoal after shoal of herringbone cirrus floated in the blissful dawn light. Somewhere up there in the radiance, Kadida's spirit drifted. Such at least was the doctrine of the true Quincunx sect, accredited by his father and mother. Wonderful, if only he could believe as much. Jandif scrutinized the clouds for even the most subtle sign, but saw only that ravishing interplay of nacreous color which was the special glory of Wyst. Scarlett's voice sounded in his ear. "What are you staring at?" "The clouds," said Jandif. Scarlett inspected the sky, but apparently saw nothing out of the ordinary and made no comment. Tanzel called back over her shoulder. "There's Tom Flow lateral. I see Esteban on the north deck and all the other people." Jandif, suddenly mindful of his mission, became alert. He inspected Esteban's companions with the keenest interest. They numbered 8, 4 men and 4 women. Jandif recognized only Sarp. None displayed the broad-shouldered bulk of the man Jandif had glimpsed in the apartment. Esteban wasted no time on introductions. The group continued westward along Unsabal River. Jandif, having discovered no massive black-haired man among the party, once again became apathetic and rode somewhat behind the others. For a moment or two he considered leaving the group, inconspicuously, of course, and returning to Old Pink. But what then? Only the empty apartment awaited him. The idea lacked appeal. Scarlett and Esteban, so Jandif noticed, had taken themselves somewhat apart from the others, and rode with their heads together in earnest conversation. From time to time they glanced back toward Jandif, who became convinced that the two were talking about him. He felt a tremor of uneasiness. Perhaps he was not, after all, among friends. Jandif stirred himself from his listlessness and examined the others of the party. None had given him any particular attention, save for Sarp, who periodically turned him glances of crooked amusement, no doubt inspired by the news of Kadida's journey into the prisons. Jandif sighed and fatalistically decided to continue with the party. After all, the day had only begun, and there still might be much to be learned. At the great southern adit, the group diverted to the left and rode away through District 92. Finally, through the fringes of the city and out upon a soggy wasteland, grown over with salt grass, tattersack, and burdock. The land was utterly deserted, save for a pair of small boys flying a kite, who only served to emphasize the desolation of the area. The adit climbed a long, gradual slope. Behind, Unsabal could be seen as a pattern of rectangular protuberances, the colors dulled by distance. The way swung into Outpost Valley, and Unsabal was blotted from view. In the distance, under the first ledges of the scarp, Jandy saw a cluster of long, low buildings. Almost simultaneously he became aware of a grumbling, mumbling roar, which, as the group approached, became broken into 100 components: poundings, grating, whistling screams, the trundling of iron wheels, low-pitched thuds and impacts, grinding vibrations, flutings, and warbles. A tall prong-bar fence angled across the flat, then turned sharply to parallel the manway. The message of the prongs was emphasized by bolts of blue-white energy snapping at random between the strands. Behind the fence, gangs of men and women crouched over a pair of long slide belts burdened with rock. Jandif took a step forward and put a question to Sarp. "What goes on yonder?" Sarp inspected the activity with placid and almost benevolent contempt. "Alas, Jandif, there you see our nursery for bad children. In short, the Unsabal penal camp, which both of us, so far, have fortuitously evaded. Still, never become complacent. Never let the mutuals prove you at your sexivation." Jandif stared in astonishment. "These folks are all sexivators?" "By no means. They run the criminal gamut. You'll find shirkers there and shiftils, not to mention flamboyants, performers, and violiers." Jandif watched the prisoners a moment and could not restrain a sneer. "The murderers go free, but the flamboyants and sexivators are punished." "Of course," declared Sarp with relish. "We've got lots of folk to be murdered, but only one egoism to be suborned. So never waste your pity. They all befouled our great society, and now they sort ore for the metallurgical syndicate." Scarlet snapped over her shoulder. "There's Jandif for you, full of pity, but always for the deviates. Well, Jandif, that's how such persons fare in Erebus. Double drudge, no swill, and they're tapped 3 times a year besides. Hard lives, eh, Jandif?" "What's it to me?" Jandif asked shortly. "I'm not an Araban." "Oh?" inquired Scarlet in a voice of silken mockery. "I thought you'd come to Wyst to enjoy our egoistic achievements." Jandif merely shrugged and turned back toward Sarp. "And what is this metallurgical syndicate?" "It's the facility of the 5 high contractors, so naturally it's here that the deviates learn egoism." Sarp gave a cackle of wild laughter. "Let me name these eminent teachers. Comores, Grand Knight of the Eastern Woods; Schubart, Grand Knight of Blael; Ferris, Grand Knight of Lammerland; Dulac, Grand Knight of Froke; Malvasar, Grand Knight of the Luce. They're 5 good plutocrats for you, despite subservience." Note: Subservience. In the Araban world view, the contractors, their technicians and mechanics, are a caste of interplanetary riffraff, quite outside all considerations of egoistic dignity. The Arabans like to think of the contractors as servile workmasters, eager to oblige the noble egoists, and at all times conscious of their inferior status. Hence the word subservience often appears in conversations concerning the contractors. End of note. "And Schubart, who contracts the mutuals, is the most arrant of all." "Come now, if you please," said Esteban shortly. "Don't castigate Schubart, who is good enough to fly us out to Ao River Meadow. Otherwise, we'd all be for the bumbuster." Note: Omnibus. End of note. A man named Dabo called out jocularly, "What's wrong with the old bumbuster? How better to see the countryside?" "And if you fall asleep, you're carried all the way to Blael," snapped Esteban. "No, thanks. I'll ride the flibbit, and let's offer contractor Schubart a soft lip." Sarp, who seemed to take a positive delight in baiting Esteban, would not be daunted. "I'll fly Schubart's flibbit and hold never a grudge. He lives in manorial style at Balad. Why shouldn't he call himself Grand Knight and go forth in pomp?" "I'd do the same," said Dabo, "given opportunity, of course. I'm Eagle, certainly, because I hold no other weapon against drudgery. Still, give and I'll take." Alas said, "Dabo takes even when no one gives. When he takes his title, it should properly go the Grand Knight of Snurgery." "Oh-ho!" cried Dabo, "you wield a most wicked tongue. Still, I admit I'll use anything available, including that title." The manway proceeded past the sorting belts, then curved toward the foundries and fabricating plants, glided beside slag dumps, hoppers where barges unloaded raw ore, and a pair of maintenance hangars. The manway split. Esteban led the group to a terminus in front of the administration complex, then around to the side where a dozen vehicles rested on a landing plat. Esteban stepped into the dispatcher's office, reappeared a moment later, and signaled the group toward a battered old carryall. "All aboard for the Bonterfest. Transportation courtesy of contractor Schubart, whom I happen to know." "While you were scrounging, why didn't you promote a Cosmer Ace or a Daisy Scimitar?" called out Sarp. "No complaints from the infantry," Esteban retorted. "This is not absolutely deluxe, but isn't it better than traveling by bumbuster? And here comes our operator." From the administration office came a heavily muscled man with black hair, a sagging, portentous visage. Jandif leaned forward. Could this be the fourth party to the cabal? Not impossibly, although this man seemed burly rather than massive. Esteban addressed the group. "Bonterfesters, allow me to introduce the respectable Buwitz-Luter, factotum and aid indispensable to contractor Schubart, more commonly known as Booch. He has kindly agreed to fly us to our destination." Intoxicated with excitement, Tanzel cried out, "3 cheers for the respectable Booch! Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah!" Esteban threw up his hands in facetious admonition. "Not too much adulation. Booch is a very suggestible man, and we don't want him to become vainglorious." Jandif cocked his ears as Booch gave a not altogether amiable snort. "Inconclusive." Jandif studied Booch's features. Narrow, heavy-lidded eyes, ropey jowls, a heavy mouth pouting over a creased, receding chin. Booch was not a prepossessing man, though he exuded a coarse animal vitality. He muttered inaudibly to Esteban and swung up to the operator's station. "Everybody aboard," called Esteban. "Briskly now. We're an hour late." The Bonterfesters climbed into the carryall and took seats. Esteban bent over Booch and gave instructions. Jandif studied the back of Booch's head. Almost definitely, Booch was not the fourth conspirator. Esteban seated himself behind Booch, who, with contemptuous familiarity, flicked fingers across the controls. The carryall rose into the air and flew south over the scarp. In the seat behind Jandif, Alis and a woman named Cadra seemed to be discussing Esteban. Cadra said, "This carryall enhances a Bonterfest beyond description. Suddenly, all the tedium disappears. As a scrounger, Esteban ranks supreme." "Agreed," said Alis sadly. "I wish I knew his technique." "There's no mystery whatever," said Cadra. "Combine persistence, ingenuity, charm, an exact sense of timing, persuasiveness. You've created a scrounger." "For best effect, include bravado and a quantum of sheer brashness," noted a man named Descartes, to which Rismo, a tall, plain woman, replied rather sarcastically, "What about simple, ordinary luck? Has that no meaning?" Cadra chuckled. "Most significant of all, Esteban is acquainted with the contractor Schubart." "Oh, give the devil his due," Alis said. "Esteban definitely has a flair. Out in the bad places he'd be a top-notch entrepreneur. Or a tycoon." "Or a starminter," suggested Rismo. "I can just see him swaggering about in a white uniform and a gold helmet, great cudgers in his harness, bluskin at his hip." "Esteban, come listen to this," Descartes called. "We're trying to establish your previous incarnations." Esteban came aft. "Indeed. What indignities are you putting me to now?" "Nothing extreme, nothing outrageous," said Cadre. "We just consider you a monster of anti-egoism." "So long as you don't accuse me of anything sordid," said Esteban with suave equanimity. "Today we're all anti-eagle," Alas declared grandly. "Let's wallow in our shortcomings." "I'll drink to that," called a man named Pedro. "Esteban, where's the swill?" "No swill aboard," said Esteban shortly. "Control your thirst till we put down at Galsma. The gypsies are providing an entire keg of Holzbeimer wine." Cadre asked mischievously, "Does anyone know that song, 'Anti-eagleists eat roast bird, while Arabins get only feathers in the mouth'?" "I know it, but I don't intend to sing it," said Scarlet. "Oh, come, don't be stuffy. Today of all days." "I know the song," said Tanzel. "We sing it at the creche. It goes like this." In an earnest voice she sang the scurrilous ditty. One by one the others joined in, all except Jentif, who had never heard the song, and in any case was in no mood to sing. The landscape slid past below, the long southern slopes of the scarp, forests and high moors, then valleys opening down upon a rolling plain. The great Dasm River, smooth as an eel, coiled across the landscape. Near a bend where the river turned southeast appeared a village of 100 small houses, and the carryall started to descend. Jentif at first assumed that the village was their destination. But the carryall flew another 20 miles, over a marsh overgrown with reeds, then a forest of grey and russet spider-leg, then a sluggish tributary of the great Dasm, then another forest, and at last down into a clearing from which rose a wisp of smoke. "We've arrived," Esteban announced. "At this point, a word or two of caution, no doubt unnecessary to so many veteran Bonterfesters, but I'll say them anyway. Tanzel, take special note. The gypsies are a peculiar race, and all very well in their own way, no doubt, but they have callous habits, and they are by no means egoists. As Arabins, we mean no more to them than so many shadows. Don't drink too much wine, if for no other reason than you'll lose zest for your Bonter. And naturally, it goes without saying, don't stray off by yourself, for unknown reasons." Unknown reasons? An odd phrase, thought Jentif. If reason were unknown, why had everyone's face gone bland and blank? Jentif decided that when opportunity offered, he would put a question to Sarp. Meanwhile, whether for reasons known or unknown, he would heed Esteban's warning. The carryall touched ground. The passengers, pushing rather rudely past Jentif, alighted. He followed with ostentatious deliberation, which, however, no one noticed. The gypsies waited across the meadow, beside a row of trestle tables. Jentif first saw a flutter of rich costumes, striped in ochre, maroon, blue, and green. Upon closer inspection he noted 4 men in short, loose pantaloons, and 3 women swathed in ankle-length gowns. Slender, dark-haired folk, quick of motion, fluid of gesture, sallow olive of complexion, with straight, narrow noses, eyes tilted mournfully down at the corners, and shadowed under dark eyebrows. The handsome people, thought Jentif, but in some inexplicable fashion rather repellent. And once again he was assailed by second thoughts in regard to his participation at the Bonterfest, though again for no definable reason. Perhaps because of the gypsies' expressions as they regarded the Arabins, a coolness distinguished from contempt only by virtue of indifference. Jentif wondered whether he cared to eat gypsy food. Surely they would feed the Arabins anything palatable without regard to fastidiousness. Jentif managed a wry grin for his own qualms. After all, he had eaten ration after ration of Arabin wump, prepared from sturge, with hardly more than a grimace or two. He followed the other Bonterfesters across the meadow. Despite Esteban's warnings, all hurried to the keg, where the youngest of the gypsy women dispensed wooden cups of wine. Jandif approached the keg, then moved back because of the crush. Turning away, he praised the other arrangements. The tables supported pots, tureens, and trenchers, all exuding odors which Jandif, despite his reservations, found undeniably appetizing. To the side, hard knots of timber burnt to coals under a metal rack. Esteban and the oldest of the gypsy men went to the table. Esteban checked items off against his list, and apparently found all to his satisfaction. The two turned and surveyed the group at the wine keg, and Esteban spoke with great earnestness. Tanzel tugged at Jandif's sleeve. "Please, Jandif, get me a cup of wine. Every time I step forward, someone reaches past me." "I'll do my best," said Jandif dubiously, "although I've had the same experience. This group of egoists seems unusually assertive." Jandif managed to obtain 2 cups of wine, one of which he brought to Tanzel. "Don't drink it too fast, or your head will swim, and you won't want to eat." "No fear of that." Tanzel tasted the wine. "Delicious!" Jandif cautiously sipped from the mug, to find the wine tart and light, with a faintly musky redolence. "Quite decent indeed." Tanzel drank again. "Isn't this fun? Why can't Bonterfests be for every day? Everything smells so good, and no argument. I'm ravenous." "You'll probably overeat and get sick," said Jandif morosely. "I have no doubt." Tanzel drained her wine cup. "Please?" "Not just yet," said Jandif. "Wait a few minutes. You might not want another." "Oh, I'll want another, but I suppose there's no great hurry. I wonder what Esteban's talking about. He keeps looking over toward us." Jandif turned his head, but Esteban and the gypsy had completed their conversation. Esteban came over to the group. "Appetizers will be served in 5 minutes. I've had an understanding with the hetman. Courtesy and freedom have been guaranteed. Everyone is safe from molestation so long as he doesn't stray too far from the clearing. The wine is of prime quality, as I specified. You need fear neither agues nor gripes. Still, moderation, I beg of all of you." "But not too much of it," Dabo called out. "We'd be defeating only ourselves. Moderation must be practiced in moderation." Esteban, now in the best of moods, made a gesture of concession. "Well, no matter. Enjoy yourself in your own fashion. That's the slogan for today." "Here's to Esteban and future Bonterfests," called out Cadre. "Damnation to all croakers." Esteban smilingly accepted the congratulations of his friends, then gestured toward the table. "We can now enjoy our appetizers. Don't overeat. The meat is just now going on the grill." And again Jandif stood back as the group surged toward the table. Never, for so long as Jandif lived, was the Bonterfest far from his memory. The recollections came always in company with a peculiar throat-gripping emotion which Jandif's mind reserved for this occasion alone, and always in swirling clots of sensation. The gypsy gowns and breeches, in striking contrast to the pallid faces, flames licking up at the spitted meat, the table loaded with post and tureens. The Bonterfesters themselves, in Jandif's memory, they became caricatures of gluttony, while the gypsies moved in the background, silent as shadows. Ghost odors might drift through his mind, pungent pickles, pawpaws, and sweet sops, roasting meat. Always the faces reasserted themselves. Scorlet, at one juncture, transcending the imaginable limits of emotion. Tanzel, vulnerable to both pleasure and pain. Sarp, with his slantwise leer. Booch, coarse, reeking, suffused with animal essence. Esteban. Nowhere to be seen was the fourth man to the cabal, and Jandif lost whatever zest he might have felt for the occasion. Tanzel brought her mug and a heaped platter of food to the bench where he sat. "Jandif, aren't you eating?" After a bit, when the elbowing subsides, "Be sure to try the pickles. Here, take this one. Isn't it wonderful? The whole inside of my mouth tingles." "Yes, it's very good." "You'd better hurry, or there'll be none left." "I don't care much, one way or the other." "Jandif, you are a strange, strange person. Excuse me while I eat." Jandif at last went to the table. He served himself a plate of food and accepted a second mug of wine from the impassive woman at the keg. Returning to the bench, he found that Tanzel already had devoured the contents of her platter. "You have an excellent appetite," said Jandif. "Of course. I've been starving myself for 2 days. So now, more chow-chows? Or another portion of those delicious pepper pancakes? Or should I wait until the meat is served out?" "If I were you, I'd wait," said Jandif. "Then you can go back for whatever you like the best." "I believe you're right. Oh, Jandif, isn't this exciting? I wish times like these would go on forever. Jandif, are you listening?" "Yes, indeed." Jandif had, in fact, been distracted by a rather odd incident. Off to the side, Esteban stood talking to the gypsy hetman. Esteban gestured with his mug, and both turned to look in Jandif's direction. Jandif feigned inattention, but a thrill ran along his nerves. Someone had approached. Jandif looked up to find Scorlett standing beside him. "Well, Jandif, how goes the bonder?" "Very well. I like these little sausages, although I can't help but wonder what goes into them." Scorlett gave a bark of harsh laughter. "Never ask, never wonder. If it's savory, eat every morsel. Remember, it all flushes down the same drain in the end." "Yes, no doubt you're right." "Eat hearty, Jandif." Scorlett returned to the table and filled her platter for the 3rd time. Jandif watched from the corner of his eye, not altogether happy with her manner. Now he saw Esteban saunter across the clearing to where Scorlett stood devouring her food. Esteban spoke a question into her ear. Scorlett, her mouth full, shrugged and managed to utter a reply. Esteban nodded and continued his circuit around the fringes of the group. He halted beside Jandif. "Well, how goes it? Is everything to your satisfaction?" "Exactly so," said Jandif guardedly. "All I want to know," declared Tanzel, "is when we can come again." "Aha, we mustn't become Guttricks, with thought for nothing but food." "Of course not. Still—" Esteban laughed and patted her head. "We'll make plans, never fear. So far it's been a great success, eh?" "It's all wonderful." "Well, don't fill up too soon. There's more to come." "Jandif, have you taken photographs?" "Not yet." "My dear Jandif, the banquet table, loaded, aromatic, inviting, you missed that?" "I'm afraid so." "And our picturesque hosts, their magnificent faces, so placid and remote, their boisterous breeches and pointed boots. Then allow me the use of your camera." Jandif hesitated. "Well, I don't know. In fact, I'd prefer not. You might somehow lose it." "By no means. Put that other small escapade out of your mind. It was only a lark. The camera will be safe, I assure you." Jandif reluctantly brought out the instrument. "Thank you," said Esteban. "I assume there's still ample scope to the matrix." "Take as many pictures as you like," said Jandif. "It's a new matrix." Esteban stiffened. His fingers clenched at the camera. "What of the other matrix?" "It was almost full," said Jandif. "I didn't want to risk losing it." Esteban stood silent. "Where is this old matrix? Are you carrying it with you?" Surprised by the blunt question, Jandif raised his eyes to find Esteban glowering in obvious annoyance. Jandif spoke with cold politeness. "Why do you ask? I can't account for your interest." Esteban tried to throttle the fury in his own voice without success. "Because there are pictures of mine on that matrix, as you are perhaps aware." "You need not worry," said Jandif. "The matrix is absolutely safe." Esteban recovered his aplomb. "In that case, I'm quite content. Are you drinking? This is Holzbeimer wine. They've done famously for us today." "I'll have more presently." "Do so by all means." Esteban sauntered away. A few minutes later, Jandif saw him conferring first with Scorlett, then Sarp. Discussing me and the matrix, thought Jandif. Here was surely the reason for Scorlett's urgency in connection with the camera. She and Esteban were interested in the matrix. But why? Enlightenment broke suddenly upon Jandif. Of course. Upon the matrix were imprinted images of the fourth man. Jandif shook his head in sad self-recrimination. After recovering his camera from Esteban, he had never thought to examine the matrix. What a foolish oversight. Of course, at the time, there had been no particular reason to do so. He lacked all interest in Esteban's activities. Now the situation was different. Lucky the matrix was locked securely in his strongbox, which stimulated a new and chilling thought. Sarp still knew the code, since Jandif had never thought to change it. Immediately upon his return to Unsabal, he must rectify this oversight. The gypsies ordered the table, then, taking the meat from the fire, arranged it upon long wooden platters. One of the women poured sauce over the meat. Another set out crusty loaves. A third brought forth a great wooden bowl of salad, and then returned to the forest shadows. Esteban called, "Everyone to the table. Eat as you've never eaten before. For once, we're all Gutricks together." The Bonderfesters surged forward, with Jandif, as usual, bringing up the rear. Half an hour later, the group sprawled lethargic and sated around the meadow. Esteban roused himself to croak in a rich glottal voice, "Everyone remember, the sweet is still to come. White Millicent cake in flour syrup. Don't give up now." From the group came groans of protest. "Show us mercy, Esteban." "What? Are there no more courses?" "Bring my ration of gruff, with wobbly to fill in the chinks." The gypsies passed among the group, serving out portions of pastry with mugs of verbena tea. They then set about packing together their equipment. Tanzel whispered to Jandif, "I've got to go off in the woods." "In that case, go, by all means." Tanzel grimaced. "That person Booch has been making himself gallant. I don't want to go alone. He's sure to follow." "Do you really think so?" "Yes, indeed. He watches my every move." Jandif, glancing around the clearing, saw that Booch's eyes were fixed upon Tanzel with more than casual interest. "Oh, very well. I'll come with you. Lead the way." Tanzel rose to her feet and moved off toward the forest. Booch rather sluggishly bestirred himself, but Jandif quickly went after Tanzel, and Booch glumly subsided into his position of rest. Jandif caught up with Tanzel in the shade of the sprawling elms. "Just this way a bit," said Tanzel, and presently, "You wait here. I won't be long." She disappeared into the foliage. Jandif sat upon a fallen tree and looked off through the forest. The sounds from the clearing already had muted to inaudibility. Bars of dawn light slanted down through the foliage to shatter upon the forest floor. How far seemed the vast cities of Erebus? Jandif mused upon the circumstances of his life at Unsabal, and the folk he had come to know. For the most part, old pinkers. Poor, proud Kadida, going dazed and humiliated to her death. And Tanzel, whatever might she hope to achieve? He looked over his shoulder, expecting to see Tanzel returning from her errand, but the glade was vacant. Jandif composed himself to wait. 3 minutes passed. Jandif became restless and jumped to his feet. Surely she should have returned by now. He called, "Tanzel?" No response. Odd. Jandif went off into the shrubbery, looking left and right. "Tanzel, where are you?" He saw a fresh mark on the turf, which might have been a footprint, and nearby, in damp lichen, what might that series of parallel scratches signify? Jandif came to a halt in utter perplexity. He looked quickly over his shoulder, then licked his lips and called once more. But his voice was little more than a cautious croak. "Tanzel?" Either she was lost, or she had returned to the Bonderfest by a different route. Jandif retraced his steps to the clearing. He looked here and there. The gypsies had departed with all their gear. Tanzel was nowhere to be seen. Esteban saw Jandif. His face sagged in blank dismay. Jandif approached him. "Tanzel went off into the forest. I can't find her anywhere." Scarlet came running forward, eyes distended, to show white rims around the glaring black. "What's this? What's this? Where's Tanzel?" "She went off into the woods," stammered Jandif, awed by Scarlet's face. "I've looked for her and called, but she's gone." Scarlet emitted a horrid squeal. "The gypsies have taken her! Oh, they've taken her! This vile Bonterfest, and now there'll be another." Esteban, jerking her elbow, spoke through clenched teeth. "Control yourself!" "We have eaten Tanzel," bawled Scarlet. "Where's the difference? Today? Tomorrow?" She lifted her face to the sky and yelled forth a howl so wild that Jandif's knees went limp. Esteban, his own face gray, shook Scarlet by the shoulders. "Come along. We can catch them at the river." He turned and called to the others. "The gypsies have taken Tanzel. Everyone after them. To the river. We'll stop their boat." The erstwhile Bonterfesters lurched off after Esteban and Scarlet. Jandif followed a few steps, but could not control the spasmodic pumping of his stomach. He veered off the path, and, only half-conscious, fell to his knees, where he vomited again and again. Someone nearby was moaning a weird song of two alternating tones. Jandif presently became aware that the sound proceeded from himself. He crawled a few yards across the dark mold and lay flat. The shuddering in his stomach became intermittent. His mouth tasted sour and oily, and he remembered the sauce which had been poured over the meat. Again his organs twisted and squeezed, but he could bring up only a thin, acrid gruel which he spat to the ground. He rose to his feet, looked blearily here and there, then returned to the path. From the distance came shouts and calls, to which Jandif paid no heed. Through a gap in the foliage he glimpsed the river. He picked his way to the water's edge, rinsed his mouth, bathed his face, then slumped down upon a chunk of driftwood. Along the trail returned the Bonterfesters, mumbling disconsolately to each other. Jandif hauled himself to his feet, but as he started back toward the trail he heard first Scarlet's voice, then Esteban's baritone mutter. They had turned off the trail and were coming toward him. Jandif halted, appalled at the prospect of meeting Scarlet and Esteban face to face in this isolated spot. He jerked himself behind a clump of polyptera and stood in concealment. Esteban and Scarlet passed by and went to the water's edge, where they peered up and down the river. "Nowhere in sight," croaked Esteban. "By now they're halfway to Iotho." "I can't understand," said Scarlet tremulously. "Why should they hoodwink you? Why play you false?" Esteban hesitated. "It can only be a misunderstanding, a terrible blunder. The two were sitting together. I spoke to the hetman and made my wishes known. He looked across and asked, as if in doubt, 'That young one yonder, the stripling?' Never thinking of Tanzel, I assured him exactly so. The hetman took the younger of the two. Such are the bitter facts. I will now purge them from my mind, and you must do the same." For a space Scarlet said nothing. Then she spoke in a voice harsh with strain. "So, what now? With him? First the Matrix, then I'll do whatever needs to be done." "You'll have to be quick," said Scarlet tonelessly. "Events are under control. 3 days remain." Scarlet looked out across the river. "Poor little creature. So dear and gay, I can't bear to think of her, but the thoughts come." "No help for it now," said Esteban, his own voice uncertain. "We can't become confused. Too much hangs in the balance." "Yes, too much. Sometimes I'm staggered by the scope." "Now, then, don't create bugbears. The affair is simplicity itself. The Canatic is a very real bugbear. The Canatic sits in his tower loose, brooding and dreaming. If he comes to Erebus, we'll prove him as mortal as the next man." "Esteban, don't speak the words aloud." "The words must be spoken. The thoughts must be thought. The plans must be planned. The deeds must be done." Scarlet stared out across the water. Esteban turned away. "Put her out of your mind. Come." The cursed stranger lives, and poor little Twit is gone. Come, said Esteban shortly. The two went up the path. Jantif presently followed, walking like a somnambulist. Chapter 8. The Bonifesters returned to Unsabal in a mood greatly in contrast to that in which they had set out. Aside from one or two muttered conversations, the group rode in silence. Scarlet and Esteban sat grimly erect, looking neither right nor left. Jantif watched them in covert fascination, his skin crawling at the thought of their conversation. They had meant him to be taken and dragged away by the mournful-eyed gypsies. At the contractor's depot, Esteban went off with Booch to the dispatcher's office. Jantif took advantage of the occasion to slip quietly away from the group. He jumped aboard the manway and rode north, walking and trotting to increase his speed. Every few moments he looked back, even though no one could possibly be so close on his heels. He gave a nervous laugh. In truth, he was frightened, and no denying the fact. By sheer chance he had stumbled upon something awful, and now his very existence was threatened. Esteban had left him in no doubt of this. The great southern adit intercepted Unsabal River. Jantif diverted eastward, and as before traveled at the best speed possible. Pushing through the crowds, sidling and sidestepping, trotting when space opened before him, he diverted from Unsabal River along Lateral 26 and presently arrived at Old Pink. Jantif loped into the block, across the foyer, into the ascensor. Its familiar, musty reek already seemed alien, and no longer part of his life. He alighted at the 19th level, raced around the corridor to his apartment. He entered, and stood stock still an instant to pant and organize his thoughts. He glanced around the room. Kadaida's belongings already appeared to show a thin film of dust. How remote she seemed! A week from now she would be gone from memory. That was the way of Unsabal. Jantif quietly closed the door and made sure of the lock. Then he went to his strong box in the bedroom and opened the door. Into his pouch he packed ozels, family amulet, pigments, applicators, and a pad of paper. Into one pocket he tucked his passage voucher, personal certificate, and tokens. The matrix he hefted in his hand, glancing toward the door. Urgency struggled with curiosity. Surely he had a few moments. The Bonifesters rode Unsabal River far to the west. Time for a quick look. He slid the new matrix from the camera, inserted the old, turned the switch to project, and pointed the camera at the wall. Images. The blocks of Unsabal, dwindling in perspective, the crowds of Unsabal River, the mud flats and Disjefferakt, Old Pink, the facade, the foyer, the roof garden, more faces, the whispers addressing an audience, Scarlet with Tanzel, with Esteban, Scarlet alone, Kadaida with Sarp, Kadaida in the refectory, Kadaida laughing, Kadaida pensive. Then Esteban's photographs during his custody of the camera. Persons known and unknown to Jantif. Copies of pictures from a red reference volume. A sequence of shots of a heavy-shouldered, dark-haired man wearing a black blouse and breeches, ankle boots, and short-billed cap. This was the man of the secret meeting. Jantif studied the face. The features were blunt and uncompromising. The eyes, narrow under black eyebrows, gleamed with shrewdness. Somewhere and recently Jantif had seen such a face, or one very similar. Frowning in concentration, Jantif stared at the face. Could it be? Jantif jerked around as someone pushed at the door latch, and then, failing to secure ingress, rapped sharply on the panel. Jantif instantly turned off the projector. He removed the matrix, fingered it indecisively, then tucked it into his pocket. Again a rap at the door, and a voice muffled behind the panel. "Open up!" Esteban's voice, harsh and hostile. Jantif's heart sank. How had Esteban arrived so soon? "I know you're there," came the voice. "They told me below. Open up!" Jantif approached the door. "I'm tired," he called out. "Go away. I'll see you tomorrow." I want to see you now. It's important. Not to me. Oh, yes, important indeed. The words carried sinister import, thought Jantif. In a hollow voice, Jantif called, What's so important? Open up. Not just now. I'm going to bed. A pause. Then, as you like. Silence from the hall. Jantif put his ear to the door. 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds. Then Jantif sensed the diminishing pad of steps. He threw a slantwise glance over his shoulder in farewell to the room with its ghosts and dead voices. Picking up his pouch and camera, he slid back the door and peered out into the corridor. Empty. Jantif emerged, closed the door, and set off toward the lift, uncomfortably aware that he must pass in front of apartment D18, where now lived Scorlett and Sarp. The door to apartment D18 was closed. Jantif lengthened his stride and ran past on springing tiptoe paces like a dancer miming stealth. The door to D18 slid back. Esteban and Sarp emerged. Esteban, looking back into D18, made a final remark to Scorlett. Jantif tried to glide soundlessly up the corridor, but Sarp, peering past Esteban's elbow, noticed him. Sarp tugged at Esteban's arm. Esteban swung about. Wait, Jantif! Come back here! Jantif paid no heed. He raced to the descensor, touched the button, the door opened, Jantif stepped aboard. The door closed almost upon Esteban's distorted face. In his hand shone the glint of metal. With heart pounding, Jantif descended to the ground floor. He loped across the foyer, out the portal, and away to the manway. Sarp and Esteban emerged from Old Pink. They paused, looked right and left, saw Jantif, and came in pursuit. Jantif bounded recklessly across to the crowded high-speed lane, where he thrust forward past other passengers, heedless of their annoyance, pouch and camera still gripped in his hand. After came Esteban, with Sarp lagging behind. The blade in Esteban's hand was plainly visible. Jantif lurched ahead, eyes starting from his head in disbelief. Esteban meant to kill him. On the manway, in full view of the passengers? Impossible. It wouldn't be allowed. People would help him. They would restrain Esteban. Or would they? As Jantif lunged forward, he looked despairingly right and left, but met only expressions of glazed annoyance. Esteban, shouldering ahead even more roughly than Jantif, gained ground. Jantif could see his intent expression, the glitter of his eyes. Jantif stumbled and lurched to the side. Esteban was upon him, knife raised high. Jantif seized a tall, sharp-featured woman and pushed her into Esteban. In a rage, she snatched out at Jantif and tore away his pouch. Jantif relinquished pouch and camera and fled, heedful only of his own life. Behind came the remorseless Esteban. At the diversion upon Unsabal River, the way was open and Jantif gained a few yards, only to lose it almost at once among the crowds. Sidling, elbowing, shoving, buffeting, Jantif thrust his way through the protesting folk. Twice Esteban approached close enough to brandish his blade. The folk nearby called out in fear and pushed pell-mell to escape. Jantif on each occasion managed to evade the attack, once through a spasmodic spurt of agility, again by pushing a man into Esteban's path so that both fell, and Jantif was able to gain 10 yards running room. Someone, either inadvertently or through malice, tripped Jantif. He fell flat, and once again Esteban was on him. As the riders of Unsabal River watched to observe the outcome, Jantif kicked Esteban in the groin, rolled frantically aside. Clambering to his feet, he swung a short, square woman screaming into Esteban, who fell on top of the woman. The knife jarred free. Jantif groped to pick it up, but the woman hit him in the face, and Esteban reached the knife first. Croaking in despair, Jantif sprang away and fled along the river. Esteban was tiring. He called out, "Snurge! Snurge! Hold the snurge!" Folk turned to look back, and observing Jantif, stood quickly aside. Esteban's calls, therefore, worked to Jantif's benefit, and he lengthened his lead. Esteban presently stopped shouting. Ahead, Unsabal River intersected Lateral 16. Jantif veered to the side as if intending to divert. Instead, he crouched behind a knot of folk and let himself be carried along the river. Esteban, deceived, rushed out the diversion to the lateral and so lost his quarry. At the next switchover, Jantif reversed direction and rode back to the east, keeping sharp lookout to all sides. He discovered no evidence of pursuit, only the faces of Unsabal, rank on rank, back along the river. His pouch was gone with all his ozels, and likewise his camera. Jantif gave a great shuddering groan of fury. He cursed Esteban with all the invective at his command, and swore restitution for himself. What an abominable day! From now and into the future, things would go differently. Where Unsabal River made its great swerve toward the spaceport, Jantif continued toward Alastor centrality. With a sense of deliverance, he passed under the black and gold portal, crossed the compound, and entered the agency. The clerk, Claude, in the black and beige of the Canatic service, rose to his feet. Jantif cried out, "I'm Jantif Ravensroke of Zek. I must see the Cursar at once." "I'm sorry, sir," said the clerk. "This is impossible at the moment." Jantif stared aghast. "Impossible? Why?" "The Cursar is not presently in Unsabal." Jantif barely restrained a cry of anguish. He looked over his shoulder. The compound was empty. "Where is he? When will he return?" "He's gone to Wyst. He counsels the Whispers before they leave for Numenis. He returns Ainsday with the Whispers aboard the sea disk." "Ainsday? 3 days from now? What will I do till then? I've discovered a dangerous plot against the Canatic." Claude looked dubiously sideways at Jantif. "If such is the case, the Cursar must be informed as soon as possible." "If I survive until Ainsday, I have no place to go." "What of your apartment?" "It's not safe for me. Why can't I stay here?" "The chambers are locked. I can't let you in." Jantif darted another glance over his shoulder. "Where shall I go?" "I can only suggest the Traveller's Inn." "But my money is gone. It's been taken from me." "You need not pay your bill until Ainsday. The Cursar will surely advance you funds." Jantif gave a glum nod. He thought carefully and brought the matrix from his pocket. "Please give me paper." Claude tendered paper and stylus. Jantif wrote, "This is the matrix from my camera. Certain of the pictures indicate a plot. The Canatic himself may be threatened. The people responsible live in Old Pink, Block 17-882. Their names are Esteban, Scorlet, and Sarp. There is another unknown person. I will return Ainsday unless I am killed. Jantif Ravensroke, Freyness, Zek." Jantif wrapped the message around the matrix and handed the parcel to Claude. "This must be kept safe and delivered to the Cursar at the earliest opportunity. In the event that I—" Here Jantif's voice quavered a trifle. "That I'm killed. Will you do this?" "Certainly, sir. I'll do my very best." "And now I must go, before someone thinks to look for me here. Inform no one of my whereabouts." Claude managed a strained grin. "Naturally not." Jantif slowly turned away, reluctant to leave the relative security of the centrality. But no help for it. He must immure himself in the Traveller's Inn until Ainsday, and all would be well. In the shadows under the portal he halted and surveyed the territory beyond. He spied Esteban immediately, not 50 yards distant, striding purposefully toward the centrality. Jantif's jaw dropped in consternation. He shrank back into the compound and pressed himself to the inner surface of the portal. There, holding his breath, he waited. Footsteps. Esteban marched past and away across the compound. As soon as Jantif saw the retreating back, he slipped through the portal and raced away on long, fleet-footed strides toward the manway. "Hey, Jantif!" Esteban's furious cry struck at his back. As Jantif stepped aboard the manway, he looked over his shoulder to find that Esteban had halted at the portal to stand swaying as if in response to conflicting urgencies. Jantif wondered what might have ensued had the cursor been on hand. Jantif jumped across to the speed lane. He looked back to catch a last glimpse of Esteban, still under the portal, then was carried past the range of vision. At the Traveller's Inn, Jantif signed the register as Arlo Joram of Faris, Alastor 458. Without comment, the clerk assigned him a chamber. Jantif bathed and stretched himself out on his couch, aware of aching muscles and comprehensive fatigue. He closed his eyes. The 3 days to Ainsday would pass most rapidly in sleep. Jantif inhaled and exhaled several deep breaths. Circumstances at last were under control. The Traveller's Inn, at the very least, provided security. If Esteban ordered offence, Jantif need merely notify the mutuals on duty at the inn. Note: Mutuality, a contract police force of non-Arabans, inconspicuous, small in number, efficient in practice, directed and controlled by the local panel of delegates. End of note. Jantif opened his eyes, blinked and grimaced, and closed them again. Images from across the terrible day passed before his eyes. Jantif writhed on the couch. His stomach began to gripe. Jantif sat erect. He needed food. Dressing, he went down to the cafeteria, where he made a meal of gruff, deedle, and a bowl of wobbly, which he charged to his account. The public address system, which had been projecting a series of lethargic popular tunes, suddenly enunciated a bulletin. "Attention all! Take note of a heinous murder just reported to the Unsabal Mutuality. The assassin is one Jantif Ravensroke, a probationary visitor, originally of Zek. He is a man of early maturity, tall, slender, with dark hair worn nondescript. He has a thin face, a long nose, and eyes noticeably green in color. The mutuals urgently require that he be held in detention, pending full investigation of his foul act. A search at the highest level of intensity is already being prosecuted. Eagleists all, keep a vigilant watch for this dangerous alien." Jantif jumped to his feet to stand quivering in consternation. He went on delicate steps to the arch giving on the lobby. At the registration desk, 2 men in low-crowned black hats loomed over the clerk. Jantif's heart rose into his throat. Mutuals! Responding with nervous volubility, the clerk waved a long, pale finger toward the ascensor and Jantif's room. The 2 men turned from the desk and strode to the ascensor. As soon as they were gone, Jantif stepped out into the lobby, sidled unobtrusively around the far wall to the door, and departed into the night. Chapter 9. Disjerferact, the carnival strip along the mudflats, had never failed to fascinate Jantif with its contrasts and paradoxes. Disjerferact, gaudy and gay, strident and makeshift, trading brummagem for equally valueless tokens, achieving no more than the dream of a dream. With the light of dawn, and from a distant perspective, the dark red paper pavilions, the tall blue tents, the numberless festoons, banners, and whirligigs conjured a brave and splendid fantasy. By night, uncounted flambeaux flared to the sea breeze. The consequent gleams and shadows, darting and jerking, suggested a barbaric frenzy. In the end, as factitious as all else of Disjerferact. Still, the confusion and helter-skelter provided Jantif an effective refuge. Who, at Disjerferact, cared a whit for anything other than his own yearnings? For 3 days Jantif skulked through nooks and back passages, venturing never a step without seeking the low black hats of mutuals or the dread shape of Esteban. During daylight hours he occupied a cranny between the booth of a pickle merchant and a public latrine. By night he ventured forth, disguised by a moustache fashioned from his own hair, and a head rag in the fashion of the Caribbean Islanders. His tokens, those remaining to him after paying Bonderfest fees, he grudgingly exchanged for poggets and cornucopias of fried kelp. He slept by day in fits and starts, disturbed by the calls of hawkers, the puff-worm vendor's bugle, the screeching of child acrobats, and from a booth across the way, the thud of clog dancing and simulated enthusiasm from shills. Early Ainsday morning, while Jantif lay half-torpid, the public megaphone spoke loud across the mudflats. "Attention all! Today greet the Whispers as they embark on their mission to Numenes. As adumbrated in recent statements, they intend a daring and innovative program. They have proclaimed a slogan for the next century. Viable egoism must fulfill both needs and aspirations and provide scope for human genius. They go to Wyst Tower to urge the Canatic's sympathetic support for the new scheme, and they will draw strength from your advocacy. Therefore come today to the public zone. The Whispers fly from Wyst aboard the sea disk. Their time of arrival is high noon, and they will speak from the pedestal." Jantif listened apathetically, while the megaphones broadcast a second and yet a third repetition of the message. For an instant, while the echoes died, Disjefferak hung suspended in an unnatural silence. Then the customary tumult returned. Jantif rose to a kneeling position, peered right and left from his cranny. Then, finding nothing to foster his anxieties, he stepped out into the flow of pleasure-seekers. At a nearby refreshment booth, he exchanged a token for a spill of fried kelp. Leaning against a wall, he consumed the crisp, if insipid, strands. Then, for want of a better destination, he wandered eastward toward the public zone, or the Field of Voices, as it was sometimes called. The Cursar returned with the Whispers aboard the sea disk. He would not be likely to return to the centrality before the Whispers departed for Numenes. So there was time enough for Jantif to hear the remarks of the Whispers, perhaps at close range. Jantif sauntered eastward across Disjefferak and the mudflats beyond, over the Wherry Slough Bridge and out upon the public zone, an expanse a mile long and almost as wide. At regular intervals poles rose high to support caterfoil megaphones, each pole likewise displaying a numerical code to assist in the arrangement of rendezvous. Almost against the eastern boundary, a pylon held aloft a circular platform under a glass parasol. This was the so-called pedestal. Beyond spread the scarred grounds of the spaceport. By the time Jantif crossed over the Wherry Slough Bridge, folk by the thousands were migrating across the field to pack into a vital sediment around the pedestal. Jantif was annoyed to find that he could approach no closer than 100 yards to the pedestal, which would hardly allow him an intimate inspection of the Whispers. As dawn rose toward the zenith, crowds debouched from Unsabal River in a solid mass, to disperse and sift across the zone, until presently no further increment was possible. The zone was occupied to its capacity and passed. Those arriving on Unsabal River could not alight, but must continue into the roundabout and return the way they had come. On the zone, folk stood elbow to elbow, chin to shoulder. A sour, sweet odor arose from the crowd to drift away on airs from the sea. Jantif recalled his first impressions of Erebus upon debarking from the spaceship. At last he could identify that odor, which then had caused him puzzlement and perhaps a trace of revulsion. Jantif attempted to calculate the number of persons surrounding him, but became confused. The number was surely somewhere among the millions. He felt a pang of claustrophobic alarm. He was confined. He could not move. Suppose something prompted these millions of entities into a stampede? A horrifying thought. Jantif pictured tides of people surging over one another, rising and climbing, at last to topple and break in churning glimpses of arms, faces, legs. The crowd produced a sudden mumble of sound, as out over the water appeared the sea disk, inbound from Wyst. The vessel veered over the spaceport, descended in a smart half-spiral, and dropped to a landing near the public zone. The port opened. An attendant stepped out, followed by the 4 Whispers. 3 men and a woman wearing formal robes. Ignoring the crowd, they disappeared into a subsurface walkway. 2 minutes passed. Out on the zone, gazes lifted to the platform at the top of the pedestal. The Whispers appeared. For a moment they stood looking over the crowd, 4 small figures indistinct in the shade of the parasol. Jandif tried to match them with the Whispers he had seen on the screen. The woman was Faustgard, the men were Orgold, Lemiste, and Delphin. One of the men spoke, which could not be discerned from below, and 1,000 caterfoil megaphones broadcast his words. The Whispers are revivified by this contact with the folk of Unsabal. We take nourishment from your benevolence. It flows in upon us like a mighty tide. We shall bring it forth when we confront the Conatic, and the sheer power of egoistic doctrine shall overcome every challenge. Great events are in the offing. At our noble centenary, we celebrate 100 years of achievement. A new century lies before us, and succeeding centuries in grand succession, each to ratify anew our optimum style of life. Egoism shall sweep Alastor cluster, and all the Gaian reach. So much is foreordained, if it be your will. Is it so? The Whisper paused. A somewhat perfunctory and even uncertain mutter of approval arose from the crowd. Jandif himself was puzzled. The tone of the address was not at all consonant with the announcement he had heard that morning in Disjerferact. So be it, declared the Whisper, and 1,000 caterfoil megaphones magnified his words. There shall be no turning back or faltering. Egoism forever. Man's great enemies are tedium and drudgery. We have broken their ancient tyranny. Let the contractors do the drudge for their lowly pittances. Egoism shall ensure the final emancipation of man. So now, your Whispers go forth to Numenes, impelled by our composite will. We shall take our message to the Conatic and make our 3 important desires known. First, no more immigration. Let those who envy us impose egoism on their own worlds. Second, Arabins are a peaceful folk. We fear no attack. We intend no aggression. Why, then, must we subsidize the Conatic's power? We require none of his advice, nor the force of his whelm, nor the supervision of his bureaucrats. We will therefore require that our annual tax be reduced, or even abolished. Third, our exports are sold at the cheap, yet the items we import come dear. Effectually, we subsidize those inefficient systems still in force elsewhere. Believe this, your Whispers shall press for a new schedule of exchange between the token and the ozil. In fact, they should go at par. Is not an hour of our toil equal to that hour worked by some whey-faced diddler of, let us say, Zek? Jandif jerked his head and frowned in displeasure. The remarks seemed both absurd and inappropriate. The megaphones rang on. Our centenary is at hand. Let loose, we shall invite the Conatic to visit Erebus, to join our festival, and to praise for himself our great achievements. If he declines, the loss is his own. In any case, we shall make our report to you at a great rally of the Araban egoists. We now depart for Numenes. Wish us well. The Whispers raised arms in salute. The crowd responded with a polite roar. The Whispers stepped back and disappeared from view. Several minutes later, they emerged from the ingress kiosk out upon the spaceport. A car awaited them. They entered and were conveyed to the great hulk of the spaceship, El Dantro. The crowd began to depart the field, but without haste. Jandif, now impatient, thrust, sidled, and slid through the obstructive masses to no great effect, and a full 2 hours elapsed before he managed to squeeze aboard Unsabal River, sweating, tired, and temper at the quick. He rode directly to Alastor Centrality. Entering the structure, he found behind the counter not Claude, but a woman, tall and portly, with an imposing bust and austere features. She wore a severe gown of grey twill over a white blouse. Her hair was drawn to the back of her head and held in a handsome silver clip. As in the case of Claude, her place of origin was clearly other than Erebus. She spoke in a formal voice. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "I must see the Cursor at once," said Jantif. Out of reflexive habit, he darted a nervous glance over his shoulder. "The matter is most urgent." The woman inspected Jantif for a long 5 seconds, and Jantif was made conscious of his disheveled appearance. She answered in a voice somewhat crisper than before. "The Cursor is not in his office. He has not yet returned from Wyst." Jantif stood rigid with disappointment. "I expected him today," he said fretfully. "He was to have returned with the Whispers. Is Claude here?" The woman turned another searching inspection upon Jantif, who became uneasy. She said, "Claude is not here. I am Aleda Gloucester, clerk in the Canatic service, and I can discharge any business which you might have had with Claude. I left a parcel with him, a photographic matrix for delivery to the Cursor. I merely wanted to assure myself of its safety." "There is no such parcel in the office. Claude Moore, I regret to say, is dead." Jantif stared aghast. "Dead?" He collected his wits. "How did this happen, and when?" "3 days ago. He was attacked by a ruffian and stabbed through the throat. It is tragic for us all." Jantif asked in a hollow voice, "Has his murderer been apprehended?" "No. He has been identified as a certain Jantif Ravensroke of Zek." Jantif managed to blurt a question. "And the parcel I left is gone?" "There is definitely no such parcel in the office." "Has the Cursor been notified?" "Naturally. I telephoned him immediately at the Wyst centrality." "Then call Wyst now. If the Cursor is there, I must speak to him. The matter is most important, I assure you." "And what name shall I announce if he is there?" Jantif made a feeble attempt to wave the question aside. "It is really of no great consequence." "Your name is of considerable consequence," said Aleda crisply. "Is it by any chance Jantif Ravensroke?" Jantif quailed before the searching inspection. He nodded meekly. "I am Jantif Ravensroke, but I am no murderer." Aleda gave him a level glance of unreadable significance and turned to the telephone. She spoke. "This is Aleda at Ansabal Centrality. Is Cursor Bonamico anywhere at hand?" A voice responded. "Cursor Bonamico has returned to Ansabal. He departed this morning on the sea disk in company with the Whispers." "Odd. He has not yet looked into his office." "Evidently there has been some delay." "Yes, quite likely. Thank you." Aleda Gloucester turned back to Jantif. "If you are not the assassin, why do the Mutuals insist otherwise?" "The Mutuals are mistaken. I know the murderer. He has influence with contractor Schubart, who contracts the services of the Mutuals. I am anxious to lay all facts before the Cursor." "Doubtless." Aleda looked past Jantif through the glass panel to the front wall. "Here are the Mutuals now. You can place your information before them." Jantif turned a glance of startled terror over his shoulder to see 2 men in low black hats marching in ponderous certitude across the compound. "No! They will take me away and kill me. I have urgent news for the Cursor. They wish to stifle me." Aleda nodded grimly. "Step into the inner office. Quickly now." Jantif sped through the door into the Cursor's chamber. The door closed. Jantif pressed his ear to the panel to hear a measured thud of footsteps, then Aleda's voice. "Sirs, how may I be of service?" A resonant baritone voice spoke. "We wish to apprehend a certain Jantif Ravensroke. Is he on the premises?" "You are the Mutuals," said Aleda curtly. "You must determine the facts for yourself." "The facts are these. For 3 days we have kept close watch on this place, fearful that the assassin might attempt a second murder, perhaps on your own person. Now, 5 minutes ago, Jandiff Ravensroke was seen arriving at the agency. Call him forth, if you please, and we will take him into protective custody." Lady Gloucester spoke in her coldest tones. "Jandiff Ravensroke has been accused of murder, this is true. The victim was Claude Moore, clerk in the Canatic Service, and the deed occurred upon the extraterritorial grounds of Alastor centrality. Responsibility for the detection and punishment of this crime, therefore, is beyond the legal competence of the mutuals." After a pause of 10 seconds, the baritone voice spoke. "Our orders are definite. We must do our duty and search the premises." "You shall do nothing of the sort," said Lady Gloucester. "At your first move I will touch 2 buttons. The first will destroy you through robot sensors. The second will call down the whelm." The baritone voice made no response. Jandiff heard the measured thud of retreating footsteps. The door opened. Aleda looked in at him. "Quickly now. Go after them. It is your only chance. They're confused and return for orders, and they will find that I waived extraterritoriality when I reported Claude's murder." "But where shall I go? If I could get aboard a spaceship, I have my passage voucher." "The mutuals will certainly guard the spaceport. Go south. At Balad there is a spaceport of sorts. Go there and take passage for home." Jandiff grimaced sadly. "Balad is thousands of miles away." "That may well be, but if you stay in Unsabal you will surely be taken. Leave now by the rear exit. When you reach Balad, telephone the agency." Jandiff had departed. Aleda Gloucester gave her head a shake of outrage and indignation and composed a message. "To the Carnatic at Luce, from the Alastor centrality at Unsabal, Erebus. Events are flying in all directions here. Poor Jandiff Ravensroke is in terrible danger. Unless someone puts a stop, they'll have his blood, or worse. He is accused of a vile crime, but he is surely as innocent as a child. I have ordered him south into the Weird Lands, despite the rigors of the way. Cursor Bonamico is unfortunately nowhere to be located. I send this off in agitation, and with the hope that help is on the way. Aleda Gloucester, clerk, the Alastor centrality, Unsabal." Chapter 10. With hunched shoulders and smoldering gaze, Jandiff rode Unsabal River west, away from the spaceport, away from Alastor centrality, away forever from the detestable old Pink, where all his troubles had originated. Fragmented images whirled through his mind, churned by rage and by sick misgivings at the prospect of traversing the Weird Lands. How far to Balad? 1,000 miles? 2,000 miles? An enormous distance in any event, across a land of forests, mouldering ruins, and great sluggish rivers, gleaming like quicksilver in the dawn light. Something tickled Jandiff's mind, the mention of an omnibus, its terminus at the Metallurgical Syndicate. Someone had joked of riding all the way to Balad, so presumably a connection existed. Regrettably, transportation came dear on Wyst when bought with Araban tokens, of which Jandiff had but a few in any case. Glumly he thought of his family amulet, a disk of carved rose quartz on a stout arm-strap. Perhaps this might buy his passage to Balad. So Jandiff rode across the waning afternoon, through the twilight and into the night. Diverting to the great southern adit, he was carried along the route of the Bonterfesters. How far now seemed that occasion, though only 4 days gone. Jandiff's stomach twisted at the recollection. South through the fringes of the city he rode. Night had fallen in earnest. A damp, dark night by reason of a low overcast. Strands of cold mist blew along the avenues of District 92, and the overhead lamps became eerie puffs of luminosity. Few folk were abroad at this time, and as the adit slanted away from the city, their number dwindled even further, so that Jandiff rode almost alone. The way climbed a long slope. Unsabal, behind and below, became a ribbon of hazy light, streaming far to the right and far to the left. Then the way swung into Outpost Valley, and Unsabal was blotted from sight. Ahead appeared the lights of the metallurgical syndicate. The fence came to parallel the manway, and the fat bolts of energy playing among the strands were more sinister than ever through the darkness. Mounds of ore, slag, and sinter loomed against the sky. A barge discharged ore into an underground hopper to create a clattering roar. Jandif watched in sudden interest. Presumably, after unloading the ore, the barge would return to the mines, somewhere in Blaile, at the southern fringe of the Weirdlands. Here was transportation, quick and cheap, if he could avail himself of it. Jandif moved to the side of the way and stepped off. The barge slid off and stationed itself under another hopper. Again came a clatter as material poured into the barge. Jandif appraised the situation. The fence no longer barred the way, but between himself and the barge interposed an area illuminated by overhead lamps. He would surely be seen if he approached from the direction of the manway. Jandif returned to the manway and rode 100 yards past the lighted area. Alighting once more, he set off across the dark field, which was dank with seepage from the slag piles. The mud released an acrid reek as Jandif trudged through. Cursing under his breath, he approached the shadow side of the mound, where the ground became somewhat firmer. Cautiously, Jandif moved to where he could view the field, just in time to see the barge lift and sweep away through the night. Jandif looked forlornly after the receding sidelights. There went his transportation south. He hunched his shoulders against the chill. Standing in the shadows, he felt more alone than ever before in his life, as isolated and remote as if he were already dead, or floating alone in the void. He stirred himself. No point standing stupidly in the cold, though indeed he could see small scope for anything better. Lights slid across the sky. Another barge. It settled upon the discharge hopper, the operator leaning from his cab to perceive signals from the hopper attendant. The compartments tilted. Out poured the ore with a rush and a rattle. Jandif poised himself at the ready. The barge slid to a hopper near the slag pile. Slag roared down the chute into the barge. Jandif bounded at best speed across the intervening area. He reached the barge and climbed upon a horizontal flange at the base of the cargo bins. Grasping for a secure handhold, he found only vertical flanges. He would lose his grip as soon as the barge lurched to a cross gust. Jandif jumped, caught the upper lip of the ore compartment. Kicking and straining, he hauled himself up, slid over the lip into the compartment, which just at this moment received its charge from the hopper above. Jandif danced and trod this way and that, and climbed sprawling across the slag, and so managed to avoid burial. In the cab, the operator turned his head. Jandif threw himself flat. Had he been seen? Evidently not. The loaded barge lurched aloft and slid away through the darkness. Jandif heaved a great shuddering sigh. Erebus lay behind him. The barge flew a mile or two, then slowed and seemed to drift. Jandif lifted his head in perplexity. What went on? A lamp on top of the control cab illuminated the cargo area. The operator stepped from his cab and walked astern along the central catwalk. He called harshly to Jandif. "Well, then, fellow, what's your game?" Jandif crawled across the slag until, gaining his feet, he was able to look up at the menacing figure. He did not like what he saw. The operator was a notably ugly man. His face, round and pale, rested directly upon a great ton of a torso. His eyes were set far apart, almost riding the cheekbones. The nose, no more than a button of gristle, seemed vastly inadequate for the ventilation of so imposing a body. The operator repeated himself in a voice as harsh as before. "Well, then, what's the game? Haven't you read the notices? We're sharp for restless custodies." "I'm no custody," cried Jandif. "I'm trying to leave Unsabal. I only want to ride across Weirdland into Blaile." The operator looked down in sardonic disbelief. "What are you seeking in Blaile? You'll find no free wump for certain. Everyone earns his keep. I'm not Arabin, Jantif explained eagerly. I'm not even an immigrant. I'm a visitor from Zek. I thought I wanted to visit Wyst, but now I'm anxious only to leave. Well, I can believe you're no custody. You'd know better than to ride the ore barge. Can you guess how you might have fared had I not taken pity on you? No, not exactly, mumbled Jantif. I intended no harm. The operator spoke in a lordly tone. First, to clear Daffledaw Mountains, I raised to 3 miles, where the air is chill and the clouds are shreds of floating ice, so then you freeze rigid and die. No, don't argue. I've seen it happen. Next, where do you think I take this slag? To be set into a tiara for the contractor's lady? No, indeed. I float over Lake Neiman, where contractor Schubart builds his ramp. I turn up the compartments. Out pours the slag, and your frozen corpse as well, to fall a mile into the black water. And what do you think of that? I was not aware of such things, said Jantif mournfully. Had I known, I would certainly have chosen some other transportation. The operator rocked his head briskly back and forth. You're no custody, this is clear. They know well enough what happens to illicit vagabonds. The operator's voice became somewhat more lenient. Well, then, you're in luck. I'll fly you to Blale, if you pay 100 ozels for the privilege. Otherwise, you can take your chances with the chill and Lake Neiman. Janif winced. The Arabins robbed me of everything I own. I have nothing except a few tokens. The operator stared down a long, grim moment. What do you carry in that sack at your belt? Janif displayed the contents. 50 tokens and some bits of kelp. The operator gave a groan of disgust. What good is such trash to me? He wheeled and marched back along the catwalk toward the cab. Janif stumbled and slid in the loose slag as he tried to keep pace. I have nothing now, but my father will pay. I assure you of this. The operator turned and scrutinized the compartments with exaggerated care. I discern no one else. Where is your father? Let him come forth and pay. He's not here. He lives at Treasonous on Zek. Zek? Why did you not say so? The operator reached down and yanked Jantif up to the catwalk. I'm a Gatswanger from Candaspe, which is not all that far from Zek. The Arabins? Madmen all, and slovens as well. Into the cab with you. I marvel to see a decent elitist in such a plight. Jantif gingerly followed the operator's great bulk into the cab. Sit on the bench yonder. I was about to take a bite of food. Do you care to join me, or would you prefer your kelp? I will join you with pleasure, said Jantif. My kelp has become a bit stale. The operator set out bread, meat, pickles, and a jug of wine, then signaled Jantif to serve himself. You're a lucky man to have fallen in with me, Lemuel Swarkop, rather than certain others I could name. The truth is, I despise the Arabins, and I'll ferry away anyone who wants to leave, custody or not. There is a certain Booch, now contractor Schubart's personal chauffeur, but a one-time operator. He shows a kind face only to obliging girls, and even then is fickle, if one's to believe his tales. Jantif decided not to mention his acquaintance with Booch. I'm grateful both to you and the Cassidents. Note. See Glossary No. 5. End of note. Whatever the case, said Swarkop, the weird lands are no place for a person like yourself. No one maintains order. It is every man for himself, and you must either fight, hide, or run, unless you have a submissive disposition. I only want to leave Wyst, said Jantif. I'm going to the Balad spaceport for this purpose only. You may have a long wait. Jantif instantly became alarmed. Why so? Balad spaceport is just a field beside the sea. Perhaps once a month a cargo ship drops down to discharge goods for Balad Township and contractor Schubart. You'd be in great luck if you found a ship to carry you toward Zek. Jandif pondered the information in gloomy silence. At last he asked, "How, then, should I return to Zek?" Swarkop turned him a wondering gaze. "The obvious choice is Unsabal spaceport, where ships depart each day." "True," said Jandif lamely. "There's always that possibility. I must give it some thought." The barge slid south through the night. Overcome by fatigue, Jandif drowsed. Swarkop sprawled out on a couch to the side of the cab and began to snore noisily. Jandif went to look out the front windows, but found only darkness below and the stars of Alastor cluster above. Down to the side a flickering light appeared and passed abeam. Who might be abroad in that dark wilderness? Why were they showing so late a light? Gypsies? Vagabonds? Someone lost in the woods? The light fell astern and was gone. Jandif stretched himself out on the bench and tried to sleep. Eventually he dozed, to be aroused some hours later by the thump of Swarkop's boots. Jandif blinked and groaned, and reluctantly hunched himself up into a sitting position. Swarkop washed his face at the basin, gurgling, blowing, and snorting like a drowning animal. A bleary gray light gave substance to the interior of the cab. Jandif rose to his feet and went to the forward window. Dwan had not yet appeared. The sky was a sullen, mottled gray. Below spread the forest, marked only by an occasional glade out to a line of hills in the south. Swarkop thumped a mug of tea down in front of Jandif. He peered down at the landscape. "A dreary morning. The clouds are dank as dead fish, and the sight is the most dismal of forests, fit only for wild men and witches." He raised his hand and performed a curious set of signals. Jandif eyed him askance, but delicately forbore comment. Swarkop said heavily, "When a wise man lives in a strange place, he uses the customs and believes the beliefs of that place, if only as sensible precaution. Each morning the wild men of the Saich make such signs, and they're persuaded of the benefits. Why should I dispute them, or despise what, after all, may be a very practical technique?" "Quite true," said Jandif. "This seems a sensible point of view." Swarkop poured out more tea. "The Saich guards 1,000 secrets. Ages ago this was a fruitful countryside. Can you believe it? Now the palaces are covered with mold." Jandif shook his head in awe. "It seems impossible." "Not to Contractor Schubart. He intends to break the forests and open up the land. He'll establish farms and homesteads, villages and counties, and then he'll make himself king of the Weird Lands. Oh, he has a taste for pomp, does Contractor Schubart. Never think otherwise." "It seems an ambitious program, to say the least." "Ambitious and expensive. Contractor Schubart milks a golden stream from the Araban teat, so there's no lack of ozels. Oh, I'll fly his barges and work to his orders, and some day I'll be Viscount Swarkop. Boots, no doubt, will ordain himself Duke, but that's nothing to me, so long as he keeps to his own domain. Ah, well, that's all for the future." Swarkop pointed to the southeast. "There, Lake Neiman, where Contractor Schubart builds his causeway, and where I must relinquish your company." Jandif had hoped for transportation all the way to his destination. He asked despondently, "And then, how far to Balad?" "A mere 50 miles, no great matter." Swarkop put a plate of bread and meat before him. "Eat, fortify yourself against the promenade, and please do not mention my name in Balad. The news of my altruism would soon reach the contractor's manse, and I might be deprived of my title." "Naturally, I'll say nothing whatever." Jandif glumly addressed himself to the food. The next meal might be long in coming. He voiced a forlorn hope. "Perhaps I can somehow secure passage out of Balad on a cargo ship?" "Most unlikely. Cargo ships reject all passengers. Otherwise, starmenters dressed like tourists would take passage, destroy captain and crew, and whisk their booty away across space. Anywhere in the Primarchic, The cargo ship sells for 1,000,000 ozels, no questions asked. Note: the Primarchic is an aggregation of stars somewhat lesser than Alastor cluster, at one time controlled by the Primarch, now in a chronic state of disorder, factionalism, and war. An important function of the Canatic's whelm is protection against raids from the Primarchic. End of note. And you may be sure that the shipping lines are well aware of this. I suggest that you dismiss Ballad Spaceport from your plans. Jandif looked out across the dour forest he must traverse afoot. All to no purpose, if Swarkop were to be believed. At Ballad he was further removed than ever from his passage home. Still, under the circumstances, what better options had been open to him? He said tentatively, "Perhaps I could persuade you to deliver a message to the Cursar in Unsabal? The matter is of great importance." Swarkop's eyes bulged in disbelief. "You suggest that I ride that vile man-way into Unsabal? My dear fellow, not for 100 ozels. You must transmit your messages by telephone like everyone else." Jandif hastened to agree. "Yes, that's the best idea, of course." He stood aside as Swarkop manipulated controls. The barge slanted down upon Lake Nieman, a great gash across the wilderness brimming with black water, and never more than 2 or 3 miles wide. Swarkop brought the barge to a halt and thrust a lever. Slag poured down upon the end of a dike already half across the lake. "The plan is to strike a road from Ballad across the Seiche to Lake Nieman, thence to the head of the Buglas River, then across the Dankwold. Or perhaps Schubart intends to blast through the Daffledaws. Yes, that must be the case, since I've carried 6 great cargoes of frack north to Unsabal Depot, enough to pulverize Zaid Mountain and cut a new Dinklin River gorge." "It seems a tremendous project." "True, and quite beyond my understanding. But then I'm Lemuel Swarkop, hireling, while Schubart is Grand Knight and contractor. And there the matter rests." Swarkop lowered the barge to the base of the causeway. Throwing open the cab door, he leaned out to inspect the countryside. The air was cold and still. Lake Nieman lay flat as a black mirror. "The day will be fine," declared Swarkop, with a heartiness Jandif refused to find infectious. "Trudging the Seiche in the rain is not good sport. Good luck to you, and 50 miles to Ballad, 2 days' easy journey, unless you're delayed." Jandif's ear discovered alarming overtones in the remark. "Why should I be delayed?" Swarkop shrugged. "I could lay forth 1,000 ideas and still fall short of reality. Gimpara will dispose." Note: Swarkop's reference to Gimpara is facetious. Were he in earnest, he would no doubt have invoked Corre of the 4 Bosoms, who controls his home world, Candaspe. Jandif perceives this nuance of usage, but is not altogether reassured. End of note. "Is there an inn along the way where I might rest the night?" Swarkop pointed to the shore of the lake. "Notice that tumble of milkstone? It marks a grand resort of the ancient times, when lords and ladies dallied up and down the lake in barges with carved silver screens and velvet sails. Then there were inns along the road to Ballad. Now you'll find only a roadmender's hut just past Gant Gap. Use it at your own risk." "Risk?" cried Jandif. "Why should there be risk?" "Roadmenders sometimes set out traps to startle the witches. The witches sometimes leave hallucinations to startle the roadmenders. Build 4 blazing fires against the gaunch. Lie down in the middle, and you'll be safe until morning. But keep the fires flaming high." "What is a gaunch?" asked Jandif, looking dubiously along the edge of the forest. "That question is often asked, but never answered. The witches know, but they say nothing, not even to each other." Swarkop mused a moment. "I suggest that you put the matter out of your mind. You'll know the gaunch when you meet him face to face. If you do not do so, the matter becomes moot. Fire is said to be a deterrent. If it blazes higher than the creature cares to step, then there's my best advice." Swarkop bundled up what remained of his provisions and thrust the pack upon Jandif. "You'll find plums, cackajews, and honey buttons along the way, but don't steal so much as a turnip from the farmers. They'll take you for a witch and hunt you down with their wurgles. Once again, good luck." Swarkop backed into the cab and closed the door. The barge lifted and slid off across the lake. Jandif watched until the barge disappeared into the distance. Swinging around, he scrutinized the edge of the forest, but found only dark foliage and darker shadows. He squared his shoulders to the road and trudged off south toward Balad. Chapter 11. Dawn, rising into the sky, projected Jandif's shadow along the road ahead of him. As in Erebus, the light seemed to shimmer with an oversaturation of color. In these middle latitudes, half around the curve of Wyst, the effect, if anything, seemed emphasized, and Jandif fancied that if he were to examine one of the light spatters where a ray struck down through the foliage, he would find innumerable points of color, as if from 10,000,000 microscopic dewdrops. He recalled his first wonder at the light and the stimulation it had worked on him. Small benefit had he derived. In fact, to the contrary, his sketches and depictions had set in motion those events which were the source of all his troubles, and the end not yet in sight. At least from Balad he could telephone the Cursar, which would certainly provide him transportation back to Unsabal, and safe access through Unsabal spaceport. And Jandif, marching south at a brisk stride, began to take an interest in the landscape. When eventually he returned to Zek, what wonderful tales he would be able to tell. The road led up a long slope through sprawling, heavy-boled trees, then breasted a low ridge. Ahead lay forest and yet more forest, trees indigenous and exotic, some perhaps tracing a lineage back through the Gaian Reach, all the way to old Earth itself. Jandif's imagination was stirred. He imagined himself arriving at Alpha Gaia spaceport on Earth, with fabulous cities and unimaginable antiquities awaiting his inspection. How much would it cost? 2 or perhaps 3,000 ozels. Where would he ever gain so much money? One way or another, nothing was impossible. First, a safe return to Zek. Beguiling himself with fancies and prospects, Jandif put miles behind him, walking with long, steady strides. When Dawn reached its zenith, little more than halfway up the sky to the north, Jandif halted beside a rivulet and ate a portion of his provisions. For the moment, at least, the forest seemed placid and devoid of menace. How far had he come? 10 miles at least. 50 yards along the road, a group of 8 folk emerged from the forest. Jandif tensed and decided to sit quietly. 3 of the folk were women in long gowns, and 3 were men, wearing black vests over pale green pantaloons. One was a child, and another a stripling. All were blond. The child's hair was flaxen. Upon spying Jandif, the group came to a wary halt. Then, neither speaking nor making signals, they turned and went off along the road to the south, the stripling and the child bringing up the rear. Jandif watched them go. From time to time the child looked back, whether or not by reason of instruction Jandif could not determine, since the child made no comment to its elders. They rounded a bend and were lost to view. Jandif immediately jumped to his feet and went to that spot where the witches had emerged from the forest. A few yards off the road he saw a tree burdened with plump purple fruit. Jandif restrained himself. The witches might or might not have been eating the fruit. Perhaps it carried a venom which must be dispelled by cooking or other treatment. Jandif proceeded on his way, and at his previous gait, unconcerned whether or not he might overtake the witches. They had shown no hint of hostility, and surely they could apprehend no threat from him. But when presently he commanded a view along the road, the witches were nowhere to be seen. Jandif walked steadily onward, his strides becoming slower and his legs beginning to ache as the afternoon waned. As Dwan angled low into the northwest, the land heaved up ahead in a line of stony juts and retreating gullies. On a promontory overlooking the road, the ruins of a great palace lay tumbled among a dozen black tsung trees. A dolorous place, thought Jantif. No doubt a rendezvous for melancholy ghosts. He hastened past with all the speed his legs could provide, up a gulch where a small river bounded back and forth between rocks. Gant Gap, Jantif decided. It was a place dark and cold. He was pleased to emerge upon a meadow. Dwan almost brushed the horizon. Jantif looked in all directions for the sheds Swarkop had mentioned, but no such structure could be seen. Lowering his head, he set off once more along the road, as the last rays of dawn light played across the meadow. The road entered a new forest, and Jantif hunched along in the gathering darkness, assured that he had passed the shed by. A waft of smoke reached his nostrils. Jantif stopped short, then walked slowly forward, and presently saw a spark of firelight 50 yards ahead. Jantif approached with great caution and looked out upon a small meadow. Here, in fact, was the shed, a crude structure set 30 yards back from the road. Around the fire sat 8 folk, 3 men of widely disparate age, 3 women equally various, a boy of 4 or 5, and a girl somewhat past her adolescence. These were evidently the folk Jantif had seen earlier in the day. How had they arrived so soon? Jantif could not fathom their speed. They clearly had been at rest for at least an hour. He studied them from the shadows. They seemed neither uncouth nor horrid, after the reputed witchling style. Indeed, they seemed quite ordinary. Jantif recalled that their far ancestors were the nobility whose palaces lay shattered across the weird lands. All were blond, their hair ranging from flaxen through pale brown to dusty umber. The girl, in particular, seemed almost comely. A trick of the firelight? Perhaps one of her hallucinations or glamours? None spoke. All stared into the fire as if deep in meditation. Jantif stepped forward. He attempted a hearty greeting, but achieved only a rather reedy "Hello." The small boy troubled to turn his head. The others paid no heed. "Hello there," called Jantif once more, and stepped forward. "May I join you at your fire?" Certain of the folk gave him a brief inspection. None spoke. Accepting the absence of active hostility as an invitation, Jantif knelt down beside the blaze and warmed his hands. Once again he essayed conversation. "I'm on my way to Balad, where hopefully I'll take passage off-planet. I'm a stranger to Wyst, actually. My home is Zek, out along the Fiammifer. I spent a few months in Unsabal, but had quite enough of it. Too many people, too much confusion. I don't know if you've ever visited there." Jantif's voice dwindled off to silence. No one seemed to be listening. Odd conduct, to be sure. Well, if they preferred silence to conversation, they were well within their rights. If these were truly witches, they might know mysterious means to communicate without sound. Jantif felt a tingle of awe. Covertly, he inspected the group, first left, then right. Their garments, woven from bast and dyed variously green, pink, or pale brown, were serviceable forest wear. In the place of hats, the men wore kerchiefs. The women's hair fell loosely over the ears. Each had gilded his or her fingernails so that they glinted in the firelight. Otherwise, they displayed no ornaments, talismans, or amulets. Whatever mysteries they controlled, their methods were not obtrusive. Apparently, they had supped. A cooking pot rested upside down on a bench, and also a platter with fragments of skillet cake. Emboldened by the acceptance of his presence, Jantif put forward, "I am very hungry. I wonder if I might finish off the skillet cake." No one seemed to care one way or another. Jantif took a modest portion of the cake and ate with good appetite. The fire began to burn low. The girl rose to her feet and went to fetch logs. She was slender and graceful, so Jandif noticed. He leapt to his feet and ran to assist her, and it seemed that her lips twitched in an almost imperceptible smile. None of the others paid any heed, save the small boy, who watched rather sternly. Jandif ate another piece of skillet cake, wondering meanwhile whether the group planned to sleep in the shed. The door was closed. Perhaps they feared the road-mender's tricks. The fire glowed warm, the silence soothed. Jandif's eyelids drooped. He fell asleep. By slow and fitful degrees, Jandif awoke. He lay on the ground, cramped and cold. The fire had burnt down to embers. Jandif peered through the darkness. No one was visible. The witches were gone. Jandif sat up and hunched over the coals. A spatter of cold rain fell against his face. Laboriously he rose to his feet and stood swaying in the darkness. Shelter would be most welcome. Dubiously he considered the shed. It should be in yonder direction. Groping through the darkness, he found the plank walls and sidled to the door. The latch moved under his hand. The door creaked ajar. Jandif's heart jerked at the sound, but no one or nothing seemed to notice. He listened. From inside the hut, silence. Neither breathing, nor movement, nor any of the sounds of sleep. Jandif tried to step forward, but found that he could not do so. His body thought better of the idea. For a minute, Jandif stood wavering, every instant less disposed to enter the hut. There was something within, said a mid-region of his brain. It would seize him with a horrible babbling sound. So in his childhood had gone a remembered nightmare, perhaps in anticipation of this very moment. Jandif backed away from the door. He stumbled off to where he and the girl had gathered firewood, and presently found dead branches which he brought to the embers. After great effort he blew up the fire, and finally achieved a heartening blaze. Warm once more, he sat down, resolved to remain awake. He turned to look at the hut, now visible in the firelight. Through the open door nothing could be seen. Jandif quickly averted his gaze to avoid giving offense. His mind wandered, his eyes closed. A creaking sound brought him sharply awake. Someone had closed the door to the shed. Jandif jerked up to his knees. Run! Take wild and instant flight! The hysterical animal within himself keened and raved. But run where? Off into the darkness? Jandif fetched more wood and built up the fire, and no longer was he urged to sleep. A dank light seeped into the sky. The meadow took on substance. Beside the guttering fire, Jandif was like a figure carved from wood. He stirred up the fire, feeling ancient as the world itself, then rose stiffly to his feet and ate the last of his bread and meat. He turned a single incurious glance toward the shed, then trudged somberly away toward the south. Halfway through the morning, the overcast lifted. Lambent dawn light burst down upon the landscape, and Jandif's spirits lifted. Already the events of the previous night were sliding from his mind like the episodes of a dream. The road crossed a river. Jandif drank, bathed his face, and ate berries from a low-growing thicket. For 10 minutes he rested, then once again went his way. Gradually the land altered. The forest thinned and sheared back from stony meadows. At noon, Jandif encountered a lane leading away to the right, and thereafter similar lanes left the road every mile or so. Jandif walked across a wild, stony land, grown over with coarse shrubs and land corals. To his left, the forest continued into the southeast, dark and heavy as ever. During the middle afternoon he came upon a farmstead of modestly prosperous appearance. A young man of his own age worked behind a fence, whitewashing the trunks of young fruit trees. He stood erect at Jandif's approach, and came to the fence to secure a better view. A sturdy fellow, with a narrow, long-nosed face and sleek black hair tied in 3 tufts. Jandif gave him a courteous greeting, then, not caring for the farmer's expression of sardonic bewilderment, continued along his way. The farmer's curiosity, however, was not to be denied. "Hola there! Hold up a minute!" Jandif paused. "Are you addressing me?" "Naturally. Is anyone else present?" "I believe not." "Well, then, you're not of these parts, certainly." "True," said Jandif coldly. "I am a visitor to Wyst. My home is Frayness on Zek." "I don't know the place. Still, I dare say there are millions of chinks and burrows about the cluster of which I know nothing." "No doubt this is the case." "Well, then, why are you walking the Sights Road, which leads nowhere but to Lake Nieman?" "A friend flew me out from Unsabal and put me down at Lake Nieman," said Jandif. "I walked the road from there." "And what of the witches? Did you see many?" "I'm told a new tribe just moved over from the Haral Millet." "I encountered a group of wandering folk, yes," said Jandif. "They troubled me not at all. In fact, they seemed quite courteous." "So long as they forbore to feed you their tainted food, you're in luck." Note: inexact translation. Uslak is devil's dross. The adjective uslakaten means unholy, unclean, profane, repulsive. End of note. Jandif managed a smile. "I'm fastidious about such things, I assure you." "And what will you do in these parts?" Jandif had prepared an answer to such a question. "I am a student traveling on a research fellowship. I wanted to visit Blail before returning home." The farmer gave a skeptical grunt. "You'll find nothing here to study. We're quite ordinary folk. You might have studied to better effect at home." "Possibly so." Jandif bowed stiffly. "Excuse me, I must be on my way." "As you like, so long as you don't wander into the orchard among my good damsons, whether to study or to meditate or just to stroll, because I'll believe you're there to pilfer, and I'll loose stank it on you." "I have no intention of stealing your produce," said Jandif with dignity. "Good day to you." He continued south, where the road skirted the damson orchard. He noted clusters of fruit dangling almost within reach. He marched resolutely past, even though he was apparently not under observation. The land became settled. To the west spread cultivated lands, farmstead after farmstead, with orchards and fields of cereal. To the east the forest thrust obdurately south, as heavy, tall, and dense as ever. Jandif presently saw ahead a cluster of ramshackle structures, the town Balad. To the right, a group of warehouses and workshops indicated the site of the spaceport. The field itself was barren of traffic. Jandif urged his weary legs to a final effort and moved at his best speed. A slow, full river swung in from the east. The road veered close to the Seitch. Jandif, chancing to look off into the forest, stopped short on legs suddenly numb. 20 yards away, camouflaged by the light and shadow, 3 men in black vests and pale green pantaloons stood motionless and silent, like fabulous animals. Jandif stared, his pulse pounding from the startlement. The 3 gazed gravely back, or perhaps beyond. Jandif released his pent breath. Then, thinking to recognize the men of the night before, he raised his hand in an uncertain salute. The 3 men, giving back no acknowledgment, continued to gaze at or past Jandif as before. Jandif trudged wearily onward away from the forest, across the river by an ancient iron bridge, and finally arrived at the outskirts of Balad. The road broadened to become an avenue 50 yards wide, running the length of the town. Here Jandif halted, to look glumly this way and that. Balad was smaller and more primitive than he had anticipated, essentially nothing more than a wind-swept village on the dunes beside the moaning ocean. Small shops lined the south side of the main street. Opposite were a marketplace, a dilapidated hall, a clinic and dispensary, a great barn of a garage for the repair of farmers' vehicles, and a pair of taverns, the Old Grower and the Simmery. Lanes angled down to the river, where half a dozen fishing boats were moored. cottages flanked the lanes and overlooked the river, which, a half-mile after leaving Balad, became a shallow estuary and so entered the ocean. A few pale, dark-haired children played in the lanes. Half a dozen wheeled vehicles and a pair of groundhoppers were parked beside the old grower, and as many near the simmery. The old grower was the closest, a two-story structure, cinder blocks below and timber painted black, red, and green above to produce an effect of rather ponderous frivolity. Jandif pushed through the door and entered a common room furnished with long tables and benches and illuminated by panes of dusty magenta glass set high in the side wall. At this slack hour of the day, the room was vacant of all but 7 or 8 patrons, drinking ale from earthenware vessels and playing sankey. Note: a complicated game of assault and defense played on a board 3 feet square, with pieces representing fortresses, estafracts, and lancers. End of note. Jandif looked into the kitchen, where a portly man, notable for a shining bald pate and a luxuriant black moustache, stood with a knife and brush, preparatory to cleaning a large fish. His attitude suggested peevishness, provoked by conditions not immediately evident. Upon looking up and seeing Jandif, he lowered knife and brush and spoke in a brusque voice. "Well, sir, how may I oblige you?" Jandif spoke in an embarrassed half-stammer. "Sir, I am a traveler from off-world. I need food and lodging, and since I have no money, I would be pleased to work for my keep." The innkeeper threw down the knife and brush. His manner underwent a change, to become what was evidently a normal condition of pompous affability. "You are in luck. The maid is hard at it giving birth. The pot-boy is likewise ill, perhaps in sympathy. I lack 100 commodities, but work is not one of them. There is much to be done, and you may start at once. As your first task, be so good as to clean this fish." Chapter 12. Farisk, the innkeeper, had not deceived Jandif. There was indeed work to be accomplished. Farisk, himself inclined to ease and tolerance, nevertheless, through sheer force of circumstances, kept Jandif constantly on the move, scouring, sweeping, cutting, paring, serving food and drink, washing and cleaning pots, plates, and utensils, husking, shelling, and cleaning persebs. Note: persebs, a small mollusk growing upon subsurface rocks along the shores of the moaning ocean. The persebs must be gathered, husked, cleaned, fried in nut oil with aioli, whereupon they become a famous local delicacy. End of note. Jandif was allowed the use of a small chamber at the back of the second floor, whatever he chose to eat and drink, and a daily wage of 2 ozels. "This is generous pay," declared Farisk grandly. "Still, after you perform the toil that I require, you may think differently." "At the moment," said Jandif feelingly, "I am more than satisfied with the arrangement." "So be it." On the morning after his arrival in Balad, Jandif took himself to the local post and communications office, and there telephoned Alastor Centrality at Unsabal, a call for which, by cluster law, no charge could be levied. On the screen appeared the face of Aleda Gluster. "Ah, ha, ha!" she exclaimed in excitement. "Jandif Ravensroke, where are you?" "As you suggested, I came to Balad. In fact, I arrived yesterday afternoon." "Excellent. And you will now take passage from the spaceport?" "I haven't applied yet," said Jandif. "It may well be useless. Only cargo ships put down here, and they take no passengers, or so I'm told." Aleda Gluster's jaw dropped. "I had not considered this aspect of affairs." "In any event," said Jandif, "I must speak to the Cursar. Has he returned to Unsabal?" "No, nor has he called into the office. It is most strange." Jandif clicked his tongue in disappointment. "When he arrives, will you telephone me? I'm at the Old Grower Tavern. My business is really important." "I will give him your message, certainly." "Thank you very much." Jantif left the post office and hurried back to the old drawer, where Farisk had already become petulant because of his absence. The custom of the old drawer comprised a cross-section of local society, farmers and townspeople, servants from the manor of Grand Knight Schubart, as he was locally known, warehousemen and mechanics from the spaceport, and the port agent himself, a certain Eubank. Jantif found most of these folk somewhat coarse and not altogether congenial, especially the farmers, each of whom seemed more positive, stubborn, and curt than the next. They drank Farisk's compound ale and smoky spirits with zeal, and ate decisively. They derived neither expansion nor ease from their drinking, and when drunk became torpid. As a rule, Jantif paid little heed to their conversation. However, overhearing mention of the witches, he asked a question. "Why do they never speak? Can anyone tell me this?" The farmers exchanged smiles at Jantif's ignorance. "Certainly they can speak," declared the oldest and most amiable of the group, a person named Scorbo. "My brother trapped 2 of them in his barn. The first got away. The other he tied to the farrel post and took the truth out of her. I won't say how. The witch agreed that she could talk as well as the next person, but that words carried too much magic for ordinary occasions. Therefore they were never used unless magic was to be worked. As at that very moment, so said the witch. Then she sang out a rhyme, or whatever it might be, and Chebby, that's my brother, felt the blood rush to his ears in a burst, and he ran from the barn. When he came back with his fire, the creature was walking away." Note: a light weapon used for the control of rodents, the hunting of wild fowl, and like service. End of note. "He took aim, and would you think it, the fire exploded and tore open his hands." A farmer named Bodil jerked his head in scorn for the folly of Chab, the brother. "No one should use a fire or any complex thing against a witch. A cudgel cut from a 9-year-old hawber and soaked 9 nights in water which has washed no living hand. That's the best fend against witches." "I keep a besom of prickle with, and it's never failed me yet," said one named Sansoro. "I've laid it out ready for use, and I'm smarting up my wurgles. There's a new coven into Inkwood." "I saw some yesterday," said Dwade, a lanky young man with a great beak of a nose and crow-wing eyebrows. "They seemed on the move toward Weemish Water. I shouted my curse, but they showed no haste." Scorbo drained his mug and set it down with a rap. "The Canatic should deal with them. We pay our yearly stiver, and what do we get in return?" Note: colloquialism for the Canatic's head tax. End of note. "Felicitations and high prices. I'd as soon spend my tax on ale. Boy, bring another pint." "Yes, sir." Nearby sat a man in a suit of fawn-colored twill to match his sparse sandy hair. His shoulders were heavy, but narrow and sloping above a pear-shaped torso. This was Eubank, the port agent, an outworlder appointed by Grand Knight Schubart. Eubank, a regular of the old drawer, came every afternoon to sip ale, munch persebs, and play sankey at a dinket, a game, with whomever chose to challenge him. Note: a coin worth the 10th part of an ozel. End of note. His manner was equable, humorous, soft, and sedate, his lips constantly pursed and twitched as if at a series of private amusements. Eubank now called from a nearby table. "Never scurrilize the Canatic, friends. He might be standing among us at this very minute. That's his dearest habit, as we all know quite well." Dwade uttered a jeering laugh. "Not likely, unless he's this new serving boy, but somehow I don't see Janks in the part." Janks was a garbled mishearing of Jantif, which had gained currency around the tavern. "Janks is not our Canatic," Eubank agreed with humorous emphasis. I've seen his picture, and I can detect the difference. Still, never begrudge the Canatic stiver. Have you ever looked up into the sky? You'll see the stars of Alastor cluster, all protected by the whelm. Bodil grunted. The stiver is wasted. Why should starmenders come to Blail? There's nothing for them to take, certainly not at my house. Grand Knight Schubart is the bait, said Scorbo. He surrounds himself with richness, as is his right, but by the same token, he now must fear the starmenders. Dwayne grumbled. We both pay the same stiver. Who does the whelm protect, Schubart or me? Justice is remote. Eubank laughed. Take comfort. The whelm is not all-powerful. Perhaps they will fail to guard the Grand Knight. Then your stivers are equally misspent. So there you have your justice after all. And who is for a quick go at the Sankey board? Not I, said Dwayne sourly. The Canatic takes his stiver, you take our dinkets. Bahiva only knows by what set of artifices. I'll play no more with you. Nor I, said Bodil. I know a better use for my dinkets. Boy, are the Persebs on order? In just a few minutes, sir. Eubank, unable to promote a game, turned away from the farmers. A few minutes later, finding a lull in his work, Jantip approached him. I wonder, sir, if you'd be good enough to advise me. Certainly, within the limits of discretion, said Eubank. I should warn you, however, that free advice is usually not worth its cost. Jantip ignored the pleasantry. I wish to take passage to Freyness on Zek. This is Alastor 503, as no doubt you know. Is it possible to arrange this passage from the Balad spaceport? Eubank shook his head. Ships clearing Balad invariably make for Hilp and then Lambeter to complete a circuit of the Gorgon's Tusk. Might I make connections from either Hilp or Lambeter to Zek? Certainly, except for the fact that the ships putting down here won't carry you. They're not licensed to do so. Go to Unsabal and take a Black Arrow packet direct. I'm bored with Unsabal, Jantip muttered. I don't want to set foot there again. Then I fear that you must reconcile yourself to residence in Blail. Jantip considered a moment. I hold a passage voucher to Zek. Could you issue me a ticket from Balad directly through to Freyness, so that I could board the packet without going through Unsabal Terminal? Eubank's glance became shrewd and inquisitive. This is possible, but how would you travel from Balad to Unsabal? Is there no connecting service? No scheduled commercial flights. Well, suppose you were making the trip. How would you go? I would hire someone with a flibit to fly me. Naturally, it wouldn't come cheap, as it's a far distance. Well, then, how much? Eubank pulled thoughtfully at his chin. I could arrange it for 100 ozels, that's my guess. It might come more. It won't come less. 100 ozels, cried Jantip in shock. That's a vast sum. Eubank shrugged. Not when you consider what's involved. A man with a sound flibit won't care to work on the cheap. No more do I, for that matter. A call came from the farmers. Boy, service. Jantip turned away. 100 ozels. Surely the figure was excessive. At 2 ozels a day and not a dinket wasted, 100 ozels meant 50 days. The Araban centenary would have come and gone. No doubt the 100 ozels included a substantial fee for Eubank, thought Jantip glumly. Well, either Eubank must reduce his fee, or Jantip must earn more money. The first proposition was far-fetched. Eubank's parsimony was something of a joke around the old grower. According to Farisk, Eubank had arrived at Balad wearing his fawn twill costume and never had worn anything else. So then, how to earn more money? No easy accomplishment in view of the demands Farisk made upon his time. So Jandiff reflected as he cleared a vacated table. He glanced resentfully toward Eubank, who was deep in colloquy with a person newly arrived at the old drawer. Jandiff froze in his tracks. The new arrival, a person large and heavy, with coarse black hair, narrow eyes, a complexion charged with heavy, reeking blood, commanded local importance, to judge from Eubank's obsequious manner. His garments by Ballad standards were rather grand, a pale blue suit, somewhat soiled, cut in military style, black boots, a black harness, and a cap of black bast set off with a fine panache of silver bristles. He now looked around the room, saw Jandiff, signaled, "Boy, bring ale." "Yes, sir." With a beating heart, Jandiff served the table. Booch glanced at him again without any trace of recognition. "Is this Farisk's old Darkwort, or the Nebranger?" "It's the best Darkwort, sir." Booch dismissed Jandiff with a brusque nod. If he had so much as noticed Jandiff at the Bonterfest, the recollection apparently had dissolved. More reason than ever to leave Ballad, Jandiff told himself through gritted teeth. 100 ozels might turn out to be a dramatic bargain. Eubank presently rose to his feet and took leave of Booch. Jandiff accosted him near the door. "I don't have 100 ozels now, but I'll make up the amount as soon as possible." "Good enough," said Eubank. "I'll check the Black Arrow schedule, and we can set up definite arrangements." Jandiff made a half-hearted proposal. "If you could get me away sooner, I'd pay you as soon as I arrived on Zek." Eubank gave an indulgent chuckle. "Zek is far from Ballad. Memories sometimes don't extend such distances. You could trust me. I've never cheated anyone in my life." Eubank raised his hand in a laughing disclaimer. "Nevertheless, and notwithstanding, I invariably do business in proper fashion, and that means ozels on the barrel-head." Jandiff gave a morose shrug. "I'll see what I can do. Who is your friend yonder?" Eubank glanced back across the room. "That's the respectable Boo-witch-looter, usually known as Booch. He's factotum to Grand Knight Schubart, who happens to be off-planet at the moment, so Booch takes his ease at the manor and regales us all with his blood-curdling anecdotes. Step smartly when he calls his order, and you'll find no difficulties." "Boy," called out Booch at this moment, "bring a double order of persebs." "Sorry, sir, no persebs left. We've had a run on them today." Booch uttered a curse of disgust. "Why doesn't Farisk plan more providentially? Well, then, bring me a slice of good fat grump and a half-pound of haggis." Jandiff hastened to do Booch's bidding, and so the evening progressed. The patrons departed at last and went their ways through the misty Blale night. Jandiff cleared the tables, set the room to rights, extinguished lights, and gratefully retired to his room. Taking all with all, Jandiff had no fault to find with the old grower, but for his anxiety and Farisk's importunities, he might have taken pleasure in Ballad and its dim, strange surroundings. He was aroused early by Palinka, Farisk's robust daughter, who then served him a breakfast of groats, sausage, and black mold tea. Immediately thereafter, he swabbed out the common room, brought up supplies from the cellar, and smartened up the bar in preparation for the day's business. After his third day, a new task was required of Jandiff. In rain or shine, mist or storm, he was sent out with a pair of buckets to gather the day's supply of persebs from the offshore rocks. Jandiff came to enjoy this particular task above all others, in spite of the uncertain weather and the chill water of the moaning ocean. Once beyond the immediate precincts of Ballad, solitude was absolute, and Jandiff had the shore to himself. Jandiff's usual route was eastward along Decimo Beach, where half-sunken platforms of rock alternated with pleasant little coves. Dunes along the shoreside supported a multitude of growths: purple gart, puzzlebush, ginger tufts, creeping jillberry, which squeaked when trod upon. Interspersed were patches of silicanthus, miniature five-pronged radiants of a stuff like frosted glass, stained apparently at random in any of 100 colors. Here and there, granite trees twisted and humped to the wind, with limbs wildly askew like harridans in flight. When Jandif looked south across the ocean, the near horizon never failed to startle him with the illusion that he stood high in the air. The wet days were undeniably dreary, and when the wind blew strong, the ocean swells toppled ponderously over the rocks, and sometimes Jandif slouched empty-bucketed back to the old grower. On fine days the ocean sparkled and scintillated to the dawn light. The Gart glowed like purple glass, and the sand beneath Jandif's feet seemed as clean and fresh as at the beginning of time. And Jandif, swinging his buckets and breathing the cool salt air, felt that life was well worth living, despite every conceivable tribulation. Halfway along the Decimo headland, an arm of the Sight swung out and approached the ocean. Here Jandif discovered a dilapidated shack, half hidden in the shadows of the forest. The roof had dropped, one wall had collapsed, the floor was buried under the detritus of years. Jandif prodded here and there with a stick, but found nothing of interest. One day Jandif walked to the end of the headland, a massive tongue of black rock protecting a dozen swirling pools of chilly water in its lee. Exploring these pools, Jandif found quantities of excellent percebs, including many of the prized Coronel variety, and thereafter Jandif visited the area daily. Passing the old hut, he occasionally troubled to fit a stone or two back into the wall, or clear an armload of litter from the interior. One sunny morning he circled the headland and returned to Balad along the shore of Lulace Sound, and so obtained a view of Lulace, Grand Knight Shubart's manor, at the back of an immaculate formal garden. Jandif paused to admire the place, of which he had heard a dozen marvelous tales. Immediately he noticed Booch sunning himself on a garden bench, and as he watched, a young maid in black and red livery came out from the kitchen with a tray of refreshments. Booch seemed to make a facetious invitation, but the maid sidled nervously away. Booch reached out to haul her back and caught one of the red pom-poms of her livery. The girl protested, pleaded, and at last began to cry. Booch's gallantry instantly vanished. He gave the girl a buffet across the buttocks to send her stumbling and weeping toward the manor. Jandif took an impulsive step forward, ready to call out a reprimand, but thought twice and held his tongue. Booch, chancing to notice him, jumped to his feet in a fury. Jandif was relieved that 60 yards of water lay between them. He took up his percebs and hurried away. Halfway through the evening, Booch appeared at the old grower. Jandif went about his duties, trying to ignore Booch's glowering glances. At last Booch signaled, and Jandif approached. "Yes, sir?" "You were spying on me today. I've half a mind to shove your head in the cesspool." "I was not spying," said Jandif. "I happened to be walking along the shore with percebs for today's custom." "Don't walk that way again. The Grand Knight likes his privacy, and so do I." "Do you wish to order?" asked Jandif, with what dignity he could muster. "When I see fit," growled Booch. "I have the feeling that I've seen your unwholesome face before. I did not like it then, nor do I like it now, so have a care." Jandif went stiffly off about his duties. In the corner of the room sat Eubank, who presently signaled to Jandif. "What's your difficulty with Booch?" Jandif described the episode. "And now he's in a rage." "No doubt, and the whole situation has curdled, since I intended Booch to fly you to Unsabal in one of the Grand Knight's flivets." Booch loomed over the table. "This is the person you want flown to Unsabal?" A grin spread over his face. "I'll be happy to take him aloft, at no payment whatever." Neither Jandif nor Eubank made response. Booch chuckled and departed the tavern. Jandif said bleakly, "I certainly won't fly to Unsabal with Booch." Eubank made one of his easy gestures. "Don't take him seriously. Booch is bluff and bluster for the most part. I've consulted the schedule, and now I'll need your passage voucher. Do you have it with you?" "Yes, but I don't care to let it out of my hands." Eubank smilingly shook his head. "There's no way to negotiate a firm reservation without it." Jandif reluctantly surrendered the certificate. "Very good," said Eubank. "You will depart Unsabal in 3 weeks aboard the Gervasian. How much money do you have now?" 20 ozels. Eubank clicked his tongue in vexation. "Not enough. In 3 weeks you'll have at most 80 ozels. Well, I'll simply have to reschedule you for the Cyrenaic in about 6 weeks. But that will be after the Araban Centenary Festival." "What of that?" Jandif was silent a moment. "I have business at Unsabal, but before the centenary. Can't you trust me for 20 ozels? As soon as I'm home, I'll send back whatever money is lacking. I swear it." "Of course," said Eubank wearily. "I believe you. Never doubt it. You are deadly in earnest. Now. But on Zek, there might be needs more urgent than mine here at this dismal little outpost. That is the way things go. I fear that I must have the money in hand. Which shall it be, the Gervasian or the Cyrenaic?" "It will have to be the Cyrenaic," said Jandif hollowly. "I simply won't have the money sooner. Remember, under no circumstances will I fly with Booch." "Just as you say. I can hire Bulwan's flibit and fly you myself. We'll plan on that basis." Jandif went off about his work. 6 weeks seemed a very long time. What of the Araban Centenary? He must telephone Alastor Centrality again and yet again, until finally he had unloaded all his burden of facts and suspicions upon the Cursar. From the distance of Balad, his notions seemed strange and odd, incredible, really, even to Jandif himself. Might he have suffered a set of vivid, paranoid delusions? Jandif's faith in himself wavered, but only for a moment or two. He had not imagined Esteban's murderous attempts, nor the overheard conversation, nor the camera matrix, nor the death of Claude Moore. During the course of the evening, Jandif noticed a plump, pink-faced young man in the kitchen, and just before closing time, Farisk called him aside. "Jandif, conditions have more or less returned to normal, and I'm sorry to say that I must let you go." Jandif stared aghast. At last he managed to stammer, "What have I done wrong?" "Nothing whatever. Your work has been in the main satisfactory. My nephew, Voris, nevertheless, wants his position back. He's an idler. He drinks as much as he serves. Still, I must oblige him, or risk the rough edge of my sister's tongue. That is the way we do things in Balad. You may use your chamber tonight, but I must ask you to vacate tomorrow." Jandif turned away and finished the evening's duties in a fog of depression. 2 hours before, he had been disturbed by a delay of 6 weeks. Now, how blessedly fortunate seemed that prospect. The patrons departed. Jandif set the room to rights and went off to bed, where he lay awake into the small hours. In the morning, Palinka awoke him at the usual time. She had never been wholly cordial, and today even less so. "I have been ordered to feed you a final breakfast, so bestir yourself. I have much else to do." Defiance trembled upon Jandif's tongue, but second thoughts prevailed. He muttered a surly acknowledgment, and presented himself to the kitchen as usual. Palinka put before him his usual gruel, tea, bread, and conserve. Jandif ate listlessly, and so aroused Palinka's impatience. "Come, Jandif, eat briskly, if you please. I'm waiting to clear the table." "And I am waiting for my wages," declared Jandif in sudden fury. "Where is Farisk? As soon as he pays me, I will leave." "Then you will be waiting the whole day long," Palinka retorted. "He has gone off to the country market." And where is my money? Did he not instruct you to pay me?" Palinka uttered a coarse laugh. "It is too early for jokes. Farisk has made himself scarce, hoping that you would forget your money." "Small chance of that. I intend to claim every dinket." "Come back in the morning. For now, be off with you." Jandif left the old grower in a sullen mood. For a moment he stood in the street, hands tucked into the flaps of his jacket, shoulders hunched against the wind. He looked east along the street, then west, where his eyes focused upon the Cimmery. Jandif grimaced. He had lost all zest for the taverns of Balad. None the less, he settled his jacket and sauntered down the street to the Cimmery, where he found Madame Chaga, a short, stout woman with an irascible manner, employed at a task Jandif knew only too well, scrubbing out the common room. Jandif addressed her as confidently as possible, but Madame Chaga, pausing not a stroke of the push-broom, uttered a bark of sour amusement. "The ozels I take in are not enough for me and mine. I have no need for you. Seek elsewhere for work. Try the Grand Knight. He might want someone to pare his toenails." Jandif returned to the street, where he considered Madame Chaga's suggestion. From one of the side lanes came Eubank on his way to his office at the spaceport. At the sight of Jandif, he nodded and would have proceeded had not Jandif eagerly stepped forward to accost him. Here, after all, was the obvious solution to his problems. Eubank greeted him politely enough. "What brings you out in this direction?" "Farisk no longer needs me at the old grower," said Jandif. "This may be a blessing in disguise, since you can surely put me to work at the spaceport, hopefully at a much better wage." Eubank's expression became distant. "Unfortunately not. In truth, there's little enough work to keep my present crew busy." Jandif's voice rose in frustration. "Then how can I earn 100 ozels?" "I don't know. One way or another, you must discover the money. Your voucher has been sent to Unsabal, and you're booked aboard the Serenaic." Jandif stared in consternation. "Can't the passage be postponed?" "That's no longer possible." "Can't you suggest something? What of the Grand Knight? Could you put a word in for me?" Eubank started to make small sidling moves preparatory to moving on past Jandif. "The Grand Knight is not in residence. Booch now rules the roost, when he's not wenching or witch-chasing or drinking dry the old grower vats, and he's not likely to assist you. But no doubt your dilemma will resolve itself. Happily, I hope. Good day to you." Eubank went his way. Jandif slouched eastward along the street, past the old grower to the edge of town and beyond. Arriving at the seashore, he sat upon a flat stone and looked out across the rolling gray water. Morning light from Dwan, collecting in the wave hollows, washed back and forth like quicksilver. Silver foam broke around the rocks. Jandif stared morosely at the horizon and pondered his options. He might, of course, try to return to Unsabal and his refuge behind the Disjerfarak privy, but how to cross the 1,000 miles of wilderness? Suppose he were to steal one of the Grand Knight's flibbits, and suppose Booch caught him in the act? Jandif's shoulder blades twitched. His best hope, as always, lay with the Cursar. To this end he must make daily telephone calls to Alastor Centrality. In the morning he would collect his wages from Farisk, a not too satisfactory sum, which none the less would feed him for an appreciable period. Of more immediate concern was shelter. An idea crossed his mind. He rose to his feet and walked along the shore to the ruined fisherman's shanty, if such it were. Without enthusiasm he examined the structure, although he knew it well already, then set to work clearing the interior of trash, dead leaves, and dirt. From the forest he brought saplings, which he arranged over the walls in a mat which was strong and resilient, but hardly waterproof. Jandif considered the problem carefully. He had no money to spare for conventional roofing. A solution, therefore, must be improvised. The obvious first attempt must be thatch, and even thatch involved financial outlay. Returning into Balad, Jandif invested an osial in cord, knife, and a disk of hard bread, then trudged back to the shack. The time was now afternoon. There was no time to rest. From the beach he brought armloads of seaweed and laid it out into bundles. Some of the stalks were old and rotten and smelled of fetid sea life. Before Jandif had fairly started, he was cold and wet and covered with slime. Doggedly ignoring discomfort, he tied up the bundles and fixed them to his roof in staggered layers. Sunset found the job still short of completion. Jandif built a fire, washed himself and his garments in the stream, and before the light had died, gathered a quart of persebs for his supper. He hung up his clothes to dry, then huddled naked in the firelight, trying to keep warm on all sides at once. Meanwhile, the persebs baked in their shells, and Jandif presently ate his supper of bread and persebs with a good appetite. Night had come. Darkness cloaked both land and sea. Jandif lay back and studied the sky. Since he had never learned the constellations as seen from Wyst, he could name none of the stars, but surely some of these blazing lights above him were famous places, home to noble men and beautiful women. None could even remotely suspect that far below, on the beach of the moaning ocean, sat that entity known as Jandif Ravensroke. Letting his mind wander free, Jandif thought of all manner of things, and presently decided that he had divined the soul of this odd little planet, Wyst. On Wyst nothing was as it seemed. Everything was just a trifle askew or out of focus, or bathed in a mysterious quivering light. This quality, Jandif reflected, was analogous to the personality of a man. Undoubtedly men tended to share the personality of that world to which they were born. Jandif wondered about his own world, Zek, which had always seemed so ordinary. Did visitors find it odd and unusual? By analogy, did Jandif himself seem odd and unusual? Quite conceivably, this was the case, thought Jandif. The fire burned down to embers. Jandif rose stiffly to his feet. His bed was only a heap of leaves, but for tonight at least it would have to serve. Jandif made a final survey of the beach, then took shelter in his hut. Burrowing into the leaves, he contrived to make himself tolerably comfortable, and presently fell asleep. At sunrise, Jandif crawled out into the open air. He washed his face in the stream, and ate a few mouthfuls of bread and cold persebs. By no means a heartening breakfast. If he were to stay here even so long as a week, he would need pot, pan, cup, cutlery, salt, flour, a few gills of oil, perhaps an ounce or two of tea, at considerable damage to his meager store of osials. But where was any rational alternative? Sleep had clarified his thinking. He would make a temporary sojourn in the hut and telephone Alastor Centrality at regular intervals. Sooner or later, he must reach the Cursar, perhaps today. Jandif rose to his feet, brushed the chaff and twigs from his clothes, and set out toward Balad. Arriving at the old grower, he went around to the back and knocked at the kitchen door. Palinka looked forth. "Well, Jandif, what do you want?" "I came for my money. What else?" Palinka threw back the door and motioned him within. "Go talk to Farisk. There he sits." Jandif approached the table. Farisk puffed out his cheeks, and, raising his eyebrows, looked off to the side, as if Jandif thereby might be persuaded to go away. Jandif seated himself in his old place, and Farisk was obliged to notice him. "Good morning, Jandif." "Good morning," said Jandif. "I've come for my money." Farisk heaved a weary sigh. "Come back in a few days. I bought various necessities at the market, and now I'm short of cash." "I am even more short than you," cried Jandif. "I intend to sit in this kitchen and take my meals free of charge until you pay me my wages." "Now, then," said Farisk, "there's no cause for acrimony. Palinka, Pour Jantif a cup of tea." "I have not yet taken breakfast. I would be glad to accept some porridge were you to offer it." Farisk signaled Palinka. "Serve Jantif a dish of the coarse porridge. He's a good fellow, deserves special treatment. What is the sum due you?"
24 ozels.
"So much!" exclaimed Farisk. "What of the beer you took and the other extras?"
"I took no beer and no extras, as you well know."
Farisk glumly brought out his wallet and paid over the money. "What must be, must be." "Thank you," said Jantif. "Our relationship is now on an even balance. I assume that the situation is like that of yesterday. You still have no need for my services?" "Unfortunately true. As a matter of fact, I've come to regret your departure. Voris suffers a distension of the leg veins and is unable to collect percebs. The task, therefore, devolves upon Palinka." "What?" cried Palinka in a passion. "Can I believe my ears? Am I suddenly so underworked that I can now while away my hours among the frigid waves? Think again." "It is only for today," said Farisk soothingly. "Tomorrow Voris will probably feel fit." Palinka remained obdurate. "Voris does not lack ingenuity. When his leg veins heal, he will contrive new excuses. The counter needs waxing, ale has soured his stomach, the waves thrash too heavily on the rocks. Then once more the cry will ring out, 'Palinka, Palinka, go out for the percebs. Poor Voris is ill.'" Palinka struck a pan down upon the table in ringing emphasis. "For all Jantif's oddities, at least he fetched the percebs. Voris must learn from the example." Farisk attempted the cogency of pure logic. "What, after all, is the fetching of a few percebs? The day contains only so many minutes. It passes as well one way as another." "In that case, go fetch them yourself." Palinka took herself off to indicate that the subject was closed. Farisk pulled at his chin, then turned toward Jantif. "Might you oblige me for today only by bringing in a few percebs?" Jantif sipped his tea. "Let us explore the matter in full detail." Farisk spoke pettishly. "My request is modest. Is your response so hard to formulate?" "Not at all," said Jantif. "But perhaps we can proceed further. As you know, I am now unemployed. Nevertheless, I am anxious to earn a few ozels." Farisk grimaced and started to speak, but Jantif held up his hand. "Let us consider a bucket of percebs. When shelled and fried, a bucket yields 20 portions, which you sell for a dinket per portion. Thus, a bucket of percebs yields 2 ozels. 2 buckets, 4 ozels, and so forth. Suppose every day I were to deliver to you the percebs you require, shelled and cleaned, at a cost to you of 1 ozel per bucket. You would thereby gain your profit with no inconvenience for Palinka, or yourself, or even Voris." Farisk mulled over the proposal, pulling at his mustache. Palinka, who had been listening from across the kitchen, once again came forward. "Why are you debating? Voris will never fetch percebs. I also refuse to turn my legs blue in the swirling water." "Very well, Jantif," said Farisk. "We will test the system for a few days. Take another cup of tea to signalize the new relationship." "With pleasure," said Jantif. "Also, let us agree that payments will be made promptly upon delivery of the percebs." "What do you take me for?" Farisk exclaimed indignantly. "A man is only as large as his reputation. Would I risk so much for a few paltry mollusks?" Jantif made a non-committal gesture. "If we settle accounts on a day-to-day basis, we thereby avoid confusion." "The issue is inconsequential," said Farisk. "A further matter. Since you evidently intend to pursue this business in earnest, I will command 4 buckets of percebs from you, rather than the usual 2. "I intended to suggest something of the sort myself," said Jantif. "I am anxious to earn a good wage." "You will, of course, provide your own equipment." For the next few days, at least, I will use the buckets, pries, and forceps which you keep in the shed. If there is any deterioration, I will naturally make good the loss." Farisk was not inclined to let the matter rest on a basis so informal, but Belinka made an impatient exclamation. "The day is well advanced. Do you expect to serve perceps tonight? If so, let Jantif go about his business." Farisk threw his hands into the air and stalked from the kitchen. Jantif went to the shed, gathered buckets and tools, and went off down the beach. The day before, he had marked a ledge of rock 20 yards offshore, which he had never previously explored because of the intervening water. Today he contrived a raft from dead branches and bits of driftwood, upon which he supported the buckets. Immersing himself to the armpits with a shuddering of the knees and a chattering of the teeth, Jantif pushed the raft out to the ledge and tied it to a knob of rock. His hopes were immediately realized. The ledge was thickly encrusted with percebs, and Jantif filled the buckets in short order. Returning to the shore, he built a fire, at which he warmed himself while he shelled and cleaned the percebs. The sun had hardly reached the zenith when Jantif made his delivery to the old grower. Farisk was somewhat puzzled by Jantif's expedition. "When you worked for me, you used as much time to gather 2 buckets, and they were not even shelled." "The conditions are not at all comparable," said Jantif. "Incidentally, I notice that the shed is cluttered with broken furniture and rubbish. For 3 ozels I will order the confusion and carry the junk to the rubbish dump." By dint of furious argument, Farisk reduced Jantif's price to 2 ozels, and Jantif set to work. From the discards, Jantif reserved 2 old chairs, a 3-legged table, a pair of torn mattresses, a number of pots, canisters, and dented pans. The ownership of these items, in fact, had been his prime goal, and he suspected that Farisk would have put an inordinate value upon the items had he requested them directly. With considerable satisfaction, Jantif calculated the yield of his day's employment: 6 ozels and the furnishing of his hut. On the following day, Jantif went early to work. He gathered, shelled, and cleaned 7 buckets of percebs. After delivering the stipulated quota to Farisk, he took the remaining percebs to the simmery, where he found no difficulty in selling them to Madame Tchaga for 3 ozels. Madame Tchaga was notable for her verbosity. Lacking any better company, she served Jantif a bowl of turnip soup and described the vexations inherent in trying to gratify the tastes of a fickle and unappreciative clientele. Jantif agreed that her frustrations verged upon the insupportable. He went on to remark that the prosperity of an inn often depended upon its cheerful ambience, possibly a profusion of floral designs upon the simmery's facade, and a depicted procession of jolly townsfolk on a long panel, perhaps to be hung over the door, might enhance the rather bleak atmosphere of the establishment. Madame Tchaga dismissed the idea out of hand. "All very well to talk about designs and depictions, but who in Balad is capable of such cleverness?" "As a matter of fact, I'm gifted with such talent," said Jantif. "Possibly I might find time to do certain work along these lines." During the next hour and a half, Jantif discovered that Madame Tchaga, as a shrewd and relentless negotiator, far surpassed even Farisk. Jantif, however, maintained a detached and casual attitude, and eventually won a contract on essentially his own terms, and Madame Tchaga even advanced 5 ozels for the purchase of supplies. Jantif went immediately to the general store, where he bought paint of various colors and several brushes. Returning to the street, he noticed a plump, heavy-faced man in fawn-colored garments approaching at a leisurely, splay-footed gait. "Eubank, just the person I want to see," called Jantif in a jovial voice. "We now return to our original plan." Eubank halted and stood in apparent perplexity. "What plan is this?" "Don't you remember? For 100 ozels, an exorbitant sum, incidentally, you are to convey me to Unsabal spaceport in time for me to board the Serenaic." Eubank gave a slow, thoughtful nod. The 100 ozels naturally are to be paid in advance. You understand this? I foresee no difficulty, said Jantif confidently. I have on hand something over 30 ozels. My arrangement with Madame Chaga will net another 22 ozels, and I regularly earn 6 or 7 ozels a day. I'm pleased to hear of your prosperity, said Ewbank courteously. What is your secret? No secret whatever. You could have done the same. I simply wallow around the ocean until I've gathered 7 buckets of percebs, which I clean and shell and deliver to the Cimmery and the old grower. Might you need a bucket or 2 for your own use? Ewbank laughed. My taste is amply satisfied at the old grower. You might make your proposal to Grand Knight Schubart. He's back in residence with a house full of guests. He'll certainly require a supply of percebs. A good idea. So then it's all clear for the Cyrenaic? Ewbank smiled a somewhat distant smile and went his way. Jantif paused to consider a moment. The sooner he earned 100 ozels, the better. The Grand Knight's ozels were as good as any, so why not hazard a try? Jantif left off his paints in Parisque's shed, then set out along the northern shore of Lulace Sound to the Grand Knight's manor. Approaching Lulace, he sensed bustle and activity, where before there had been somnolence. Keeping a wary eye open for Booch, Jantif went to the service entrance at the back of the building. A scullion fetched the chief cook, who made no difficulty about placing a continuing order for 2 buckets every 3rd day, at 2 ozels the bucket, double Jantif's usual price, for a period of 24 days. The Grand Knight entertains important guests until the centenary at Unsabal, explained the cook. Thereafter, all will return to normal. You can rely upon me to satisfy your needs, said Jantif. In a mood almost buoyant, Jantif returned up the road to Balad. The 100 ozels were well within his reach. He could confidently look forward to a comfortable passage home. He heard the whir of driven wheels and jumped to the side of the road. The vehicle, guided by Booch, approached and passed. Booch's expression was rapt and glazed, his ropey lips drawn back in a foolish grin. Jantif returned to the road and watched the vehicle recede toward Balad. Where would Booch be going in such a fervor of anticipation? Jantif proceeded thoughtfully into town. He went directly to the telephone and once again called the Alastor centrality of Unsabal. Upon the screen appeared the face of Aleda Gloucester. Her cheeks, once plump and pink, sagged. Jantif thought that she seemed worried and even unwell. He spoke apologetically. Once again, it's Jantif Ravensroke, and I fear that I'm a great nuisance. Not at all, said Aleda Gloucester. It is my duty to serve you. Are you still at Balad? Yes, and temporarily at least all seems to be going well. But I must speak to the Cursar. Has he returned to Unsabal? No, said Aleda in a tense voice. He has not yet returned. It is most remarkable. Jantif could not restrain a peevish ejaculation. My business is absolutely vital. I understand as much from our previous encounters, said Aleda tartly. I cannot produce him by sheer effort of will. I wish I could. I suppose that you've tried the Wanis office again? Of course. He has not been seen. Perhaps you should notify the Canatic. I have already done so. In that case, there's nothing to do but wait, said Jantif reluctantly. A message to the Old Grower Tavern will reach me. This is understood. Jantif went out to stand in the wide main street. The weather had changed. Clouds hung heavy and full like great black udders. Huge raindrops struck into the sandy dust. Jantif hunched his shoulders and hurried to the old grower. With a confident step, he entered the common room, seated himself at a table, and signaled Voris for a mug of ale. Parisque, glancing through the kitchen door, saw Jantif, and approached in a portentous manner. Jantif, I'm vexed with you. Jantif looked up in wonder. What have I done? You are supplying percebs to the Cimmery. This is not conceivably a benefit to me. It is neither a benefit nor a hindrance. Her patrons eat persebs like your own. If I failed to supply them, someone else would do so. Using my buckets, my pry bars, my forceps. Jandif contrived a negligent laugh. Really, a trivial matter. The equipment is not damaged. I reserve all the best coronels for the old grower. No matter what faults your patrons may find, they will always say, Farisk's persebs, at least, are superior to those at the Cimmery. So why do you complain? Because I had hoped for your loyalty. That you have, naturally. Then why do I hear that you're about to paint that ramshackle old place so that it presents an impression of sanitary conditions? I will do the same for the old grower, if you will pay my wage. Farisk heaved a sigh. So that is how the wind blows. How much does Madame pay? The exact amount is confidential. I will make a general statement to the effect that 40 ozels is quite a decent sum. Farisk jerked around in astonishment. 40 ozels? From old Chaga, who carries every dinket she's ever owned strapped to the inside of her legs? Remember, said Jandif, I am an expert at the craft. How can I remember something you never told me? You gave me hardly enough time to clear my throat, much less describe my talents to you. Ah, muttered Farisk. 40 ozels is an outrageous sum, just for a bit of daubing. How would you like a series of 10 decorative plaques to hang on your walls at 5 ozels each? Or for 6 ozels, I will use silver gilt accentuations. It will put the Cimmery to shame. Farisk made a cautious counter-proposal, and the discussion proceeded. Meanwhile, Booch came into the tavern with a number of burly young men, farm hands, fishermen, laborers, and the like. They seated themselves, commanded ale, and discussed their affairs in boisterous voices. Jandif could not evade their conversation. With my 4 wurgles through the sight, out to Wamish water, that's where the creatures collect. Careful, Booch, remember the yellows. No fear, I'll get none in my mouth. At last Jandif complained to Farisk. What are those people shouting about? They're off for a bit of witch-chasing. Booch is famously keen. Witch-chasing? To what end? Farisk considered the group over his shoulder. Herschelman farms his acres like a priest growing haw. Last year, someone stole a bushel of wattle-dabs, and now he punishes the witches. Claw ate witch-tainted food. He underwent the cure, and now he carries a great club when he goes on a hunt. Siddle is bored. He'll do anything novel. Dusselbeck is proud of his wurgles and likes to put them to work. Booch specializes in witch kits. He chases them down and forces his body upon them. Pargo's case is absolutely simple. He enjoys witch-killing. Jandif darted a lambent glance toward the witch-chasers, who had just commanded additional ale from the sweating Voris. It seems a vulgar and brutal recreation. Quite so, said Farisk. I never relished the sport. The witches were fleet. I continually blundered into bogs and thickets. The witches enjoy the game as much as the chasers. I find this hard to believe. Farisk turned up the palms of his hands. Why else do they frequent our woods? Why do they steal wattle-dabs? Why do they startle our nights with witch-fires and apparitions? Nevertheless, witch-chasing seems an ugly recreation. Farisk gave a snort of rebuttal. They're a perverse folk. I, for one, cannot understand their habits. Still, I agree that the chases should be conducted with decorum. Booch's conduct is vulgar. I'm surprised that he's not come down with the yellows. You know how the disease is cured? Booch, for his risks, must be considered intrepid. Jandif, finding the topic oppressive, tilted his mug, but found it dry. He signaled, but Voris was busy with the witch-chasers. If we are entirely agreed upon the decorative panels and their cost, I will pay 20 ozels, no more, for the 10 compositions, and I insist upon a minimum of 4 colors, with small touches of silver gilt. Jandif squared around as if to depart. I can waste no more time. With works of aesthetic quality, one does not niggle over an ozel or two. The concept works in a double direction, like an apothecary's tremblant. Remember, it is you, not I, who will experience the joys of artistic creation. This is no small consideration, or so I am told. Jantif refuted the remark, and eventually the two reached agreement. Farisk served Jantif a pint of old Dankwort, and the two parted on good terms. Jantif returned to his hut with Dwan low in the west and the pale light slanting over his shoulder down Decimo Beach. The clouds had scattered the blasts of wind from the south, which had now abated to random gusts of no great force. The moaning ocean still churned in angry recollection, and pounded itself to spume on the offshore rocks. Jantif was grateful that he need collect no more percebs this day. Passing the forest, he halted to listen to the far hooting of wurgles, a mournful throbbing sound which sent tingles of ancient dread along Jantif's back. More faintly came whoops and ululations from the throats of men. Hateful sounds, thought Jantif. He walked more quickly along the beach, shoulders hunched, head low. The outcry of the wurgles waxed and waned, then suddenly grew loud. Jantif stopped short and stared in apprehension toward the Syche. He glimpsed movement under the trees, and a moment later discerned a pair of human figures scurrying through the shadows. Jantif stirred his numb limbs and proceeded on his way. A frightful outcry sounded suddenly loud, the wailing of wurgles, gasps of human horror and pain. Jantif stood frozen, his face wrenched into a contorted grimace. Then, crying out wordlessly, he ran toward the sound, pausing only to pick up a stout branch to serve as a cudgel. A brook, issuing from the Syche, widened into a pond. The wurgles bounded back and forth across the brook and splashed into the pond, the better to tear at the woman who had mired herself in the mud. Jantif ran screaming around the pond to halt at the edge of the mire. Two wurgles, hanging on the woman's shoulders, had borne her down to press her head into the water. One gnawed at her scalp, the other rent the nape of her neck. Blood swirled out to darken the pond. The woman made spasmodic motion and died. Jantif backed slowly away, sick with disgust and fury. He turned and lurched away toward the road. The wurgles keened again. Jantif swung around with ready cudgel, hoping for attack. But the wurgles had flushed forth the second member of the pair. From the Syche ran a girl with contorted features and streaming brown-blonde hair. Jantif instantly recognized the girl which he had met at the road-mender's shed. 4 wurgles bounded in pursuit, massive heads outthrust to display gleaming fangs. The girl saw Jantif and stopped short in dismay. The wurgles lunged, and she fell to her knees, but Jantif was already beside her. He swung his cudgel to break the back of the foremost wurgle. It slumped and lay kinked on the trail, bending and unbending in agonized jerks. Jantif struck the second wurgle on the head. It somersaulted and lay still. The 2 survivors, backing away, set up a desolate outcry. Jantif chased them, but they leapt smartly away. Jantif returned to the girl, who knelt, gasping for breath. From the Syche came the calls of the witch-chasers, ever more distinct. Already different voices and different cries could be detected. Jantif spoke to the witch-girl. "Listen carefully. Do you hear me?" The girl lifted a face bloated with despair. She gave no other sign. "Up! To your feet!" cried Jantif urgently. "The chasers are coming. You've got to hide." He seized her arm and hauled her erect. The third wurgle suddenly darted close. Jantif was ready with his cudgel and struck hard. The animal ran screaming in a circle, snapping at its own mouse-colored hind quarters. Jantif struck again and again in hysterical energy until the creature dropped. He stood panting a moment, listening. The chasers had become confused. Jantif could hear them calling to each other. He thrust the dead wurgle into the brook, then did the same with the other 2 bodies. The current swung them away, and they drifted toward the sea. Jantif turned back to the witch-girl. "Come quickly now. Remember me? We met in the forest. Now, this way, at a run." Jandif tugged her into a trot. They ran beside the brook, across the road, over the shore stones to the water's edge. The girl stopped short. By main force, Jandif pulled her out into the surf and led her stumbling and tottering for 50 yards parallel to the shore. For a moment they rested, Jandif anxiously watching the edge of the forest, the girl staring numbly down at the surging water. Jandif lifted her into his arms and staggered up the beach to his hut. Kicking open his makeshift door, he carried her to one of his rickety chairs. "Sit here until I come back," said Jandif. I hope, you'll be safe, but don't show yourself, and don't make any noise." This last, so Jandif reflected as he went back along the beach, was possibly an unnecessary warning. She had uttered no sound from the moment he had seen her. Jandif went back to where the brook crossed the path. From the Syche came 3 men, the first 2 led by least Wurgles. The third man was Booch. The Wurgles, sniffing out the witch girl's track, paused where she had fallen, then strained toward the sea. Booch caught sight of Jandif. "Hello, you, whatever your name. Where are the witches we chased through the Syche?" "I saw but one," said Jandif, contriving a meek and eager voice. "I heard the Wurgles as I came from town. She crossed the path and led them yonder." He pointed toward the sea, in which direction the Wurgles already strained. "What did she look like?" rasped Booch. "I barely saw her, but she seemed young and agile. A witch kit for sure." "Quick, then!" cried Booch. "She's the one I've ranged the forest to find." The Wurgles followed the trail to the water's edge, where they halted and made fretful outcries. Booch looked up and down the beach, then out to sea. He pointed. "Look! There's something out there. A body." "It's a Wurgle," one of his fellows said. "Damnation and vileness." Note: the oath spoken in Blale idiom exerts considerably more impact. Shauk chut. End of note. "I believe it's my Dalbuska." "Then where's the kit?" bellowed Booch. "Did she drown herself? Hey, fellow!" This to Jandif. "What did you see?" "The kit and the Wurgles. She led them down to the water, and when I came to look, she was gone." "And my good Wurgles!" Pastola put a curse on her. "The witches swim underwater like smolocks." Booch shouldered Jandif aside and returned to the road. The other 2 followed. Jandif watched as they marched to the pool, and there observed the corpse of the witch-woman. After a few minutes' muttered conversation, they called up their Wurgles and tramped off toward Balad into the last lavender rays of the setting sun. Jandif returned to his hut. He found the witch-girl where he had left her, sitting wan and still. "You are safe now," said Jandif. "Don't be frightened. No one will harm you here. Are you hungry?" The girl responded by not so much as a quiver. In a state of shock, thought Jandif. He built a good blaze in his fireplace and turned her chair toward the heat. "Now, warm yourself. I'll cook soup, and there'll be roast percebs as well, with scallions and oil." The girl stared into the fire. After a few moments, she listlessly held out her hands to the blaze. Jandif, preparing the meal, watched her from the corner of his eye. Her face, no longer contorted by terror, was pinched and pale. Jandif wondered about her age. It was certainly less than his own. Still, he could not regard her as a child. Her breasts were small and round. Her hips, while unmistakably feminine, were slender and unobtrusive. Perhaps, thought Jandif, she was of a constitution naturally slight. He bustled here and there, and presently served up the best meal his resources allowed. The girl showed no diffidence about eating, though she took no great quantity of food. Jandif from time to time attempted conversation. "There now. Are you feeling better?" No response. "Would you like more soup?" "And here, a nice perceb." Again no answer. When Jandif tried to serve out more food, she pushed the plate away. Her conduct was almost that of a deaf mute, thought Jandif. Nonetheless, something about her manner left him in doubt. Perhaps his language was strange to her. This consideration bore no weight. At the clearing in the woods there had likewise been no conversation. "My name is Jandif Ravensroke. What is your name?" Silence. "Very well, then. I must supply a name for you. What about Puskin, or Tickaboo, or Parsnip? Even better, Gilliam." Note: in the traditional fables of Zek, Gilliam is a talkative girl who is captured by a Starminter and almost immediately set free because of her incessant prattle. End of note. That would do nicely, but I mustn't make jokes. I shall call you Glisten, because of your hair and your golden fingernails. Glisten you shall be. But Glisten would not acknowledge her new name, and sat leaning forward, arms on knees, staring into the fire. Presently Jandif saw that she was weeping. "Come, come, this won't do. You've had a miserable time, but—" Jandif's voice trailed off. How could he console her for the loss of someone who might have been her mother? Indeed, her self-control was marvelous in itself. He knelt beside her and gingerly patted her head. She paid no heed, and Jandif desisted. The fire burnt low. Jandif went outside to fetch wood and look around the night. When he returned within, Glisten, so he had resolved to call her, had lain herself on the damp floor with her face to the ground. Jandif surveyed her a moment, then bent over and with a bit of undignified stumbling carried her to the bed. She lay limp and passive, eyes closed. Jandif somberly banked the fire with 3 green logs and removed his boots. After a moment's hesitation, he diffidently removed Glisten's sandals, noting that she had also gilded her toenails, a curious vanity, a symbol perhaps of caste or status. Or an ornamental convention? No more? He lay down beside her and pulled up the ragged old coverlet, an item also rescued from Farisk's shed. For a long time he lay awake, until finally the witch-girl's breathing indicated sleep. Chapter 13. The light of dawn entered Jandif's makeshift window. He cautiously raised himself on his elbow. Glisten was awake, and lay with her eyes fixed on the ceiling. "Good morning," said Jandif. "Are you speaking to me today?" "I thought not." "Well, life goes on, and I must gather my percebs. But first, breakfast." Jandif blew up the fire, boiled tea, and toasted bread. For 5 minutes Glisten watched apathetically. Then, abruptly as if prodded, she sat up, swung her legs to the floor. She slipped on her sandals, and with an inscrutable sidelong glance toward Jandif, walked from the hut. Jandif sighed and shrugged and turned his attention back to the food. Glisten doubtless longed for the company of her own kind. He could offer only temporary security at best. She was better off in the Syche. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of regret. Glisten had invested his hut with something heretofore lacking. Companionship? Perhaps. Jandif prepared to eat a solitary breakfast. Footsteps. The door swung open. Glisten entered, her face washed, her hair ordered. She carried in her skirt a dozen brown pods, which Jandif recognized as the fruit of the turnover vine. Glisten deftly husked the pods, dropped them into a pan. 5 minutes later, Jandif, gingerly tasting, found them a most savory adjunct to the toasted bread. "I see that you're a wise girl indeed," said Jandif. "Do you like the name Glisten? If you do, nod. Or better, smile." He watched her closely, and Glisten, whether or not responding to his instructions, seemed to manage a twist of the lips. Jandif rose to his feet and gazed out over the dreary ocean. "Well, no avoiding it. The percebs must be harvested, and now I need 9 bucket-loads. Oh, my clammy skin! Can it tolerate such abuse?" Luckily for Jantef, his shoal of rocks had lain fallow for years, and the outer face was heavily encrusted. Jantef worked with an energy born of discomfort, and in record time gathered his 9 buckets. Glisten, meanwhile, had wandered about, often looking toward the forest, as if listening for a summons or a call, which evidently she failed to hear. At last she came down to the shore, and seated herself primly on a rock, watched Jantef at his work. When Jantef began to shell and clean his catch, she helped him, listlessly at first, then with increasing deftness. Well before noon, Jantef was ready to make his deliveries. "I must leave you," he told Glisten. "If you decide to go away, then you must do so without regrets. Of course, if you care to stay, you are more than welcome. But above all, remember, if you see anyone, hide, and quickly." Glisten listened soberly, and Jantef went off about his business. The old grower was full of gossip about the witch-chasing, which by general consensus had gone well. "They're cleared from the Syche, this end at least," declared one man. "Cambridge caught his 2 garden thieves and downed them on the spot. Ah, that will soothe his soul. Booch is in an awful state. He missed his young kit. He swears she ran out on the water and led Dusselbeck's good Feigl Wurgles to their death. Ah, the thing! Still, the Wurgles tore a witch-mother properly to bits. Now they'll have to take the treatment." This last was evidently a jocularity. Everyone laughed, and at this point Jantef departed the tap-room. During the afternoon he started his decoration of the cimmery, working with great intensity, and so completed perhaps a third of his job. He might have accomplished more had he not found himself fretting and anxious to return to his hut. Along the way he stopped by the general store and bought new bread, oil, a packet of dehydrated goulash, and another of candied persimmon slices. When he returned to the hut, Glisten was nowhere to be seen, but the fire was burning, the bed had been put in order, and the hut seemed unaccountably tidy. Jantef went out to look this way and that. "Better, far better, if she'd gone," he muttered. "After all, she can't stay here after I've gone off to Unsabal." Even as he turned to enter the hut, Glisten came trotting across the meadow, looking back over her shoulder. Jantef seized up his cudgel, but whatever had alarmed her made no appearance. At the sight of Jantef, Glisten slowed her pace to a demure walk. She carried a cloth sling full of green finberries. Ignoring Jantef as if he were invisible, she put down the berries, then stood looking pensively back toward the forest. "I'm home," said Jantef. "Glisten, look at me." Somewhat to his surprise, by coincidence, so he suspected, the witch-girl turned her head and studied him somberly. Half in frustration, half in jest, Jantef asked, "What goes on in your mind? Do you see me as a person, or a shadow, or a chattering mooncalf?" He took a step toward her, thinking to arouse some flicker of reaction, surprise, alarm, perplexity, anything. Glisten hardly seemed to notice, and Jantef, rather sheepishly, contented himself with handing over the packet of sweetmeats. "This is for you," he said. "Can you understand? For Glisten, for dear little Glisten, who refuses to talk to Jantef." Glisten put the packet aside and began to clean the berries. Jantef watched in a warm suffusion. How pleasant this might have been under different circumstances. But in a month he would be gone, and the hut would again fall into ruins, and Glisten must return to the forest. Jantef, contriving fanciful arabesques in red, gold, dark blue, and lime green across the front of the dreary old cimmery, looked around to find Ewbank shuffling quietly past. Jantef jumped down from the trestle. "Ewbank, my good fellow." Ewbank halted somewhat reluctantly, shoving his hands into the pockets of his fawn-colored jacket. He cast an eye over the decorated timbers. "Ah, Jantef, you're doing fine work, getting the old cimmery ready for the fair. Well, you'll want to get along with your work, and I mustn't disturb your concentration. Not at all, said Jantif. This is no more than improvisation. I can do it in my sleep. I have a question for you. A business matter, so to speak. Yes? I'm paying 100 ozels for transportation to Unsabal spaceport in time to catch the Cyrenaic, correct? Well, yes, said Eubank guardedly. That was the proposal we discussed, I believe. 100 ozels is a large sum of money and naturally pays all costs for the trip. I may want to bring a friend along. 100 ozels will of course suffice. I mention this now to avoid any possible misunderstanding. Eubank's pale blue eyes flicked across Jantif's face, then away. What friend might this be? No matter. It's really all hypothesis at the moment. But you agree that the 100 ozels will cover our costs? Eubank considered, pursing his thick lips, and at last shook his head. Well, Jantif, I should hardly think so. In this business we've got to work to rules. Otherwise everything goes topsy-turvy. 1 passage, 1 fare. 2 passages, 2 fares. That's the universal rule. Another 100 ozels? Correct. But that's an enormous amount of money. I'm renting the Flibbit on a trip basis, not by fares. That's one way of looking at it. On the other hand, I've got 100 expenses to consider, overhead, maintenance, depreciation, interest on the initial investment. But you don't own the boat. It's all to the same effect. And never forget, like anyone else, I hope to gain a bit of profit from the transaction. A very generous profit, cried Jantif. Have you no human feelings or generosity? Very little of either, Eubank confessed with his easiest grin. If you don't like my price, why not try elsewhere? Booch might be persuaded to borrow the Grand Knight's Dorothy for the afternoon. Huh! I expect that you've received confirmation of my passage aboard the Cyrenaic. Well, no, said Eubank, not yet. Apparently there's been some sort of mix-up. The time is getting short. I'll surely do my best. Eubank waved his hand and went on his way. Jantif continued painting, using furious, emphatic strokes which lent a remarkable brio to his work. He calculated his assets. 100 ozels was well within his reach, but 200. Jantif counted forward and backward, but in every case fell short by 50 or even 60 ozels. Later in the day at the old grower, Jantif cut and primed the panels he would paint for Farisk. There was still talk of the witch-chasing, to which Jantif listened with a curled lip. Someone had noted remnants of the band straggling north toward the Weyness Mountains. All agreed that the site had been effectively cauterized, and talk turned to the forthcoming market fair. A certain portly fisherman went to watch Jantif at his work. What will you paint on these panels? I haven't quite decided. Landscapes, perhaps? Bah, that's no entertainment. You should paint a humorous charade, with all the old grower regulars dressed in ridiculous costumes. Jantif nodded politely. An interesting idea, but some might object. Also, I'm not being paid to paint portraits. Still, put my picture somewhere in the scene. That's easy enough. Certainly, said Jantif, at a charge of, say, 2 ozels. Farisk, of course, must agree. The fisherman drew back his head like a startled turtle. 2 ozels? Ridiculous. Not at all. Your image will hang on this wall forever, depicting you in all your joviality. It is a kind of immortality. True. 2 ozels it is. You may also paint my image, said another. I'll pay the 2 ozels now. Jantif held up a restraining hand. First, Farisk must be consulted. Farisk made no difficulties. These fees will naturally reduce your payment from me. By not so much as a dinket, Jantif declared stoutly. In fact, I want half of my fee now, so that I may buy proper pigments." Verisk protested, but Jantif held firm and finally had his way. As he returned to the hut, Jantif once again totted up his expectations. 10 panels. I can crowd 5 faces into each panel if necessary. That's 50 faces at 2 ozels each. 100 solid, ringing ozels, and my difficulties vanish like smoke. Jantif arrived home in an unusually optimistic mood. As usual, Glisten was nowhere to be seen. Apparently she did not care to stay alone in the hut, but almost immediately upon Jantif's return she came from the forest with a bundle of shaggy bark, which, when scraped and washed, yielded a nourishing porridge. Jantif ran to take her bundle. He put his arm around her waist and swung her up and around in a circle. Setting her down, he kissed her forehead. "Well, young Glisten, my lovely little sorceress, what do you think? Money pours in by the bucketful. Faces for Verisk's panels at 2 ozels per face. So then, would you like to live at Freyness on Zek? It's a long way, and there's no wild forest like this, but we'll find what's wrong with your voice and have it fixed, and there'll be no witch chasing. I assure you, except the kind of pursuit every pretty little creature enjoys. What about it? Do you understand me? Away from Wyst, off across space to Zek. I don't know quite how I'll manage the fare, but no doubt the Cursor will help. Ah, that elusive Cursor. Tomorrow I must telephone Unsabal." At the moment he was more interested in Glisten. He sat on the bench and pulled her down upon his lap, so that he was looking directly into her face. "Now then," said Jantif, "you must really concentrate. Listen closely. If you understand, nod your head. Is this understood?" Glisten seemed to be amused by Jantif's earnestness, though her lips twitched by no more than an iota. "You wretched girl," cried Jantif, "you're absolutely frustrating. I want to take you to Zek, and you show not a flicker of interest. Won't you please say something, or do something?" Glisten comprehended that somehow she had distressed Jantif. Her mouth drooped, and she looked off across the sea. Jantif groaned in exasperation. "Very well, then. I'll take you willy-nilly, and if you want to come back to your dank black forest, you shall do so." Glisten turned back. Jantif leaned forward and kissed her mouth. She gave no response, but neither did she draw away. "What a situation," sighed Jantif. "If only you'd give me some little inkling, just a hint, that you understand me." Glisten once again produced her wisp of a smile. "Aha!" said Jantif. "Perhaps you understand me after all, and only too well." Glisten became restive. Jantif reluctantly allowed her to leave his lap. He rose to his feet. "Zek it is, then, and please, at the last minute, don't cavort and hide like a wild thing." During the night a storm blew in from the south. In the morning long, combing breakers pounded the rocks, and Jantif despaired of gathering percebs. An hour later the wind moderated. A black rain sizzled upon the surface of the ocean, somewhat moderating the surf. Jantif forced his shrinking flesh into the water, but was unmercifully swept back and forth, and finally retreated to the shore. Taking his buckets, he set off eastward along the beach, hoping to find a sheltered pool. At the far end of Isbet Neck, with the ocean on the right hand and Lulace Sound on the left, he found a spot where the current swung past 2 long fingers of rock and created a still, deep pool between. Here the percebs grew large and heavy, with a large proportion of the prized coronels, and Jantif harvested a day's quota in short order. Glisten appeared from nowhere. Together they shelled the catch and carried the yield back to the hut for cleaning. "Everything seems to work for the best," declared Jantif. "The storm drives us from our rocks, and we find the home of all percebs." And it seemed that Glisten gave a nod of endorsement for Jantif's opinions. "If only you could speak," sighed Jantif. The local folk wouldn't dare to chase you, since you could go to the telephone and notify the cursor. Ah, that cursor. Where can he be? He is duty-bound to hear petitions, but he has become thin air. Chapter 14. Jandif finished the Simmery decorations, and even Madame Tchaga was pleased with the effect. At the old grower, Jandif began to paint his panels. Not a few of Farisk's patrons paid 2 ozels each to gain Jandif's version of immortality. Eubank declined to lend his own visage to the decorations. "I'll spend my 2 ozels on ale and persebs. I have no desire to see myself as others see me." Jandif took him aside. "Another hypothetical question. Suppose one of my friends decided to visit Zek. What might be the fare aboard the Cyrenaic?" 60 or 70 ozels are in that general area. Who is this friend?" "Just one of the village girls. It's no great matter. But I'm surprised that the interstellar voyage to Zek comes so much cheaper than the hop, skip, and jump to Unsabal." "Odd indeed, on the face of it," Eubank agreed. "Still, what is money to you, prosperous perseb merchant that you are? When or if I pay you your 270 ozels, I will consider myself fortunate. By the way, I'm sure that passage aboard the Cyrenaic has now been confirmed." "Not quite yet. I must jostle them along." "I would hope so. Perhaps I should call them myself." "Leave it to me." "Do you seriously plan to take someone else to Zek?" "It's just a notion. But surely there would be no difficulty if I were to pay over the ozels?" "None that I can envision." "I must give the matter serious thought." Jandif returned to his panels. As he worked, he heard talk of the fair, an occasion which this year would occur only a week before the Arabin centenary. Jandif suddenly saw how he might earn a goodly sum of money, perhaps enough to pay Eubank his requirements. That night, as he sat by the fire with Glisson, he explained his scheme. "Hundreds of folk come to the fair, agreed? All will be hungry. All want persebs, so why not satisfy this need? It will mean a great deal of work for both of us, but think, perhaps we can pay your passage to Zek. What do you think of that?" Jandif searched Glisson's face, as he was wont to do, and she responded with her glimmer of a smile. "You're so pretty when you smile," said Jandif with feeling. "If only I weren't afraid that I'd frighten you and drive you away." Toiling long hours, Jandif gathered 20 buckets of persebs, and penned them into a quiet pool near his hut. On the day before the fair he set up a booth not far from the old grower, and provided himself with a kettle, salt, and cooking oil. Early on the morning of the fair he delivered his usual quota of persebs to the Simmery and the old grower. Then, starting his fire and warming the oil, he began to sell persebs to the farm folk arriving from the outer districts. Come by, called Jandif. "Fresh persebs from the briny deep, cooked to a crisp and appetizing succulence. Come by, a dinket for a portion, persebs to your taste." Jandif became very busy, so that he found time to cry his wares only at odd intervals. Halfway through the morning, Eubank stopped by the booth. "Well, Jandif, I see that you intend to prosper one way or another." "I hope so. If business continues, I'll be able to pay you off either today or tomorrow, as soon as I collect from Farisk. And then, mind you, I want the tickets, all confirmed, most definitely with a written guarantee of passage to Unsabal." Eubank put on his easy grin. "These are meticulous precautions. Don't you trust me?" "Did you trust me to pay after I arrived home on Zek? Am I less honorable than you?" Eubank laughed. "A good point. Well, we'll arrange the matter one way or another. In the meantime, give me a dinket's worth of those persebs. They look to be exquisite. Where do you find such excellent quality?" "Aha! That's my little secret." To a farmer, Yes, sir. 3 packets, 3 dinkets. Back to Eubank. I'll say this, that we came upon, that is to say, I came upon a ledge that has obviously lain fallow for years. And here you are. 1 dinket, if you please. Eubank, taking the packet, chanced to notice Jantif's hands. He became rigid, as if arrested by a startling thought. Slowly he raised his eyes to Jantif's face. 1 dinket, said Jantif. Hurry, please, others are waiting. Yes, of course, said Eubank in an odd, choked voice. Then cheap at the price. He paid over his coin and turned away, carrying the packet gingerly between forefinger and thumb. Jantif watched him go with a puzzled frown. What had come over Eubank? Outside the old grower, Eubank met Booch. They talked earnestly for a period. Jantif watched them from the corner of his eye as he worked. Something, so his sensitive instincts assured him, was in the wind. One of Eubank's remarks startled Booch. He swung around and stared toward Jantif. Eubank quickly took his arm, and the 2 men entered the old grower. Business became even brisker. An hour later, his stock of percebs ran out. He hired a boy to stand by the booth, then, chinking up his earnings and taking his sacks, he set off toward his hut for fresh stock. Halfway along the beach, he noticed Eubank approaching at a rapid stride, his loose fawn shoes scuffing up little eruptions of sand. A parcel dangled from his right hand. Eubank swerved aside and vanished momentarily from sight behind a granite tree. When he reappeared, he walked at his usual saunter and carried no parcel. The 2 drew abreast. Jantif asked in an edgy voice, "What are you doing out here? Just an hour ago I saw you go into the old grower." "Occasionally I take a stroll to ease my lungs of the town air. Why aren't you tending to business?" "I sold out of percebs." Jantif looked Eubank up and down without cordiality. "Did you pass by my hut?" "I went nowhere near so far. Well, I'll be getting along." Eubank strolled back toward Balad. Jantif hastened along the beach and presently broke into a trot. There, ahead, his hut. Glisten was nowhere to be seen. Near the water's edge, a pair of buckets indicated where she had been working. One of the buckets was half full of cleaned percebs, but no Glisten. Jantif looked up and down the beach, then went to his hut. Glisten was not within, which caused him no surprise. In the corner of the hut stood the old pot where he kept his money. He crossed the room to unburden himself of the morning's take. The pot was quite empty. Jantif stared at the cracked old vessel with shoulders sagging and mouth agape. Jantif went outside to stand in the pale sunlight. Serene detachment blanketed his mood, a fact which puzzled and disturbed him. "Why am I not more shocked?" he asked himself. "Very odd. I would expect to be sick with anguish, yet I seem quite unmoved. Evidently, I've transcended ordinary emotion. This, of course, is remarkable. A notable achievement, I should say. I have instantly seized upon the proper way to deal with catastrophe, which is to ignore it. And meanwhile, my customers wait for percebs. By all precepts of decency, I ought not deny them their treat because of a personal matter, which in any event I have dealt with most efficiently. Yes, most curious. The world seems far away." Jantif loaded himself with percebs from the pool, and marched stiff-legged back up the beach and to his booth. Once more he began to serve his customers. "Percebs!" cried Jantif to the passers-by. "Choice morsels direct from the ocean. I guarantee quality. A dinket for a generous portion. Come buy these excellent percebs." From the old grower came Eubank. He turned a smiling glance toward Jantif and started up the street. Words burst up Jantif's throat of their own volition. Jantif was surprised to hear them. "Eubank! I say, Eubank!" Step over here, if you please." Ewbank paused and looked back with an expression of polite inquiry. "You called to me, Gentiff?" "Yes. Bring me my money at once. Otherwise I will notify the Grand Knight and lay all particulars before him." Ewbank turned his smiling glance around the circle of onlookers. He muttered a few quiet words to a strapping young farmer, who a moment before had purchased a packet of Jantiff's percebs. The farmer gaped down at the half-empty packet, then shouldered through Jantiff's waiting customers to the booth. "Show me your hands." "What's wrong with my hands?" demanded Jantiff. The farmer and the customer stared at Jantiff's fingernails. Jantiff looked also, and saw a glint of that golden sheen which he had often noted upon Glissen's fingernails. "The yellows!" roared the farmer. "He's given us all the yellows." "No, no," cried Jantiff. "My fingernails are stained because of working in the cold water with the percebs. Or perhaps my gamboge pigment." "Not true," Ewbank explained. "You have eaten witches' food, and now we have eaten your food, and all of us are infected, and all of us must undergo the treatment. I assure you that any money which might have changed hands is no compensation." The farmer began to shout curses. He kicked over Jantiff's booth and tried to seize Jantiff, who backed away, and then, turning, walked quickly off down the street. The farmer and others came in pursuit. Jantiff broke into a run, and so proceeded from town along the familiar beach road. The road forked. To avoid being trapped on the headland, Jantiff swung to the left, toward Lulace Sound and Lulace, the Grand Knight's manor. Behind came his pursuers, bawling threats and curses. Jantiff pushed through the ornate front gate at Lulace and ran at a failing lope through the garden. He staggered across the veranda, leaned against the front door. Along the road came his enemies. Jantiff tugged at the massive latch. The door swung aside. Jantiff staggered into the mansion. He stood in a tall reception-room, panelled in pale wood, and furnished a trifle too elaborately for Jantiff's taste, had he been in the mood to exercise his faculties. To the left, a pair of wide steps gave upon a salon, carpeted in green and illuminated by high windows facing to the north. Jantiff went to the steps and looked into the salon. A dark-haired man with heavy shoulders conversed with two other men and women. Jantiff timidly stepped forward. The woman turned. Jantiff looked into her face. "Scorlet!" he cried in a voice of wonder. Scorlet, sleek and well-fed, froze into an almost comical rigidity, mouth half open, one hand aloft in a gesture. The others turned. Jantiff looked from Sarp to Esteban to Contractor Schubart, as he was known in Unsabal. Scorlet spoke in a strangled voice. "It's Jantiff Ravenshoek." Contractor Schubart marched forward, and Jantiff retreated into the foyer. The contractor spoke in a heavy voice. "What do you want? Why weren't you announced? Can't you see I'm entertaining guests?" Jantiff responded in a stammer. "Sir, I intend nothing wrong. My life is threatened by the folk in the road. They say that my percebs gave them a disease, but it's not true. At least not purposeful. Ewbank, the shipping agent, stole my money and incited them to attack me. I didn't mean to intrude upon your guests." Jantiff's voice faltered as he considered the identity of these guests. "I will return when you're less busy." "Wait a minute. Booch! Where is Booch?" A footman stepped forward and murmured a few quiet words. Contractor Schubart growled, "Be damned to these Wurgles and witch-kits. Why isn't he on hand when I need him? Take this fellow to the gardener's shed and keep him safe until Booch returns." "Yes, sir." "Come along, please." But Jantiff lurched backward to the door, groped for the latch, threw open the door, and ran out into the garden. The footman came running after, calling, "Here, fellow! Stop! By the Grand Knight's orders, halt!" Jantiff ran around the manor, and with a cunning born of desperation waited at the corner. When the footman lunged past, Jantiff held out his foot. The footman sprawled. Jandif struck him with a stake, and the footman lay limp. Jandif continued around to the back of Lulace, through the kitchen garden, and out into the park. Behind a tree, he caught his breath. No time now for crafty or complicated planning. I shall go directly to Eubank's house, Jandif told himself. I will kill and rob Eubank, or perhaps force him to provide me an air car. I will then fly him high over the Syche and throw him out. Then I will continue on to Unsabal and demand protection from the Cursar. If, of course, the Cursar is returned. If not, I will hide once more in the Disjerferact. Jandif set off at once toward Balad. Unfortunately, his exultation caused him to ignore elementary caution. He was seen and identified as he came along the river road. Sullen folk surrounded him. The women began to call out invectives. The crowd pressed closer, and Jandif was backed up against a wall. He cried out in anguish, "I've done nothing! Leave me be!" A dockworker named Sabros, whom Jandif had often served at the old grower, bellowed him down. "You have given us all the yellows, and we must now undergo the treatment, unless we want to be deaf and dumb witches. Do you call that nothing?" "I don't know anything about it. Let me pass." Sabros gave a ferocious laugh. "Since all Balad must be treated, you shall be the first." Jandif was dragged up to the main street and across to the apothecary's shop. "Bring out the treatment," bawled Sabros. "Here's the first patient. We'll cure him on the cheap, without the headbangers." The treatment device was wheeled from the shop. The apothecary, a mild old man who had frequented neither of the taverns nor Jandif's booth, dropped 2 pills in a mug of water and held it to Jandif's face. "Here, this will dull the pain." Sabros brushed away the mug. "Take away your headbangers. Let him know what he's done to us." Jandif's hands were fixed into metal gloves, with loose joints over the fingernails. Sabros wielded a mallet to crush Jandif's fingertips. Jandif croaked and groaned. "Now then," said Sabros, "when the nails drop off, apply black niter of argent. Maybe you'll be cured." "He's getting off too easy," screamed a woman. "Here, my frack sludge. Turn his face about. He'll never see his mischief." Sabros said, "Enough is enough. He's beyond knowing anything." "Not yet. Let him pay to the full. There, now, right in the face." A thick, acrid fluid was flung into Jandif's face, scalding his skin and searing his vision. He gave a strangled cry and tore at his eyes with mutilated fingers. The apothecary threw water into Jandif's face and wiped his eyes with a rag. Then he turned in a fury on the crowd. "You've punished him beyond all justice. He's only a poor, sad lout." "Not so," cried a voice, which Jandif recognized as that of Eubank. "He housed himself with a witch-woman. I saw her at his hut, and he poisoned us knowingly with witch food." Jandif mumbled, "Eubank is a thief. Eubank is a liar," but none heard him. Jandif opened his eyes a crack, but a granular fog obscured his vision. He moaned in shock and grief. "You've blinded me. I will never see the colors." One of the women cried out, "Where now the horrid witch? Do her like the others." "No fear," said Eubank. "Booch has taken her in hand." Jandif gave a call of mindless woe. He struggled to his feet, flailed his arms to right and left, an act which the crowd considered ludicrous. They began to bait Jandif, shoving him, prodding his ribs, hissing into his face. Jandif at last threw up his hands and staggered off down the street. "Catch him!" screamed the most vindictive. "Bring him back and deal with him properly." "Let him go," growled an old fisherman. "I've seen enough." "What? After he's given us all the yellows? And all must take the treatment? He fed us witch food, never forget it." "Today let him go. Tomorrow we'll put him on a raft." "Quite right, Jandif, can you hear? Tomorrow you float south across the ocean." Jandif lurched heedlessly down the street. For a space Children followed him, jeering and throwing stones. Then they were called back, and Jandif went his way alone. Out to the beach he stumbled, and along the familiar track. With his eyes wide and staring, he could see only a vague luminosity. He walked a good distance, but could not find his hut. Finally, he dropped down upon the sand and turned his face to the sea. He sat a long time, confused and listless, his hands throbbing with a pain to which he gave no heed. The fog across his vision grew thick as dawn set and night came to Decimo Beach and the moaning ocean. Still Jandif sat, while water sucked across the offshore ledges. A breeze drifted in from the ocean, but first a chilly breath which tingled Jandif's skin, then gusts which penetrated his threadbare garments. Jandif saw himself as if in a clairvoyant vision, a gaunt creature crouched on the sand, all connections to the world of reality broken. He began to grow warm and comfortable. He realized that he was about to die. Images formed in his mind, Unsabal and Old Pink, the human tides along Unsabal River, the four whispers on the pedestal. He saw Scarlet and Tanzel, Kedida and the Ephthalotes, Esteban and Booch and Contractor Schubart. Glisten appeared, facing him from a distance of no more than an arm's length, and gazed steadfastly into his eyes. Miracle of miracles! He heard her speak in a soft, quick voice. "Jandif, don't sit in the dark. Jandif, please lift yourself. Don't die." Jandif shuddered and blinked, and tears ran from his eyes. He thought of his cheerful home at Freynes. He saw the faces of his father and mother and sisters. "I don't want to die," said Jandif. "I want to go home." With a prodigious effort he hauled himself to his feet and stumbled off along the beach. By chance he encountered an object he recognized, the branches of a misshapen old codmallow tree. His hut stood only 50 yards beyond. The ground was now familiar. Jandif groped his way to the hut, entered, carefully closed the door. He stood stock still. Someone had only recently departed. His odor, rank and heavy, hung on the air. Jandif listened, but heard no sound. He was alone. Tottering to his bed, he lay himself down and instantly fell asleep. Jandif awoke, jarred to consciousness by an awful imminence. He lay quiet. His blinded eyes registered a watery gray blur. Daylight had arrived. A rank, harsh odor reached his nostrils. He knew that he was not alone. Someone spoke. "So, Jandif, here you are after all. I looked for you last night, but you were out." Jandif recognized the voice of Booch. He made no response. "I look for your money," said Booch. "According to Eubank, you control quite a tidy sum." "Eubank took my money yesterday." Booch made an unpleasant nasal sound. "Are you serious?" "I don't care about money now. Eubank took it." "That cursed Eubank," groaned Booch. "He'll make an accounting to me." "Where is Glisten?" "The kit? Don't worry about her, not a trifle. In 5 minutes you'll be past caring for anything. I've had my orders. I'm to put a wire around your neck without fail. Then I'll settle with Eubank. Then I'm off to Unsabal, where I can take any woman I see for a dish of tripes. Raise your head, Jandif. This won't take long." "I don't want to die." "No use to whine. My orders are strict. Jandif must definitely be dead. So then, now none of your kicking or flailing about. Hold now." Jandif scuttled sideways like a crab, and through some mad accident pushed Booch off balance and rolled out the door. From far up the beach came a jeering cry. "Mad Jandif! There! You see him now." Jandif heard Booch's heavy tread. 2 steps, then an uncertain halt and a mutter of annoyance. Now, in the name of Gasmus, who can that be? A stranger, an off-worlder. Has he planned to interfere? I'll stop him short. Steps approached. A boy's voice cried out in glee. That's Mad Jantiff on the ground, and there's Constable Booch, who'll give it to him properly, you'll see. Good morning to you both, said a pleasant voice. Jantiff, you seem to be in poor condition. Yes, I've been blinded, and my fingers are all broken. The boy cried out in eager fury. Never fear, there's more to come. Sir, he gave us all the yellows, and he consorted with a witch. May I strike him with this stick? By no means, said the newcomer. You are far too ardent. Calm yourself. Jantiff, I am here in response to your numerous messages. I am the respectable Ryle Shermatz, a representative of the Canatic. Jantiff sat dazed on the ground. You are the Cursor? No, my authority considerably exceeds his. Then ask Booch what he did with Glisson. He may have killed her. Utter nonsense, said Booch in jovial, if uneasy tones. Jantiff, you have peculiar notions about me. You brought your Wurgle and hunted her down. Where is she now? Ryle Shermatz said, Constable Booch, I suggest that you respond to Jantiff's question in all candor. Lacking facts, how can I answer? And why all the anxiety? She was just a witch kit. You speak in the past tense, noted Ryle Shermatz. Is this significant? Of course not. I chanced to stroll past with my Wurgle, admittedly, and she ran off. But what's that to me? Or to you, for that matter? I am the Canatic's agent. I am required to adjust situations such as this. But there is no situation to adjust. Look yonder. Even now she's coming out of the Syche. Jantiff struggled to his knees. Where? Tell me where. But I can't see. The boy gave a screech of panic. There came an odd sequence of sounds, a stamping of feet, a whisper as if of spurting gas, a thud, a gasp, a scuffling sound. Then for a moment silence. The boy babbled. He's dead. He tried to kill you. How did you know? Ryle Shermatz spoke without perturbation. I am sensitive to danger, and well trained to deal with it. Who came from the forest? Cried Jantiff. Was it Glisson? No one came from the forest. Booch attempted a ruse. Then where can she be? We shall do our best to find her. But now, tell me why you sent so many urgent messages. I will tell you, mumbled Jantiff. I want only to talk. I must do hours and hours of talking. Steady, Jantiff. Come, sit here on the bench. Boy, run to town. Bring back new bread and a pot of good soup. Here, an ozil for your pains. Now, Jantiff, talk if you're able. Chapter 15. Dwan, halfway up the sky, shone from behind films of shifting mist. Jantiff sat on the bench, leaning back against his ramshackle stone and seaweed hut. Ryle Shermatz, a person of medium stature with well-formed features and short brown hair, stood beside him, one leg propped upon the bench. He had dragged the dead hulk around to the side. Only Booch's black boots, extending past the edge of the hut, bore witness to his presence. Jantiff spoke at length, in a voice which presently dwindled to a husky croak. Ryle Shermatz said little, inserting only an occasional question. From time to time he nodded as if Jantiff's remarks reinforced opinions of his own. Jantiff's account came to an end. My only uncertainty is Glisson. Last night I dreamt of her, and in my dream she spoke. It was strange to hear her, and even in my sleep I felt as if I would weep. Ryle Shermatz gazed south over the grey ocean. Well, Jantiff, he said at last, it is clear that you have endured hard times. Let me summarize your statement. You believe that Esteban, looking over your drawings of the Four Whispers, noticed the resemblance between 3 of the Whispers and himself, Scarlet and Sarp. You theorized that Esteban, with his devious and supple mind, inevitably recognized the potentiality of the situation and began, idly at first, to consider methods for making the possible real. A 4th member of the cabal was needed. Who better than a man of wealth, power, and motivation? In short, a contractor? Esteban searched the reference book, and there, made for the part, he discovered contractor Schubart. Esteban, Scarlet, and Sarp were motivated by their lust for food and luxury. Schubart had long enjoyed the good things of life, but now was threatened by the Whispers, who intended to free Erebus from the contractors, and already had informed the Canatic of their plans. Schubart needed funds to implement his grand plans for the Weird Lands. He readily joined Esteban, Scarlet, and Sarp. They contrived a bold and very simple scheme. Here you assert that Scarlet, Esteban, Sarp, and Schubart journeyed to Wyst, and there boarded the airship on which the Whispers would return to Unsabal. During the flight, the Whispers were killed with all their entourage and dropped into the sea. When the sea disk landed, Esteban, Scarlet, Sarp, and Schubart had become the Whispers. They showed themselves briefly on the pedestal. No one inspected them closely. No one could have suspected their deed, except you, who were disturbed and perplexed. The new Whispers traveled to Nemenis, where they consulted the Canatic at Luce. He found them an unsympathetic group, insincere, evasive, and tawdry. Their statements rang false and failed to accord with their purported mission, as proposed by the original Whispers. The Canatic decided to look more closely into the matter, especially since he had received urgent messages concerning a certain Jantif Ravensroke. I was assigned to the task and arrived at Unsabal 2 days ago. Immediately I tried to find Cursor Bonamico. I learned that he had flown to Wyst on business connected with the Whispers, that he had boarded the same aircraft on which the Whispers returned to Unsabal. He never alighted from this aircraft, and the inference is clear. He was murdered and thrust into the Salomon Sea. I naturally took note of the messages you had dispatched from Balad. Last night a final message arrived. The voice was that of a woman, a girl, according to the clerk, a Lady Gloucester. The woman or girl spoke in great agitation. Come quickly to Balad. They're doing terrible things to Jantif. And that was all. A girl spoke, muttered Janif. Who could that have been? Listen can't speak, except in dreams. Might the clerk have been asleep and dreaming? An interesting conjecture, said Ryle Charmetz. A Lady Gloucester said nothing in this regard, one way or the other. Here we are at Balad. We shall go to the Old Grower Tavern and refresh ourselves. Then we shall try to subdue these obstreperous folk. Eubank is more than obstreperous, Jantif muttered. He stole my money and told Booch about Glisson. I have not forgotten Eubank, said Ryle Charmetz. The 2 men entered the Old Grower. At the tables sat a considerable number of customers, double the usual for this hour of the day. Ferris came hurriedly forward, his round white forehead glistening with droplets of sweat. "This way, gentlemen," he cried in brave joviality. "Be seated. Will you drink ale? I recommend my old Dankwart." Clearly the boy who had guided Ryle Charmetz to Jantif's hut had returned to Balad bearing large tales. "You may bring us ale and something to eat," said Charmetz. "But first, is the person known as Eubank present in the room?" Ferris darted a series of nervous glances along the tables. "He is not here. You will probably find him at the depot, where he serves as general agent." "Be good enough to select 3 reliable men from among your customers and bring them here." "Reliable? Well, let me consider. That is a hard question. I'll summon the best of the lot. Garfred, Sabros, Osculot, step over here at once." The 3 men approached with varying degrees of truculence. Ryle Charmetz appraised them with an impassive gaze. I am Ryle Shermatz, the Canatic's agent. I appoint you my deputies for the period of 1 day. You are now, like myself, invested with the inviolable authority of the Canatic, under my orders. Is this clear?" The 3 men shuffled their feet and signified their understanding. Garfred with a surly grunt, Sabros making an amiable gesture, Osculot showing a grimace of misgiving. Ryle Shermatz spoke on. "Proceed at once to the depot. Place Eubank under the Canatic's arrest. Bring him here at once. Under no circumstances allow him freedom from your custody, not so much as a minute. Be on the guard for any weapons he may carry. Go in haste." The 3 men departed the tavern. Ryle Shermatz turned to Farisk, who stood anxiously to the side. "Send other men to summon all the folk of Balad to an immediate assembly in front of the old Gror. Then you may serve us our refreshment." Jandif sat in the dark, listening to the mutter of voices, the clink of mugs, the scrape of feet. Warmth and relaxation eased his limbs. Lassitude came upon him. Ryle Shermatz spoke quietly to someone who made no response, perhaps by means of a transceiver, thought Jandif. A moment later, Shermatz sent Voris to fetch the apothecary, who arrived within the minute. Shermatz took the apothecary aside. The 2 conferred, and the apothecary departed. Shermatz spoke to Jandif. "I have specified a treatment to restore a certain fraction of your vision. Later, of course, we will arrange a thorough therapy. I will be grateful for any improvement." The apothecary returned. Jandif heard muted voices as his case was discussed. Then the apothecary addressed him directly. "Now, Jandif, here is the situation. The surfaces of your eyes have been frosted by the caustic, and are no longer transparent to light. I am about to attempt a rather novel treatment. I coat the surface of your eyes with an emulsion, which quickly dries to a transparent film. Perhaps you will feel discomfort. Perhaps you will notice nothing whatever. With the irregularities smoothed out, light should once again reach your retina. I will mention that the film is microscopically porous to allow passage of oxygen. Please lean back, open your right eye wide, and do not move. Very good. Now the left. Do not blink, if you please." Jandif felt a cool sensation across the front of his eyes, then an odd, not unpleasant constriction across the eyeballs. Simultaneously, the blur before his vision began to dissipate as if a wind blew through the optic fog. Objects loomed, assumed density. For a time they wavered in a watery medium, and presently stilled. Jandif once more could see with almost the old clarity. He looked around the room. He saw the grave faces of Ryle Shermatz and the apothecary. Farisk stood by the counter, abdomen bulging out ahead. Pelinka peered from the kitchen, annoyed by the disruption to her daily routine. Hunched over the tables, for the most part glowering and surly, sat the regular old Gror customers. Jandif looked this way and that, entranced by the wonder of this miraculous faculty, which he thought he had previously exploited to the fullest. He studied the umber-black shadows at the back of the room, the sheen of pewter mugs, the sallow milk-wood tables, the shafts of pale lavender light streaming down through the high windows. Jandif thought, "In later years, when I look across my life, I will mark well this moment in the old Gror tavern at Balad on the planet Wyst." A shuffle of activity distracted Jandif from his musings. Ryle Shermatz sauntered to the door. Jandif, hauling himself erect, threw back his shoulders, and in unconscious imitation of Shermatz's confident stride, went to the door. A crowd had gathered before the old Gror. The entire population of Balad, except for Madame Tchaga, who stood peering from the cimmery. Along the street came Sabros and Garfred, with Eubank between them, and Osculot bringing up the rear. Ewbank wore his fawn-colored suit, and today a hat with a jaunty pointed bill. His expression, however, was not at all jaunty. His cheeks sagged, his mouth hung in a lugubrious droop. Before Jantif's inner vision came a remembered illustration from a storybook, depicting a worried brown rat being brought before a tribunal of stately cats by a pair of bulldog sergeants. After a single glance, Shermatz turned away from Ewbank and spoke to the crowd. "I am Ryle Shermatz, the Canatic's agent, and I am here at Balad in an official capacity. The Canatic's policy is to allow all possible independence of thought and action. He welcomes diversity and rules with restraint. Nonetheless, he cannot tolerate a disregard for basic law, such as occurs here at Balad. I refer to the persecution of certain forest wanderers whom you miscall witches. It now must terminate by the Canatic's edict. The ailment known as the yellows results from a fungus-like growth. It can be cured by a pill taken with water. The so-called witches are deaf-mute not because of the yellows, but through a hysterical obsession. Organically, they are quite normal, and sometimes, under stress of emergency, they can force themselves to speak. As for hearing, my advisers tell me that sound enters their brain at a subliminal level. They do not know they are hearing, but nevertheless are invested with information, much as telepathy affects the mind of an ordinary person. Conditions at Balad are unsatisfactory. The Grand Knight seems to act as an informal magistrate and dispenses such justice as he sees fit through his constable. On other occasions, as when unforgivable violence was done to the person of Jantif Ravensroke, the community is guided by irresponsible fury. A cursor will presently arrive to arrange a more orderly system. He will right certain wrongs, and certain persons will regret his coming, especially those who have taken part in the recent witch-chasing. They may expect severe penalties. At the moment, I intend to deal only with the assault performed upon Jantif. Constable Sabros, bring forward the woman who blinded Jantif. It was Nellick yonder. Your lordship, I acted not from malice. Indeed, I thought I held simple and wholesome water in my bucket. I am a laughing woman. I acted in fun, and only to ease the situation for the general benefit. Jantif, does this match your recollection? No. She said, "Here, turn his face about. He will never see the results of his mischief, even though I waste my frack." Well, then, which version is correct? Constable? Sabros grunted. I don't like to say. I was holding Jantif when she flung the stuff. It burnt my arms as well. Jantif grimaced. Don't bother with any of them. There were 20 or 30 people, all doing me harm, except Grandel, the apothecary, who wiped my eyes. Very well. Grandel, I instruct you to make a careful list of those people who participated in the episode, and to fine them in proportion to their guilt. The sum collected must be paid over to Jantif. I suggest a fine of 500 ozels for the woman Nellick. Grandel looked uncomfortably around the crowd. I will do my best, though my popularity will not be enhanced. Faris called out, Not so. I took no part in the assault, even though Jantif sold percebs in competition with me. I believe that stern fines are necessary to redeem the honor of Balad. I will help Grandel discover each name, and I will counsel him against leniency. If Grandel suffers unpopularity, I will join him. Then I will entrust the matter to the two of you. Now another matter. Your name is Ewbank? Ewbank nodded and smiled. Sir, that is my name. It is your entire name? Ewbank hesitated only the fraction of an instant. Ewbank is the name by which I am known. Where is your place of birth? Sir, as to that I cannot be sure. I was orphaned as a child. That is a tragic circumstance. Where were you reared? I have visited many worlds, sir. I call no place home. The Carnatic's Cursar, when he arrives, will examine your background with great care. At this moment, I will only concern myself with the events of the recent past. First, I believe that you cashed in Jantiv's passage voucher and pocketed the money. Ewbank considered a moment. Then, no doubt reflecting that the matter was susceptible to quick verification, one way or the other, he gave a slow, polite nod. I feel sure that Jantiv would never use the ticket, and I saw no need to waste the money. Then, when you learned that Jantiv indeed had earned the fare, you stole his money from him. Do you assert this, sir, or is it the Carnatic's justice that a man must incriminate himself from his own mouth? That is a clever reply, said Shermatz graciously. But the matter is not quite so intricate. Jantiv's information makes it clear that you are the robber beyond all reasonable doubt. My question gave you the opportunity for denial. Secondly, it is clear that you informed Booch in regard to the forest waif whom Jantiv had befriended, in full knowledge of what must occur, your motive being to destroy Jantiv. The Cursar will undertake an investigation. If you deny the charges, you will undergo mind search, and the truth will be made known. In the meantime, your possessions are totally confiscated. You are now a pauper, lacking so much as a single dinket. Ewbank's jaw dropped. His eyes became moist. In a voice musical in its poignancy, he cried, "This is most unreasonable. Will you sequester all my poor savings?" I suspect that you will fare even worse. I believe that you provoked Booch to assault and murder. If this is so demonstrated, the Cursar will show you no leniency. Take me to Lulace. The Grand Knight will prove my good character. The Grand Knight is no longer at Lulace. He and his guests departed last night. In any event, he is not a trustworthy guarantor. His troubles may exceed your own. Shermatz signaled Garfred and Osculot. Take Ewbank to a place of security. Make certain that he cannot escape. If he does so, you will each be fined 1,000 ozels. Smartly, then, Ewbank, said Osculot. We will take you to my root cellar, and if you escape, I will pay both fines. One moment. Jantiv confronted Ewbank. What happened to Glisson? Tell me if you know. Ewbank's expression was opaque. Why ask me? Put your questions to Booch. Booch answers no questions. He is dead. Ewbank turned away without comment. The two constables marched him up the street and out of sight. Ryle Shermatz once more addressed the people of the town. The new Cursar will arrive within 3 days. Remember, he represents the Carnatic, and he must be obeyed. You may now go about your affairs. Jantiv, come along. We have no further need to remain at Balad. But what of Glisson? I can't leave until I know what has happened. Jantiv, let us face the sad facts. Either she is dead, or she has returned to the forest. In either case, she is beyond our reach. Then who was the woman who notified you of my trouble? This is another affair which the Cursar must look into. But let us be off to Erebus. There is nothing more to be accomplished here. Chapter 16. In a black space car, the two men rode north from Balad, over the gloomy Seich, across Lake Nieman and the weird lands beyond. Jantiv sat brooding and made no effort at conversation. Ryle Shermatz finally said, I suspect that you are still disturbed by recent events, understandably so. Unfortunately, by the very nature of my position, I can achieve only an approximate justice. The witch-killing farmers, for instance, are they not murderers? Why are they not punished? Truthfully, I am less interested in punishment than setting things to rights. I make one or two dramatic examples, hoping to frighten all the others into regeneracy. The method works unevenly. Often, the most iniquitous are the least inconvenienced. On the other hand, an absolutely exact justice may well destroy the community. This might have been the case at Balad. By and large, I am satisfied. Jandif said nothing. Ryle Shermatz continued. In any event, we must now turn our attention to Erebus and the Whispers. Their conduct puzzles me. Do they intend to live in isolation? If they attend the centenary fete, or to speak before a television audience, their identity must instantly become evident to their old intimates. All those residents of Old Pink, for example. They probably rely upon the close similarity, said Jandif. When no one suspects, no one notices. Ryle Shermatz remained dubious. I can't believe that the similarities are that close. Perhaps they plan cosmetic devices or facial surgery. In fact, this may already have occurred. At Lulace, they were the same as ever. And this is the great puzzle. Clearly they are not fools. They must recognize obvious dangers, and they must have prepared for them. I am amazed and fascinated. There is grandeur to their scheme. Jandif put a diffident question. How will you deal with them? Two options at least are open. We can denounce them publicly and create an enormous sensation, or we can secretly dispose of the whole affair and presently nominate a new set of whispers. I am inclined to the first concept. The Arabins will enjoy the drama, and why should we not give pleasure to these essentially decent, if indolent folk? And how will this drama be managed? No difficulty whatever. In fact, the event has already been arranged, and by the Whispers themselves. At a grand rally they intend to address a select group of notables, while all the rest of Erebus watches by television. This is an appropriate time to set matters right. Jandif mulled over the situation. They will speak as before from the pedestal, remote and obscure, so that no one can recognize them, and no cameras will be allowed close views. I expect that you are right, said Ryle Shermatz. At the denouement they will be seen clearly enough. The space car crossed over the scarp, and Unsabal lay sprawled before them, with the Salaman Sea beyond, flat and listless, the color of moonstone. Ryle Shermatz veered toward the spaceport and landed close beside the depot. Tonight we will rest at the Traveller's Inn, said Shermatz. As an elitist monument, it has suffered decay. Still, we can do no better, and you will no doubt prefer it to your lair behind the privy. I intend to revisit this lair for old time's sake, said Jandif. My hut on the beach was actually not much better. Still, it felt like home. As I think back, I was happy there. I had food, I had glisten to look at, I had goals, impractical though they might have been, and for a time I thought I was realizing them. Yes, I was truly alive. And now I am old and dull and tired. Shermatz laughed. I have felt the same way many times. Life goes on despite all. I find life to be a very peculiar affair. At the Traveller's Inn, Shermatz bespoke a suite of 6 rooms, specifying a high standard of cuisine and service. Jandif grumbled that his expectations were not likely to be realized in view of the Arabin attitude. We shall see, said Ryle Shermatz. As a rule, I make few demands, but here at the Traveller's Inn, for non-egalistic prices, I insist upon non-egalistic value. Unlike the ordinary traveller, I can instantly avenge sloth, slights, and poor service. It is a perquisite of my job. I think that you will notice a distinct improvement over your previous visit. Now, I have a few trifles of business, and I will leave you to your own devices." Jandif went to his rooms, where, as Shermatz had predicted, he discovered remarkably better conditions. He reveled in a hot bath, donned fresh garments, and dined upon the most elaborate repast available. Then, bone-weary, but not yet ready for sleep, he wandered out into the city and rode the manways as he had done so often in the past. Perhaps by unconscious design he passed Old Pink. After a moment's indecision, he stepped off the way, crossed the yard, and entered the foyer. The air hung heavy with familiar old odors, compounded of gruff, deedle, wobbly, and swill. The sourness of old concrete, the condensed exhalations of all those who across the years had called Old Pink home. Recollections swept over Jandif, events, adventures, emotions, faces. He went to the administration desk, where a man strange to him sat sorting slips of paper. Jandif asked, "Does Scorlett still occupy apartment D18 on the 19th level?" The clerk spun an index, glanced at a name. "No longer. She's transferred out to Propance." Jandif turned to the bulletin board. A large placard composed in an eye-catching yellow, white, blue, and black read, "In regard to the Grand Rally, hail all to our 2nd century. May it exceed the grandeur of the first. The centenary celebrates our confident advocacy of eagleism. From the ends of the cluster pour congratulations, sometimes couched in candid admiration, sometimes through the tight teeth of bombas biting back dismay. On Honest Day next, the Grand Rally. At the Field of Voices, the panel of delegates and many other notables will gather to partake of a ceremonial banquet and to hear the Whispers propose startling new concepts for the future. The Canatic of Alastor Cluster will definitely be on hand to share the pedestal with the Whispers in comradeship and equality. He is at this moment consulting with the Whispers and hearing their wise counsel. At the Grand Rally, he will reveal his program for an augmented interchange of goods and services. He believes that Arabins should export ideas, artistic creations, and imaginative concepts in exchange for goods, foodstuffs, and automatic processing devices. At the Grand Rally, on his day on the Field of Voices, he and the Whispers will make concrete the details of this proposal. Only persons with entry permits will be admitted to the field. All others will participate at this epical occasion by television in the social halls on their apartment levels. Jandif reread the placard a second and a third time. Odd and wonderful. He stood pondering the garish type. At the back of his mind milled fragments of information, small, disparate ideas, echoes of half-remembered conversations, all jumbled like the elements of a puzzle shaken in a box. Jandif turned away from the placard and departed Old Pink. He rode out lateral 112 to Unsabal River and diverted into the human flood. For once, with nervous guesses and suspicious conjectures whirling through his head, Jandif ignored the panorama of faces, as blank and withdrawn as any of the others. He returned to the Traveller's Inn. Back in his rooms, he discovered that a supper had been laid out on the parlor buffet. Jandif poured out a goblet of wine and took it to a settee. The window overlooked a corner of the space field, and beyond the dancing lights of Disjeferact. Jandif watched with a smile half bitter, half wistful. Would he ever be able to escape his recollections? Vividly now they passed before his inner mind. The House of Prisms, Kedaida's haunted countenance, the flavor of toasted kelp and poggets, the squeaking fifes, the tinkle of pilgrim bells, the calls and importunities, the whirling lights and park fountains. Ryle Shermatz emerged from his chambers. "Aha, Jandif, you have returned in good time. Have you noticed this array of Bonter?" "Yes, I'm amazed. I had no idea that so many good things were available. Tonight we are bombas for sure. I see wine from 4 different worlds, a noble assortment of meats, pastas, rissoles, salads, cheeses, and all manner of miscellaneous confections. A far more elaborate meal than is my usual habit, I assure you. But tonight, let us revel in the ignobility of it all." Jandif served himself such items as met his fancy, and joined Ryle Shermatz at the table. "An hour ago I visited Old Pink, the block where I once lived. In the lobby I saw an amazing placard. It advertised that the Kinetic will definitely appear at the Grand Rally to endorse the Whispers and all their programs." "I saw a similar placard," said Ryle Shermatz. "I can assert even more definitely that the Kinetic plans nothing of the sort." "In that case I am relieved. But how can the Whispers make such promises? When the Kinetic fails to appear, they will be left with lame excuses by the mouthful, and no one will be deceived." "I have become fascinated by the Grand Rally," said Ryle Shermatz. "Half a dozen courtesy tickets were left at Alastor Centrality. I availed myself of 2. We shall not fail to witness this remarkable occasion." "I am absolutely bewildered," said Jandif. "The Whispers must know that the Kinetic will not appear. It follows, therefore, that they've contrived a plan to cope with this contingency." "Admirably put, Jandif. That is the situation in a nutshell, and I admit to curiosity. Might they go so far as to put forward a purported Kinetic, to speak as they might wish the real Kinetic to speak?" "It is well within their audacity. But how could they hope to gain? When the news arrived at Luce, the Kinetic would not fail to be annoyed." "Exactly so. The Kinetic is always amused by verve and sometimes by brashness. Still, he would be forced to take harsh and definite action. Well, on Honest Day the event will be revealed, and we will watch carefully before we put our own program into effect." Jandif made a cautious observation. "You persist in using the words we and our, but I must admit that I am confused as to the details of our program." Ryle Shermatz chuckled. "Our plan is simple. The Whispers appear on the pedestal. They make their address to the notables, and by television to all the other Arabans. A purported Kinetic may appear on the pedestal. If not, the Whispers may repair the lack by methods yet unknown, and we will watch with interest. Then, at an appropriate moment, 4 whelm corvettes of the Amaraz class drop from the sky. They maneuver close to the pedestal, and officers jump across. They place the Whispers under arrest. The Cursar now appears. He explains to all Erebus the crimes perpetrated by the Whispers. He reveals that Erebus is bankrupt, and he makes a rather harsh announcement to the effect that the Arabans must awake from their century-long trance and return to work. He announces that he is assuming authority as interim governor until a proper set of local officials once more assume responsibility. The 4 corvettes then rise to an elevation of 1,000 feet, each trailing a long line with a noose at the end. A noose is fitted about the neck of each Whisper. The corvettes rise once more until they and the suspended Whispers are out of sight in the upper atmosphere. The program is crisp, decisive, and sufficiently spectacular to command attention." Ryle Shermatz glanced sideways at Jandif. "You take exception to the plan?" "Not at all. I am uneasy for a reason I find hard to define." Shermatz rose to his feet and went to look out across Disjefferakt. "The plan is too forthright, perhaps?" "There is nothing wrong with the plan. I wonder only why the Whispers seem so confident. What do they know that we do not?" "That is a provocative concept," said Shermatz. He mused a moment. "Short of asking the Whispers, I can't see how to arrive at an explanation." "I will try to put my ideas in an orderly sequence," said Jandif. "Perhaps something will occur to me." "You have infected me with your uneasiness," Shermatz grumbled. "Well, there is tonight and tomorrow for conjecture. On the day after, the grand rally, and then we must act." Chapter 17. The night passed by, and one rose pale as a frozen tear into the sky. The day ran its course. Jadif remained at the suite in the Traveller's Inn. For a time he paced the parlor back and forth, trying to define his qualms, but the thoughts fled past before he could analyze them. He seated himself with paper and stylus and found no better success. His mind persisted in wandering. He thought of the early days at Old Pink, his dismal romance with Cadida, the Bonterfest, his subsequent flight to Balad. The flow of his thoughts suddenly became viscous and slowed to a halt. For a moment, Jadif thought of nothing whatever. Then, with great caution, as if opening a door from behind which something awful might leap, he reconsidered his flight across the Weird Lands and his association with Swarkop. Jadif presently relaxed indecisively into the settee. Swarkop's conversation had been suggestive, but no more. He would mention the matter, and Shermatz could make of it what he chose. During the afternoon, bored and uneasy, he walked across the mud-flats to Disjerferacht, and as he had promised himself, made a pilgrimage to his old lair behind the privy, and for old time's sake bought a spill of fried kelp, which he ate dutifully, but without enthusiasm. There had once been a time, he reflected sadly, when he could not get enough of this rather insipid delicacy. At sundown, Jadif returned to the Traveller's Inn. Ryle Shermatz had not returned. Jadif ate a pensive supper, then went to his rooms. In the morning he awoke to find that Ryle Shermatz had come and gone, leaving a note on the parlour table. For the notice of Jadif Ravensroke. A good morning to you, Jadif. Today we resolve all mysteries and bring our drama to its climax and then its close. Details press upon me. I have gone off unavoidably early to brief the Cursar, and so will be unable to take breakfast with you. Please allow me to issue instructions in regard to the Grand Rally. I have our 2 tickets, and will meet you to the right of Hanwalter Gate, where the 14th lateral terminates, at half-morning, or as close thereafter as possible. This is not as early as I had hoped. Still, we shall no doubt find positions of advantage. Take breakfast with a good appetite. I will see you at half-morning. Shermatz. Jadif frowned and put the note aside. He went to the window where he could see people already arriving upon the field of voices, hastening to take up places as close as possible to the pedestal. Turning away, he went to the buffet, served himself breakfast, which he ate without appetite. The time was still early. Nevertheless, he threw a cape over his shoulders and departed the inn. He walked to Unsabal River, rode a half-mile, diverted upon the 14th lateral, which discharged him directly before Hanwalter Gate, a 3-wicket passage through a tall fence of supple louvers. Half-morning was yet an hour off. Jadif was not surprised to find Shermatz nowhere on the scene. He stationed himself at the stipulated place to the right of the gate, and stood watching the arrival of the notables who had been invited to the field to hear the whispers and the Canatic at first hand, and to partake of the festive banquet. An odd assortment of notables, thought Jadif. They were persons of all ages and types. Presently he noticed a man whom he thought to recognize. Their eyes met, and the man halted to exchange greetings. "Aren't you Jadif Ravensroke from Old Pink, with Scorlet?" "Precisely right. And you are Olin, Esteban's friend. I forget your block exactly. Wasn't it Fodswallow?" Olin made a wry grimace. "Not for months. I transferred to Winkler's hovel out along lateral 560, and I must say I'm pleased with the change. Why don't you move out from Old Pink? We could use someone like you, clever with his hands." Jadif said in a non-committal voice, "I'll have to call on you one of these days." "By all means. It's often been remarked how a block stamps its nature on those who live there. Old Pink, for instance, seems so intense, always seething with intrigue. At the hovel, we're a raffish hell for leather crew, I assure you. The garden simply vibrates. I've never seen such a flow of swill. It's a miracle that we survived starvation, with the wump all going into jugs." "Old Pink is somber in comparison," said Jandif. "And as you say, the intrigues are extraordinary. Speaking of intrigues, have you seen Esteban lately?" "Not for a month or more. He's involved in some scheme or other that takes up all his time. An energetic fellow, Esteban. He never fails the game." "Yes, he's quite a chap," Jandif agreed. "But how is it that you're invited to the field? Are you a notable?" "Hardly. You know me better than that. The invitation came as quite a surprise. Not an unpleasant one, of course, if there's a banquet of banter at the other end of it. Still, I can't help but wonder whose invitation I've been tendered by mistake. But what of you? Surely you're not a notable." "No more than you." "We both know Esteban. That's the only notable thing about us." Olin laughed. "If that's what brings us banter, all glory to Esteban. I'll be going on in. I want to place myself as close to the tables as possible. Are you coming?" "I must wait for a friend." "A pleasure seeing you again. Come visit Winkler's hovel." "Yes, indeed," said Jandif in a pensive voice, "as soon as possible." Olin presented his ticket and was admitted to the field. In Jandif's mind, the pieces of the puzzle had dropped together to form a unit of startling proportions. Surely a flaw marred the pattern, but where? Jandif thought first one way, then another. The concept stood unchallenged, noble in its simplicity and grandeur. Half-morning approached. Where was Ryle Shermatz? The notables poured onto the field by the hundreds. Jandif scanned their faces with furious intensity. Would Shermatz never arrive? The time became half-morning. Jandif glared into the oncoming faces, trying to evoke the presence of Shermatz by sheer force of will, to no avail. Jandif began to feel listless. Peering over his shoulder through the louvers, he saw that the field had become crowded. There were notables from everywhere in Erebus. Notables and persons like Olin, but no one from Old Pink. The idea froze his thoughts. They began again, only sluggishly. Was this the flaw in the pattern? Perhaps. Again, perhaps not. A fanfare sounded across the field, then the Erebus anthem. The ceremonies had begun. A few hurrying latecomers jumped off the lateral to push through the gates. Still no Shermatz. The field megaphones broadcast a great voice. "Notables of Erebus, eaglists across all our nation, the Whispers give you greetings. They will shortly arrive on the pedestal to communicate their remarkable plans, despite furious efforts by the forces of reaction. Hear this, folk of Erebus, and remember. The Whispers are disputed by enemies to eagleism, and events will demonstrate the evil scope of the opposition. But be of brave heart. Our path leads to—" Jandif ran forward as Shermatz stepped from the manway. Shermatz called out, "My apologies, Jandif. I could not avoid the delay. But we are still in time. Come along. Here's your ticket." Jandif's tongue felt numb. He could only stammer disconnected phrases. No, come back. No time remains." He took Shermatz's arm to halt his motion toward the gate. Shermatz turned on him a look of surprise. Jandif blurted, "We can't stay here. There's nothing we can do now. Come, we've got to leave." Shermatz hesitated only an instant. "Very well. Where do you want to go?" "Your space car's yonder by the depot. Take us up, away from Unsabal." "Just as you say, but can't you explain?" "Yes, as we go." Jandif set off at a run, throwing bits of sentences over his shoulder. Shermatz, jogging alongside, became grim. "Yes, logical, even probable. We can't take the chance that you're wrong." They boarded the space car. Unsabal fell away below, row after row of many-colored blocks receding into the haze. To the side spread the field, dark with the notables of Erebus. Shermatz touched the telescreen controls. The voice spoke. Delay of only a few minutes. The whispers are on their way. They will tell you how bitterly our enemies resent the success of eagleism. They will name names and cite facts. The whispers are still delayed. They should be on the pedestal now. Patience for another minute or two. If the whispers appear on the pedestal, I am wrong, said Jandif. Intuitively, I accept your conclusion, said Shermatz, but I'm still confused by your facts. You mentioned a certain Swarkop and his cargoes, and also a person named Olin. How do they interrelate? Where do you start your chain of logic? With an idea we've discussed before. The authentic whispers were known to many folk, the new whispers as well. There is a strong similarity between the two groups, but not an identity. The new whispers must minimize the risk of recognition and exposure. Olin came to the field. Someone sent him a ticket. Who? He is a friend of Esteban, but hardly a notable. There are legitimate notables present, the delegates, for instance. They're well acquainted with the old whispers. I imagine that all Esteban's acquaintances are on the field, and all those of Scorlet and of Sarp. All received tickets, and all wondered why they were considered notable. I saw no one from Old Pink, but they would arrive by a different lateral. Again, 6 tickets were sent to Alastor agency. Assume that the Canatic was visiting Erebus. His curiosity might well be piqued by the placards. He certainly would not have joined the whispers on the pedestal, but he very likely would have used one of the tickets. Shermatz gave a curt nod. I am happily able to assure you that the Canatic definitely did not use one of these tickets. So now, what is Swarkop? He is a barge operator who carried 6 cargoes of frack. Jandif had the odd sensation that his words triggered the event. Below them, the landscape erupted. The field became an instant seethe of white flame, then disappeared under a roiling cloud of gray dust. Other blurts of white flame, with subsequent billows of dust, appeared elsewhere across Unsabal. The craters they left behind marked the sites of Old Pink and 6 other blocks, the Traveller's Inn and Alastor Centrality. In the cities Wanis, Cers, and Propence, 13 other blocks, each with its full complement of occupants in like fashion, became columns of dust and hot vapor. I was right, said Jandif, very much too right. Shermatz slowly reached out and touched a button. Corcion? Here, sir. The program is cancelled. Call down hospital ships. Very well, sir. Jandif spoke in a dreary voice. I should have understood the facts sooner. You understood in time to save my life, said Shermatz. I am pleased on this account. He looked down across Unsabal, where the dust was drifting slowly south. The plan now becomes clear. 3 classes of people were to be eliminated. Persons who knew the old whispers, persons who knew the new whispers, and a rather smaller group consisting either of the Canatic or the Canatic's representative, should either be on hand. But you survived, and I survived, and the plan has failed. The whispers will not know of the failure. They will consider themselves secure, and they will be preparing the next stage of their plan. Can you guess how this will be implemented? Jandif made a weary gesture. No, I am numb. Scapegoats are needed, the enemies of eagleism. Who on Wyst is still acquainted with one of the whispers? The contractors. They know Schubart. Exactly. Within hours, all contractors will be arrested. The whispers will announce that the criminals have made abject confessions and that justice has been done. All future contracting will be managed by a new egoistic organization at improved efficiency, and the whispers will share the wealth of Erebus between them. Any moment now we can expect their first indignant outcries. Shermatz fell silent. The 2 sat looking across battered Unsabal. A chime sounded. On the screen appeared the 4 whispers, Scorlet, Sarp, Esteban, and Schubart. Their images blurred as if seen through wavering water. They still are afraid to exhibit themselves in all clarity, Shermatz observed. Not too many people survive who might recognize them, but there are probably a few. In the next week or so, they would no doubt disappear. Quietly, mysteriously. Who would trouble or wonder why? Esteban stepped forward a half-pace and spoke, his voice ringing with passion. Folk of Erebus, by the chance of a few minutes' delay, your whispers have survived the cataclysm. The Canatic hopefully has also escaped. He never arrived to the stipulated place of rendezvous, and we as yet have no sure knowledge. Unless he went incognito out upon the field, he escaped, and the assassins failed in double measure. We are not yet able to make a coherent statement. All of us are grief-stricken by the loss of so many cherished comrades. Be assured, however, the demons who planned this frightful deed will never survive. Shermatz touched a button. Corcione? Here, sir. Trace the source of the message. I am doing so, sir. A day of sorrow and shock. The delegates are gone, all gone. By the caprice of fate, we ourselves escaped, but by sheerest accident. Our enemies will not be pleased. Be sure that we will hunt them down. That is all for now. We must attend to acts of mercy. The screen went dead. Corcione? The transmission originated from Unsabal Central. We could not fix upon the feed-in. Seal off the spaceport. Allow no egress from the planet. Yes, sir. Send a team down to Unsabal Central. Determine the source of the transmission. Notify me at once. Yes, sir. Monitor all air traffic. If anyone is moving, discover his destination. Yes, sir. Shermatz leaned back in his seat. He spoke to Jadif. After today, your life may seem pallid and uneventful. I won't complain as to that. I am alive only through your common sense, of which I myself showed a dismal lack. I wish this common sense had come to life sooner. Be that as it may, the past is fixed, and the dead are dead. I am alive and thankful for the fact. In reference to the future, may I inquire your goals? I want to repair my vision. It is starting to blur. Then I will go back to Balad and try to learn what happened to Glisson. Shermatz gave his head a sad shake. If she is dead, you'll search in vain. If she is alive, how will you find her in Weirdland forests? I have facilities for such a search. Leave the matter in my hands. Just as you say. Shermatz turned back to his control panel. Corcione? Sir? Order the Isager Zayaspride down to Unsabal Spaceport, and also a pair of patrol cruisers. The Trescian and the Shear are both at hand. Very good, sir. Shermatz said to Jadif, In times of uncertainty, it is wise to display symbols of security. Isager Zayaspride admirably suits this purpose. How will you deal with the whispers? I can't quite make up my mind. What would you suggest? Jadif shook his head in perplexity. They have committed awful deeds. No penalty seems appropriate. Merely to kill them is an anticlimax. Exactly. The drama of retribution should at least equal that of the crime. In this case, an impossible undertaking. Still, something must be contrived. Jadif, put your fecund mind to work. I am not skilled at inventing punishments. Nor are they to my taste. I enjoy creating conditions of justice. All too often, however, I must ordain harsh penalties. It is the disagreeable side to my work. The preferences of the criminal, of course, can't be considered. As often as not, he will opt for leniency or even no punishment whatever. A chime sounded. Shermatz touched a button. Corcione spoke. The transmission originated at a lodge owned by contractor Schubart on the upper slopes of Mount Prospect, 18 miles south of Unsabal. Send out an assault force, seize the Whispers, and bring them to the Wyst parade. At once, sir. Chapter 18. The Isigir Wyst parade, flagship of the Tyatic fleet. Note: from Tya, one of the 23 goddesses. End of note. And a vessel of awesome magnitude, served less as a weapon of war than as an instrument of policy. Wherever the Isigir Wyst parade showed itself, the majesty of the Carnatic and the force of the whelm were manifest. The great hull, with its various sponsons, catwalks, and rotundas, had long been regarded as a masterpiece of the Naetic art. Note: from Nae, a set of aesthetic formulae peculiar to the space ages. That critique concerned with the awe, beauty, and grandeur associated with spaceships. Such terms are largely untranslatable into antecedent languages. End of note. The interior was no less splendid, with a main saloon 100 feet long and 37 feet wide. From the ceiling, which was enameled a warm lavender mauve, hung 5 scintillants. The floor, of a dead black substance, lacked all luster. Around the periphery, white pilasters supported massive silver medallions. Depictions of the 23 goddesses, clothed in vestments of purple, green, and blue, occupied the spaces between. Jandalf, upon entering the saloon, studied the intricacy of these designs with wondering envy. Here were subtle skills of draftsmanship and understated color, beyond his present capacity. 60 officers of the whelm, wearing white, black, and purple dress uniforms, followed him into the saloon. They ranged themselves along the walls to either side and stood in silence. A far sound broke the silence. A drum roll, and another, in fateful, slow cadence. The sound grew loud. Into the hall marched the drummer, somberly costumed after the ancient tradition, with a black mask across the upper half of his face. Behind came the Whispers, each accompanied by a masked escort. First Esteban and Sarp, then Scorlet and Schubart. Their faces were bleak, their eyes glistened with emotion. The drummer led the way to the end of the hall. He ceased drumming and stepped aside. The ensuing silence tingled with imminence. The commander of the Isigir Wyst parade stepped out upon a raised platform and seated himself behind a table. He addressed the Whispers. "By the authority of the Carnatic, I fix upon you the guilt of multiple murders in yet unknown number." Sarp clenched his fingers together. The others stood rigid. Esteban spoke out in a brassy voice. "One murder, many murders, what is the difference? The crime is not multiplied." "The point is of no consequence. The Carnatic admits himself in a quandary. He feels that in regard to your case, death is an almost trivial disposition. Nevertheless, after taking advice, he has issued the following decree. You shall immediately be housed in spheres of transparent glass 20 feet above the field of voices. The spheres shall be 20 feet in diameter and furnished with a minimum of facilities. 1 week hence, after your crimes have been elucidated in full detail to all Erebus, you shall be taken into a vehicle. At the hour of midnight, this vehicle will rise to an altitude of 777 miles, and there explode with a spectacular effulgence of light. Erebus will thereby be notified that your deeds have been expiated. That is to be your fate. Take your farewells of each other. You will meet again, but only briefly, 1 week hence." The commandant rose to his feet and departed the hall. The 4 stood stiffly, showing no desire to exchange sentiments of any sort whatever. The drummer stepped forward and ruffled his drums, again, at a portentous tempo. The escorts led the 4 back down the length of the hall. Esteban's eyes darted this way and that, as if he intended a desperate act. The escort at his elbow paid no heed. Esteban's gaze suddenly became fixed, his head thrust forward. He stopped short and pointed a finger. There stands Jantif, our black demon. We have him to thank for our fate. Scorlet, Sarp, and Schubart turned to look. Their gazes struck into Jantif's face. He stood coldly watching. The escorts touched the arms of their charges. The group moved on at the tempo of the drum roll. Jantif turned away to find Shermatz at his side. Events have run their course so far as you and I are concerned, said Shermatz. Come, the commander has assigned us comfortable quarters, and for a period we can relax without startlements or dismal duties. An ascensor lifted them to a high rotunda. Entering, Jantif stopped short, taken aback by opulence on a scale which exceeded all his previous concepts. Shermatz could not restrain a laugh. He took Jantif's arm and led him forward. The appointments are perhaps a trifle grand, said Shermatz, but adaptable as you are, you will quickly find them comfortable. The view, especially when the Zayasprade coasts quietly among the stars, is superb. The two seated themselves on couches upholstered in purple velvet. A mess boy, stepping from an alcove, proffered a tray from which Jantif took a goblet carved from a single topaz crystal. He tasted the wine, looked deep into the swimming depths, tasted again. This is very good wine indeed. Shermatz took a goblet of the same vintage. This is the Trial Aegis. As you see, we who labor in the Kanatic service enjoy perquisites as well as hardships. On the whole, it is not a bad life, sometimes pleasant, sometimes frightening, but never monotonous. At the moment, I would enjoy a certain level of monotony, said Jantif. I feel almost inanimate. There is still a single matter which gnaws at my mind, probably something which is futile to think about. Still, he fell silent. Shermatz reflected a moment. I have made certain arrangements. Tomorrow your eyes will be repaired. You will see better than ever. In about a week's time, the Zayasprade leaves Wyst and will cruise down the Fayarian. Zek is not far to the side, so you shall be delivered to your very doorstep. In fact, we will have the Zayasprade hover over Phrenus and send you down in the gig. That is hardly necessary, mumbled Jantif. Perhaps not, but you are spared the inconvenience of finding your own way home from the spaceport. So shall it be done. Along the way, of course, you will use these chambers. What of yourself? Why not come visit me at our house in Tangle Willow Glen? My family will make you most welcome, and you would very much enjoy our houseboat, especially when we moor it among the reeds on the Shard Sea. The prospect is appealing, said Shermatz, but to my vast distaste I must remain at Unsabal and help put together a new Araban government. I expect that the Cursars, in all discretion, will manage Erebus perhaps for decades, until the Arabans regain their morale. They are now confirmed city-dwellers, and generally indecisive. Each person is isolated. Among the multitudes he is alone. Detached from reality, he thinks in abstract terms. He thrills to vicarious emotions. To ease his primal urges, he contrives a sad identification with his apartment block. He deserves better than this. So does anyone. The blocks of Erebus will come down, and the folk will go north and south to reclaim the Weird Lands, and again they will become competent individuals. Jantif drank from his goblet. I remember the farmers of Blail, famous witch-chasers all. Shermatz laughed. Jantif, you are unkind. You would have these poor folk moving from one extreme to the other. Are there no farmers on Zek? Surely they are not witch-chasers. That's true. Still, Wyst is quite a different world. Precisely so. And these concepts must be carefully weighed when one works in the service of the Kanatic. Does such a career attract your interest? Don't tell me yes or no at this instant. Take time to collect your thoughts. A message sent to my name in care of the Kanatic at Luce will always be delivered. Jantif found difficulty in expressing himself. I very much appreciate your kind interest. Nothing of the sort, Gentiff. The thanks are on my side. Were it not for you, I would be part of the atmospheric dust. Were it not for you, I would be blind and dead on the beach beside the moaning ocean. Well, then, we've traded good deeds, and this is the stuff of friendship. So now your immediate future is arranged. Tomorrow the ophthalmologists will repair your eyes. Shortly thereafter you depart for home. As for the other matter which preys on your mind, I have a dreary suspicion that all is finished, and that you must turn your mind away. Gentiff said, "Quite candidly, I still feel impelled to go south and search the Syche. If Glisson is dead, well then, she is dead. If she escaped Booch and still lives, then she is wandering alone in the forest, a poor lost little waif." "I half expected such an intention on your part," said Shermatz. "Now I see that I must reveal a plan which I kept secret for fear of arousing your hopes. Today I am sending a team of experienced trackers south. They will probe all circumstances and make a definite determination one way or another. Will this satisfy you?" "Yes, of course, I am more than grateful." Chapter 19. The Isergin Zayaspraid hovered over Frayness, and while all came out to watch, a gig descended into Tanglewillow Glen and delivered Gentiff to his front door. "Gentiff, what does all this mean?" gasped his father. "Not a great deal," said Gentiff. "I may go into the Carnatic service, and on this account was accorded the courtesy of transportation to my home. But I will tell you all about it, and I assure you there is a great deal to tell." One morning, 2 months later, a set of cords announced the presence of a visitor. Gentiff went to the door and slid it aside. On the porch stood a slender, blonde girl. Gentiff's voice stuck in his throat. He could manage only a foolish grin. "Hello, Gentiff," said the girl. "Don't you remember me? I'm Glisson." Glossary. 1. Wyst is the single planet of Dwan, the eye of the crystal eel in Giampara's realm, low to the side of Alastor cluster. Note: Alastor cluster is divided into 23 realms, each nominally ruled by one of the 23 mythical goddesses, and the Carnatic is formally styled consort to the 23. In early times, each realm selected a maiden to personify its tutelary goddess, with whom the Carnatic, during his ceremonial visits, was expected to cohabit. End of note. Wyst is small, damp, cool, and unremarkable except for its history, which is as extravagant, desperate, and strange as any of the cluster. The 4 continents of Wyst, Zumer and Pombal, Trembal and Tremora, had been settled by different fluxes of people. Each evolved in isolation with little interaction until the great hemispheric war between Trembal and Tremora, which destroyed the social order of both continents and reduced the lands to wilderness. Trembal and Tremora faced each other across the narrow Salaman Sea, a drowned rift valley. The littoral strip between palisades and water, mud-flat and swamp for the most part, was the land of Erebus, inhabited only by a few farmers, bird-trappers, and fishermen. To Erebus now, for want of better destination, migrated refugees from both continents, for the most part members of the gentry. These folk, with neither training nor inclination for agriculture, organized small factories and technical shops, and within 3 generations were the privileged class of Erebus, while the native Arabans became a caste of laborers. With a great increase in population, food was imported for the new gentry and synthesized for the laboring classes. The social contrasts necessarily created dissatisfactions, ever more acerb. A certain Otto Disselberg presently published a tract, Protocols of Popular Justice, in which he not only codified the general discontent, but went considerably further into allegations which might or might not be accurate, and in any event were scarcely susceptible to proof. He asserted that the Arabian industries were purposefully operated at low efficiency, that enormous toil was wasted upon archaic flourishes and unnecessary refinements in order to restrict real production. By this callous policy, declared Disselberg, the carrot was suspended tantalizingly just beyond the nose of the worker, so that he would strive for rewards always to be denied him. He further asserted that the Arabian industries could easily provide everyone with the goods and services now enjoyed only by the privileged few, at a cost of half as much human toil. The gentry predictably denounced Disselberg as a demagogue, and refuted his arguments with statistics of their own. Nevertheless, the protocols gained wide currency, and for better or worse, altered the attitudes of the working population. One dismal morning, on a date later to be celebrated as the Day of Infamy, Disselberg was discovered dead in his bed, apparently the victim of assassination. Ulrich Carradis immediately called for a massive demonstration, which escalated first into violence, then disintegration of the old government. Note: historians, non-Arabian, are generally of the opinion that Carradis strangled Disselberg during an ideological dispute. End of note. Carradis organized the first egoistic manifold, and proclaimed Disselberg's principles to be the law of the land. Overnight, Arabis was transformed. The erstwhile gentry responded variously to the new conditions. Some emigrated to worlds where they had providentially invested funds. Others integrated themselves into the new order. Still others took themselves north or south into the weird lands, or districts beyond, such as Blail and Froke. Note: weird lands, those areas of Trembal and Tremora to the north and south of Arabis, once civilized and cultivated, now wilderness inhabited only by nomads and a few isolated farmers. End of note. 30 years later, Otto Disselberg might have considered himself vindicated. The labor force, striving under the exhortations of Carradis and the egoistic manifold, had performed prodigies of construction, a magnificent system of sliding roadways that the folk might be freely transported, a complex of food synthesizers to ensure everyone at least a minimum diet, row after row, sector after sector of apartment blocks, each to house 3,000 folk. The Arabans, emancipated from toil and need at last, were free to exercise those prerogatives of leisure once solely at the disposal of the gentry. 2. From Owl Thoughts of a Peripatetic Pedant. Arabis makes few, if any, concessions to the visitor, and the casual tourist is not likely to discover much comfort or convenience, let alone luxury. At Ansabal City, a single hotel serves the needs of transients. The rambling old traveller's inn at the spaceport, where ordinary standards of hospitality are for the traveller no more than a pious hope. Immigrants encounter an even more desolate welcome. They are hustled into a great grey barracks, where they wait, perforce with stoicism, until they are assigned to their blocks. After a few meals of gruff and deedle, they are likely to ask themselves, "Is this why I came to Wyst?" And many hurry back the way they came. On the other hand, the visitor who has firmly established his departure date may well find Arabis exhilarating. The Arabans are gregarious, extroverted, and dedicated to pleasure. The visitor will make dozens of friends, who as often as not will dispose themselves for his erotic recreations. As a possible irrelevance, it may be noted that in an absolutely egoistic society, the distinction between male and female tends to become indistinct. The visitor, despite the animation of his friends and the insistent gaiety of their company, will presently begin to notice a pervading shabbiness, only thinly disguised under coats of color wash. The original sturge plants have never been replaced. It is still nothing but gruff and deedle with wobbly to fill up the cracks, as the popular expression goes. The folk work 13 hours a week at drudge, high and low, but they hope to reduce the stint to 10 hours and eventually 6. Low toil, anything to do with machinery, assembly, repair, cleaning, or digging, is unpopular. High toil, records, calculation, decoration, teaching is preferred. Essential maintenance and major construction are contracted out to companies based elsewhere. Foreign exchange is earned through the export of fabric, toys, and glandular extracts, but production is inefficient. Machinery falters, the labor force constantly shifts, management, high drudge shared in turn by all, by the nature of things lacks coercive power. Critical jobs are left to the contractors, whose fees absorb all the foreign exchange. Arabin money, therefore, is worthless elsewhere. How can such an economy survive? Miraculous to state, it does, unevenly, veering and jerking, with surprises and improvisations. Meanwhile, the Arabins lived their lives with zest and charming ingenuousness. Public spectacles are popular. Hasaid assumes an exotic and even grotesque semblance, where catharsis supersedes skill. Shunkery includes combats, trials, races, and games involving enormous ill-smelling beasts from Pombal. The shunk riders have recently become disaffected and are demanding higher wages, which the Arabins resist. Naturally, despite general gaiety and good cheer, all is not positive in this remarkable land. Frustration, annoyance, inconvenience are endemic. Bizarre and incessant erotic activity, petty thievery, secret malice, stealthy nuisances. These are commonplaces of the Arabin scene, and the Arabins are certainly not a folk of strong psychological fiber. Each society, so it is said, generates its characteristic set of crimes and vices. Those of Arabis exude the cloying stink of depravity. 3. Asteroids, stellar detritus, broken planets, and the like afford bases to the pirates and raiders whom even the whelm seems unable to expunge. Andrei Simic, the Gaian philosopher, has theorized that primitive man, evolving across millions of years in chronic fear, pain, deprivation, and emergency, must have adapted intimately to these excitations. The consequence, civilized men will of necessity require occasional frights and horrors to stimulate their glands and maintain their health. Simic has jocularly proposed a corps of dedicated public servants, the philosophers or public terrifiers, who severely frighten each citizen several times a week as his health requires. Uncharitable critics of the Kanatic have speculated that he practices a version of the Simic principle, never eradicating the Starmenders once and for all, to insure against the population becoming bland and stolid. He runs the cluster as if it were a game preserve, declares one of his critics. He stipulates so many beasts of prey to so many ruminants, and so many scavengers to devour the carrion. By this means he keeps all his animals in tone. A correspondent of the Transvoyer once asked the Kanatic point blank if he subscribed to such a doctrine. The Kanatic replied only that he was acquainted with the theory. 4. For a detailed discussion of Hasaid, see Trullian, Alastor 2262. Like most, if not all, games, Hasaid is symbolic war. Unlike most games, Hasaid is played at a level of intensity transcending simple competitive zeal. At Hasaid, the penalties of defeat are extremely poignant, comparable to the penalties of defeat at war. A team, when defeated at a ploy or play series, pays a financial indemnity to ransom the honor of its shirl. The game proceeds until a team is defeated in so many successive ploys that its game fund is exhausted, whereupon the shirl of the defeated team undergoes a more or less explicit ravishment at the hands of the victors, depending upon local custom. The losers suffer the humiliation of submission. Hasaid is never played in lackadaisical style. Spectators, victors, and vanquished alike experience a total emotional discharge. Hence the universal popularity of the game. Hasaid puts a premium not only on strength, but on skill, agility, fortitude, and careful strategy. Withal, Hasaid is not a violent game. Personal injury, aside from incidental scrapes and bruises, is almost unknown. 5. According to the canons of Alastrid mythology, 23 goddesses rule the 23 segments of the cluster. Each goddess is a highly individual entity. Each expresses a different set of attributes. Discord often results from the disparities. None of the goddesses is content to confine herself to her own realm. All constantly meddle in the affairs of other realms. When a man encounters an extraordinary circumstance, he more or less jocularly cites the influence of a goddess. Jantif hence gives thanks to Cassidence, whose realm includes Zek. For this reason, she is presumably concerned with Jantif's welfare, especially since he travels the realm of her great rival, Gimpara. End of Wyst, Alastor 1716, by Jack Vance. Narrated by Robert Donley, in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, July 1979. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Daw Books, Incorporated.
End of book.